everyone in the world knows that Gokis is the one who has to approach here, so just playing around that center Pokeball, throwing grenades down there, just planting them on the ground, doing a little bit of C4 action. We are seeing, of course, I'm just going to up E forever into the ether upstairs, and you got to try to shark me. I don't think we've seen Gokis successfully challenge it yet. And we've already seen Joker stock all the way gone there. Snake able to confirm it there. 2-stock lead for Nebraska. Yeah, that was a really strong performance after that first stock conversion.
Yeah, and I think Nebraska's in a really good spot now. They are up 2 stocks to go into this next game, where the Snake only has to play down from 1. We'll see who Boise decides to send in next, but finding a counter against Snake is hard because Snake matches up really well into most characters in this game. Very good effort from Gokis there on the Joker. Just not able to close out that second stock.
Yeah, you would have really liked to see when it was like mid% against 150% Snake that you close that out there and are able to convert that into that first stock lead, because everything really did snowball from there.
Right.
As soon as Nebraska had a stock lead, the entire gameplay shifted. The way that holding center, holding neutral approach worked just entirely shifted there.
Yep.
A bit unfortunate too. I hope this doesn't impact anything. I saw when they connected. I think it was the Boise State connected. Yeah, you saw the low battery trigger on there. So hopefully that doesn't impact anything. I know they did have like some 10-hour car rides, so the battery might have drained on that thing on the way over here. Or if you're in Nebraska, you had a flight. But there, as we can see, there are just a bunch of controllers sitting on that desk. So hopefully it's one of the ones not being used right now.
And the other thing that I love about Smash is how many characters or how many players use so many different controllers.
Yeah.
We have the Pro controller, we have the GameCube controller, we have Joy-Cons, but I doubt anyone's using those. Even today, I know one of the Ohio State players has a Smash box.
Yep.
So that's an arcade-style fight pad that they use. If you get good with one of those, good luck beating them. Because, it's going to be real hard to do that. So lots of controllers. I love the diversity. They customize them. And right now, just setting up the next game. So I'm going to try to find some player info from...
Okay. Yeah, and I can talk about the formatting, because you might be wondering, if you're a traditional Smash fan, why it was taking so long to get into this second game. What happens is once you lose, the losing team can choose who they are going to play against the player whose remaining stocks are still there, and that team gets to choose the stage counter pick. So it's basically a double counter pick advantage there, where whenever you lose your first 3 stocks, you get to choose who you're going to counter pick after that. But again, right after that, the tempo advantage will always be for the team that has the lead. Because if Nebraska loses their stocks and still takes a couple, they have a stock advantage, and then they get a counter pick, and then they get to counter pick the stage. And we do see the Roy coming out here for the counter pick. And so they'll probably just run to the edge of the stage, taunt a couple times, crouch to the ground, and they're good to go. Yeah, and we see them adjusting the timer a little bit to make it 10 minutes, so you don't see any of those timeout issues.
Yeah.
If we had like a Sonic or something come in.
Yeah, so right now, just starting off neutral here, obviously the Snake is down 1 stock, which means this Roy really doesn't have to approach, per se. Like, they're up a stock, they don't really want to take a ton of percent. But at the end of the day, the crew battle format is about taking stocks, and you kind of have to approach and take a stock. So, yeah, I think Roy does somewhat decently into Snake. Now, again, it's that approach kind of in and out game. At the up tilt, I mean, immediately.
This raw up tilt in neutral had the grenade behind him, too. I mean, like, you're allowed to make those type of call-outs when you already know you have a 1-stock lead.
Yeah.
Like, oh, no, I whiffed an up tilt in neutral. I'm heavy enough to Snake. You're not going to rip raw F smash to, like, there's no real punish that could happen for that risk reward right there. So, really good start there from Nebraska.
And, oh, my God, air dodge to save the Snake there in the top right corner. Just really playing with this lead, to be honest. Like, that's super important. Snake kind of forces you to hit into his grenades, and once you hit those, you take more and more and more percent. But finally, offstage disadvantage for here. Yep, finds the F tilt there, and finally, kind of somewhat tied in percentage.
Yeah, finally able to see someone actually shark the Snake on the recovery, because it has just been free the last 2 games up until that point. It was an air dodge read into an F smash. Thankfully, that happened. But like, the Roy has abilities to kill Snake early, right? The combo flowchart is pretty easy because of his weight distribution. But the issue is, Roy is no projectile. You got to get in Snake's face, and if Snake has a full technical stock lead like we have, or even on percent here, now we're technically up a stock lead. Roy has to approach, and that's really where Snake can benefit in the scrap here. We are seeing the Nair to get off. A little bit of combo there. Tech Chase Reed gets the grab, but nothing matters because the grenade's already there to get off of him.
Yeah, and the frame 1 grenade, but then the KO, star KO off the top. That means that we are going to go into the next player here for Nebraska. The Snake has finally been taken down. They took a total of 5 stocks with their 3, so clear 2 stock advantage here. Or 1 stock. 2 stock. Two stock advantage.
Got down the last stock there. I was able to clean it up. But yeah, really good. It's just the I think the adjustment came a little bit too late there.
Yeah.
Because you did see Snake was no longer able to just float up and recover down, mix up air dodge timings for free. That was a call-out combo continuation there by the Roy player for BSU.
So back at the desk here, we're setting up the next player for Nebraska. We're switching them out. Again, super important, 2 stock lead. We're trying to find a counter for this Roy now, and then potentially someone who's going to be able to roll into the next player. I think that's the strategy here. Is you want to be able to take out this Roy, so you don't want to send in a really bad matchup, but you also don't want to send in a character that's going to be easily countered by the next player who comes in after the Roy. I hope that made sense.
Oh yeah.
So you want to kind of strategically find your next player pick.
Yeah, I would guess they are. I don't even know if they're going to care about this Roy matchup. Like, realistically, if you lose 1 stock in the scrap and then you're leading with 2 stocks going into the next game, but you have a character that's way harder to counterpick, I think that's going to be more beneficial.
Yeah.
But and Roy is such just a basic character in terms of gameplay. They are just one of the many sorties.
Right, strong sortie.
Yeah, very strong.
But they definitely fit an archetype here in Super Smash Bros. Where the sword for Roy is not as big as some others. He has that sweet spot that you want to be hitting with it. But I mean, when you do hit the sweet spot, you're going to explode.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, I think something to note as well is the format for each individual match is a BO3. So if this continues out how it's looking, and Nebraska beats Boise State in this series of stocks, or these series of 12 allocated stocks, it's not over. It goes to Game 2. And there are actually pretty big adjustments that can be made from Game 1 to Game 2. As we saw, Boise State had 5 players on their roster. You can actually substitute players in and out in between those games. The characters that they chose can switch as well. Maybe the Roy was specifically into the Snake matchup for the lead, but maybe that character wants to be switched if they're going to be the new lead. Like, you could get into a little bit of switching going forth here. And yeah, we see the Link coming out here, a little bit of a spoiler there.
Yep.
And I think that might be a matchup looking forward to the future.
Yeah, definitely. I think Link does pretty well in the Roy with the projectiles and also kind of can match those hitboxes. But Link, again, is a hard character to counter, especially once you get these combos and stuff going. Yeah, I mean, 75% off the rip.
The Nair catch on the boomerang, too. Wasn't able to get the conversion, got to ledge. But it might be a little bit too little too late here for the side of Boise State. I mean, what are you going to do? You have to approach a Link at 14%. You're just going to throw it everything you can. Yeah, throw it in F smash. Why not? Throw it at up B and neutral to be able to kill on bad DI. That's it.
Yeah, and I mean, quick, 75% off the rip, and then obviously just catching with the up B out of shield, and almost like that F tilt at the ledge after he caught with the Nair.
Yeah.
That honestly might have killed Link for
Smashbox mentioned.
Yeah, Smashbox there on camera. That's my boy Andrew. He's gaming it up there. So. Yeah, Smashbox, GameCube controller. I mean, it's your preference.
Yeah. So yeah, that is now a true 3-stock advantage for Nebraska right there.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think we're seeing a trend when it comes from the character choice from Nebraska here. I think we're seeing some zoning defensive characters that kind of, if you are in a position where you're forced to approach them, they will take advantage of it.
Yeah.
So it'll be really interesting to see how and if Boise can kind of mix things up. And the thing that sucks too is, like, we're talking about not having counter picks for like Snake. Like, you can't even have like one player on your team be a specialist and like Steve, for example, because some people are still arguing that like Snake might be a potential counter pick into Steve right now. Like, there's nothing that really comes in here. And I think something to note here with this DDD pick is that because we are on land, some picks actually become less good.
Yeah, I think DDD online actually is pretty strong. You saw top players pick up DDD during the pandemic years when they were kind of forced to play online, and there was some faith put into DDD. But I mean, it's a heavy character with some big hitboxes, but also like will just kind of get beat up, especially by Link's projectiles.
Yeah, you have 3 different types of projectiles to throw out.
And
a couple of them linked into combos. Link into combos that link into kill. Or if it's the bomb, for example, catching a recovery, that is the kill confirm right there.
Yeah, and another important thing to note is Link has a lot of these disjointed hitboxes as well as the projectiles, which completely shut down the Gordo. The Gordo is kind of DDD's neutral tool, ledge trapping tool. It does everything for DDD. And like the fact that Link can kind of just shove off the Gordo is super important for this matchup. I mean, you're seeing Disc do it the whole game here, where they're just kind of knocking away. Yeah, and that up B super strong with some rage at the right percent will just KO off the other side of the screen. But 150%. I mean, if DDD is able to set up a ledge trap or something, or get him off stage, like we are looking at a close KO here.
Yeah, and you'd really like to see Disc get the bomb out, because we saw in that first stock, even just chucking it on the right 3/4 of the map helped zone and neutral a lot, because the DDD was at kill percent and just couldn't be around there for positioning. They had to deal with the bomb first before they were able to go into edgeguard sequences here. Gets the grab, double pummel, reads onto the middle plat, isn't able to confirm on the side plat there, throws out the nair there, but DDD is going to be able to recover to center stage.
Yeah, and just kind of back to neutral here. Whiffs the up B, thought he would fall through the platform. But, I mean, now that you have this lead as Nebraska, you're kind of just, like, playing to rack up percentage. But also, you want to look for these kill confirms early. You want to try to take as many stocks right now. Like, this is the part where we would call the grind. Grind out these stocks if you're Nebraska. Really try to... Oh, down B reference. And just like...
Yeah, deflect right there. Gordo coming back. And at the percent that DDD is at, we might actually be able to start seeing like deflected Gordo be like pretty potent for a kill confirm on DDD. The bomb was just chilling out there, right?
Yeah.
I think keeping note of that too at this percent is really important. Or
forward air.
Fair to those be able to do it anyways. Don't even got to worry about some extreme setup.
Yeah, Link is super hard to catch in the air and on the ground. Like the hitboxes are just so big right now that and knocking the Gordo back. This is looking really tough for this King DDD.
Yeah, I really don't know what the approach. I mean, right now the approach is I just think you need to get one, right? You leave it up to the anchor to be able to come in and do something here.
I mean, obviously you usually want the there's a Gimp with the Gordo.
That's all you need.
That's all you need, honestly. And King DDD could be looking. I mean, 70% isn't hard for a heavy to kind of rack up. Like they're big. They have slow moves, but they also can rack up a lot of percentage really quickly. If we get a combo here from the King DDD, like we could see some kind of close game.
Yeah, the only going for a little bit of cheese there with the falling fair, but yeah, not really much going up off the up tilt there. We're seeing the Gordo come out of neutral, leads into a grab here, misses the aerial. You have a tech chase opportunity here with the nair. Just gets up, holds shield. I don't know if that'll kill.
It does.
Oh, not that great
side.
of a DI option there.
Yeah, I mean that angle was really bad.
It was like a behind. That was.
It was like down and away.
I think it makes sense though, because where Link was, or where DDD was positioned was on the left side of Link.
Yeah,
so
it's really
I think
awkward.
that might have been a hold left to get away, but hold left going to the right just can't. Like I think that might have been like a
even as a Smash player.
Yeah.
I still don't understand where you have to DI in that kind of hitbox. I mean,
yeah, that one's a weird one.
Especially with the forward air, catching the roll of all things, the tech roll there. So sending into Boise's anchor now.
Yeah.
They have to take 7 stocks. 7 stocks.
3, 6, 7 stocks.
7 is a lot of stocks. So,
speaking of DDDs or Wi-Fi players, the Syracuse player right there, 80 Bears, is a walk-on recruit this year. Went to Super Smash Con or Supernova, played with the team, and we're like, oh, this kid's actually really good.
Let's pick him up.
Tried out, got on the team. Is like definition Wi-Fi warrior. Was a DDD main and then picked up Min Min for Wi-Fi gaming.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's playing right now, but
I respect that.
Online is actually a demon in terms of Wi-Fi characters, like we just saw with the DDD player.
I'm reading off the notes here. Lucas and Min Min, 80 Bears. So could be strong here on offline. And we're sending in Olimar from the Boise side, Olimar can be pretty potent if you get the right Pikmin lineup.
Maybe
the wrong stage.
No, left the. I think he left his teammate's tag on.
Potential for that.
It looks similar to what it just was. So
okay,
a little bit of a reset there. Yeah, they're going right back to Battlefield. So I think it was just needed to switch to the tag. Yep, and we're seeing him do it. Olimar's an interesting one. Kind of, yeah, I guess an anchor works because you could get hard counter picked. But
I like Olimar.
It's giving them like a taste of their own medicine here. Where you want to play a little bit of an annoying zoning character with kind of some really potent up-in-your-face combo. That's BM. That's got to be BM.
So taunt here, get into the game. Obviously, Olimar, the strategy here is to do not lose a stock. If you lose a stock, that's going to be tough, especially to this one stock link, and you're getting ledge trapped. Yeah, so again, like you said, Olimar wants to play this kind of zoning game where they're pulling Pikmin and trying to get these strong KOs with the purple ones.
Yep.
And it's going to be tough because Olimar kind of has to hit Link's shield at this point.
Well, the issue is you get into it's just Nair playing right now. Like, all Disc has been doing is jumping, throwing out Nair, lasting hitbox, repeat.
Yeah, forward tilt.
That might just be it. Oh, my God.
The bomb. Sniped by the bomb.
Yeah, that's the only issue there, too, looking at kind of what the recovery option is once you're already out there as Olimar.
Yeah.
Like, okay, cool, you got the TI to survive that attack, but you now have to get back against a couple of these projectiles that you've just been getting nailed by. Oh, gets hit by the dare falling from the ceiling there. What do you do, throw back into the bomb?
Yeah, and every percent, every stock you... Oh, that's a death. Yeah, off the top. Yeah, I mean, no DI there, I guess, is going to save you. That Link forward smash, super strong, does a ton of percent. So... yeah, every stock you lose as Olimar is like one more nail in the coffin here, so...
yeah, this might just be it right here. Cracked helmet there. Really good DI, but now you're back in the trap. What do you do here? You can't go up. You can't go down. Knocks the bomb. Grabs it. Oh, throws it right back. We're back to a little bit of a reset here.
Yeah, dash attack. That's definitely strong enough. Yeah, that'll take it. So that's game one.
Yep.
Nebraska with 7 stocks remaining. That's a pretty good differential if we're talking in terms of the regular season and how that ended up positioning our seeding where it is. Obviously, in a tournament setting, it's a little bit different where the differential doesn't matter as much. You want to be winning these games. So we're going to take a little mental reset. These teams are going to probably talk it over a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we'll get into game 2. I hope Boise kind of maybe either switches up how they want to approach the start of this game, and then also maybe who's even in their lineup. Like we said, they have 5 players, so they might want to put in one of those, that 5th player that we didn't see.
Yeah, I think we're literally seeing in between this warm-up, Nebraska looks like they're going to have their players who haven't played yet just literally warm up so they can keep their hands warm during the conversation. And like equating it to other esport titles, this moment between game 1 and game 2 and potentially game 2 and game 3 is where that coach can really make a difference. There's no timeouts in like Valorant, or there's no in-between game breaks like Rocket League where it's like after 5 minutes of gameplay you can hop in. It really is like these 30-minute chunks, and then a coach has to come in and make all of the decisions necessary. And while we're kind of talking about this mental reset, we do have some replays for that first match to go through. Yeah, I think Boise State has a lot to think about. Do we put in some new players here? I mean, this snake is going to be a problem.
Yes.
And now you get into like this mental, like you're almost playing chess in your own head, where it's like, okay, do we think Nebraska's going to lead with that snake again? And if so, do we put someone else out different? And so, now, does like Nebraska do the opposite, where it's like they're probably expecting the snake to come out? Let's do something else.
At some point, and I think the thing is the fact that Nebraska won game 1 means that they're going to have to put their lead out first, and by knowing who plays what.
It might still be double blind. I don't know how.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think it might come back to true double blind. I don't know for sure right now.
Okay, so I think on the Boise side we're going to see the Roy once again to lead off here. And then Nebraska, I don't know if we've seen this
I don't
before.
remember his face, but it might have been the snake player because we cut to game so fast. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But that definitely wasn't the second or the third player that came out from Nebraska.
So Bayonetta. Okay.
Switch it up.
Nebraska Bayonetta here. Super annoying character. You got to mash to get out of these Bayo combos, and I think we're going to see a lot of them. Yeah. Carry the whole Stratus Bayo is to kind of carry you as far off the stage as possible, and then like force you to kind of panic and then read an option, catch you with a forward smash. But again, like I said, the Bayo combos, taking them to the top of the blast zone. Not going to KO just yet, but I mean, Bayo racks up percentage like it's nothing. So.
Well, please correct me if I'm wrong here. Is able to actually get out of there, throw out an up air. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know if she had one more in the tank right there.
Save the jump. If you cancel the up B at the right moment, Bayo actually gets another jump. So she can kind of stall forever. Especially good Bayo players, they know exactly what they need to do to get back on the stage and how to play that disadvantage. But speaking of Bayo, they're kind of stuck on the ledge here, like catching with forward tilts.
Haven't been able to get up, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. KO from Boise. They're going to start off strong here. Leroy's at 114, but at this point, you kind of just want to keep racking percent. We're going to see some combos. Bayo's going to catch, and the back air, not enough yet. Not close enough to the blast zone, which is super important for Bayo KOs. You want to get that up tilt into back air. That KO's pretty much anywhere from 100 to maybe 150, if I remember. Yeah, there you go. So the back air takes it off the top of the blast zone, and then we're back to tied stocks. But I like this Roy into the Bayo. They're kind of scrapping. They're kind of trying to find their openings. Yeah, there you go. Forward smash, read on the air dodge, and kind of back to this neutral where Bayo doesn't really want to touch Roy.
No, kind of just like flirting around until she's able to get the combo extender. We see it right here. Just a chunk of clean 60% on you right out of the get-go. Going off, brings him right back there. And we saw the same exact thing that happened the first time it happened. Oh, crazy tech right there to get back onto stage. Where the Roy immediately, as soon as they get out of the combo, this should just be the kill confirm there. Oh, hard DI out.
And that's two strings from the Bayonetta, bringing it back from down 100% to now you're tied, basically. Yeah. But this is where Roy excels, on the ledge, keeping your opponent from getting back on stage. I mean, Roy has so many options, bugging them with the down tilt, and trying to land forward tilt. Yep, that's the good KO move. You can catch rolls, and obviously jab is super potent. Yeah, and just moving into this next stock, 116, now 124 on Roy.
Yeah, playing the neutral game is really interesting here too, because like I feel like what's happening is if Bayo is not getting the true connection on what she wants, like she's just up in open air, and as we've seen time and time again, Boise State's Roy has been able to catch it with smash attack. Like we saw that raw charge smash attack.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're a Roy out there, you're a little bit too far gone.
I mean, they saved the jump.
Oh my gosh!
Saved the jump, so they were able to get back. But I mean, the percentage is almost climbing too high at this point. This is one thing that Bayo can kind of struggle at, is finding the KO. You kind of have to find a strong read, but the forward throw, that's a good strong throw from Bayonetta. A lot of characters' forward throws aren't really that strong. Bayo's got a good one.
Yeah, and the thing I was really worried about earlier, too, was I think the Roy was the counter pick for the Snake last match, right?
Yeah.
And now, like, even though this is a really good start for the side of Boise State, that Snake has to be in the back of your mind, right?
Right.
You only have one stock of that potential counter pick that you have.
Yeah, and that's given that the Roy is actually able to close out this.
Yeah, and it's not even done yet. We've seen what an 111% Bayonetta can do in this exact match.
Oh! Parry on the up smash, and I think an important thing, there's the jab back air, a Roy staple in his kit. Super strong, good, great KO option. I mean, kind of does it all for Roy, which is why you need to be scared of him. So Boise State started off strong in this game. I like the pick of Roy to start us off. It's a pretty neutral flavor for the beginning of the game, and it worked out. So we'll get into Nebraska's next player soon here.
Yeah, I think while they're switching, we actually have a cut to an analyst down there at the stage, Alex. So take it away.
All right, guys. I'm Alex. I'm going to be your host today, and we are here with Max from Nebraska. He's the coach here. And how are we feeling today?
I think we're feeling pretty good. I think our team is playing really well so far. Got out to a good start and won the first match, so I think we're doing good.
All right, so we're winning. So, like, what's our objective here? Like, what's our game plan to win this tournament?
Our objective is to get a lead pretty early. I think if we get the lead, we have good enough characters where we can counterpick the other teams and play pretty strong off of that.
Who do you think are, like, your highlight players that, like, you can rely on? You know that they're going to go out there and they're going to perform?
I think almost all of our team is like that, but the two best I'd say right now are probably Arvin, the Bayonetta, and Smoothie, the Link. Those are, like, two main stock takers on the team.
No, yeah, those are the players you're going to want to look out for. Those are the guys that, you're going to see them perform really well. It's going to be something to watch, right? Something to watch. How was your trip here? I've heard that some people had some issues, so.
we had a bit of a delay of a flight, and we almost missed our second one. We got there in time, and then everything ended up working out, so it was good.
Well, I mean, I'm glad you're here, and it seems like we're having a good first match, so thank y'all, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, I think we got some really funny information there because we heard the best players mentioned, and neither of them were that Snake player that was such a menace in the first match.
Exactly.
So kind of interesting there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really am worried about that Snake. We saw how good that Bea was able to come back from down 111% there. But you had the counter pick in the Roy. Roy delivered pretty hard there. But yeah, really interested in what's going to happen kind of going into this next pick.
Yeah, so Smoothie and Arvin were the two
yeah, the two shout-outs there.
The two shout-outs.
The Bayonetta player and the Link player. I mean, the Link also was an absolute menace. I think I don't know if you had the stock counter on that. I knew the Snake took, what was it? It was 5. Yeah.
They took 5. Yep. And then, I mean, the Bayo got knocked out here in 3.
Yeah.
So like, we may say like, we expect this player to take a lot of stocks, but also like, if they got knocked out early, like you lose less of that stock taking potential if you do lose that game 1. Like that's super. We're gonna say it again. Winning that first match, being up stocks is super important. So I think we're making player tags and getting set up here for the next match. Nebraska's going to be sending in a new player to face the Roy from Boise.
Yeah, have we seen? I don't think we've seen this player before, right?
I am not sure. We will take a look.
Oh, the slow
once
pan
we get
zoom in as they boot up into game. That's hilarious.
Okay, Joker. Okay.
But different color Joker. This might be a different Joker player.
This is the Nebraska Joker.
Oh, you're right.
player.
Yeah.
So we saw the Boise Joker player, and now we're seeing the Nebraska one. Yeah, so another somewhat neutral matchup, in my opinion. I think.
Yeah.
I think the Joker maybe has a slight edge, but Roy has that stock taking potential.
You do get that little bit of arson charge just waiting for the Roy to take their stocks down. That is pretty much negligible, but kind of something funny I always see with those characters that can kind of like charge up with time.
Yeah, so again, Roy's going to have 1 stock here. They've already taken 2, so they kind of need to take 1 more, or they've taken 3. So if they take any more, they're going to be kind of giving their next teammate an advantage here.
I think the Roy's goal right here is literally just take 1. Just go 1 for 1. We'll have an advantage going in.
Yeah.
And that tempo, as we saw in the previous game, just snowballed over and over again for Nebraska. So Boise State would like to see the same thing pay off for them if possible here.
Yeah, and I mean, already at a 56%, Roy's strong enough to where this could be KO %. Now Arsene is out.
Yep.
So getting Joker on the ledge and kind of stalling out this Arsene is super important. But an untimely forward smash on shield means that we're back in disadvantage, and they're kind of just swapping places on the edge to start this match.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing our true neutral play there, but the option for both individuals is to just shield in center stage. So I think everyone's a little bit too scared to do some true, like, holding center stage here. Yeah, we just see the jab go out or the tilt go out and then immediately dash back. So no one really wants to commit to the center stage. I think they are comfortable playing this. I'm going to grab ledge, get on stage, reset. Is able to get the 1 stock that matters, and now everything really is just charity at this point.
Yeah,
Can you get any more?
It's bonus, and they, I mean, you know what?
That's it.
They did their
That's
job.
all you needed.
Took 4.
Yeah.
That's the start that Boise wanted. Great performance from the Roy here, coming in as their lead, taking 4 stocks, and that's going to give their next player the opportunity to continue to snowball this lead into the next one.
I want to see a Joker ditto.
We might see a Joker ditto.
Because I'm trying to think of what you throw out here. I don't think you throw. I don't think you throw out the Olimar.
You could, but I think it's tough. See, these are the tough decisions that we leave the coaches.
Because what's
and
left?
players.
You have what we have seen is Joker, Olimar. I'm trying to think.
DDD.
And DDD.
DDD.
DDD could be the. But hard counter pickable.
Yeah.
Joker's
that's true.
way less counter pickable.
We're speculating.
Yeah, we're definitely being speculative right now.
To the coaches and the players, we want to show that this is a super hard process in these crew battles to make sure you're picking the right players to take these matchups. And yeah, so some awesome shots from our crew around the arena. A lot of gaming happening today. I mean, every team here is active. They're playing. Rocket League's going to be on the stream later. It's going to be super fun, super hype. Rocket League, I think, in my opinion, is one of the hypest.
I think it's the easiest to understand for the layman. Yeah.
and it's super hype. Like, these players are crazy good.
Yeah, it gets super technical.
Yeah.
I like this shot right now that we have because it shows both teams thinking about what the hell they're going to do. But I think it also really kind of shows this event in of itself because you do see the partners and sponsors that have helped make this event possible in that little shot right there on the LED screen with esports integration, Allied Gaming, and Daktronics to help put on the first ever Allied Gaming Power Esports Conference Championship.
Yeah, we're super grateful to have them as our partners and sponsors.
Yep.
To have this space, I mean, it's an amazing space. We couldn't have asked for better, and like the directors talked about it yesterday on their panel, and I think the sentiment is that you shouldn't have this event anywhere else.
Oh yeah, there's no reason it needs to be hosted at a Boise State esports arena at Ohio State. It should be celebrated and held at something as prestige as the HyperX esports arena.
You're totally correct. So setting in the Olimar. Olimar here is a choice.
I just worry about the counter pick potential from the side of Nebraska.
I think the snake looming in the shadows is going to be scary.
Okay, maybe we need to worry about the counter pick potential from this Joker right here.
Yeah. I mean, starting off super strong, 50%. But we're kind of fighting for percent back. I mean, Olimar sticking some of the Pikmin on.
But it's almost like a double-edged blade where all the Joker did once they got stuck with one of them was just run away and then eat Arsene charge.
Yeah.
It's like literally safe percent I can eat to charge my bar.
Yeah. I mean, it's already out, and there's a KO from Arsene up air. I mean, and now he's going to go away, but I think if you get stuck with a Pikmin here, as Joker, you're just going to...
Yeah, that's good.
You're just going to pick it.
Pick
use that down B and pick some more Pikmin. Yep.
Yeah, now you're in the cycle spot where you really want to try to get a purple Pikmin out right here. Yeah, I see you turning around because everyone's so loud. There's so many games going. I was trying to figure out who the loud team was. I have no idea what game or university it is because there's so many out here. Arsene already back out here. We did see a potential edge guard opportunity there. Was able to air dodge onto stage. But again, like almost every single interaction we've seen, both players just keep going to the ledge and resetting.
Yeah.
We're not seeing much true neutral or true play around center stage. Joker going all the way down there.
Minus
and he's able to get back. Yeah.
Yeah, no Arsene back air is going to take the stock. And up smash from Olimar. So we're tied here, right? We're tied at 7 apiece. So this next stock is going to be pivotal in terms of the snowball effect that we're going to see. And Joker starting off strong.
Yeah, getting that Pikmin, holding down.
Oh my, Arsene is out and he's ready to play. We're still tied percent-wise, though, so...
oh, I think the purple Pikmin, almost got knocked out of there, going deep. We almost saw the same exact thing that happened on the left side of the stage right there, except this time Arsene was there, and Nebraska's able to take that stock lead back.
Yeah. Nebraska's Joker putting in the work, taking the Olimar 3 stock. Great stuff from the side of Nebraska, but we're going to kind of move into Boise's next player. I think this is going to be their lead from last game.
I don't think you throw the DDD because that's asking to be counterpicked. So we will see the. Why am I blanking?
Joker?
No, because
Joker.
No, yes, yeah.
Yeah. We're see Joker Ditto for
Joker
one.
v Joker for 1 stock.
From the floor of 1 stock to the ceiling of 3.
Yeah.
So. I think that this is, I mean, Ditto, obviously even. It's going to come down to individual skill, but the fact that Nebraska has 1 stock remaining on this Joker means that I think we should expect Boise to take it. It's just a matter of can Boise keep all 3 of their stocks to roll into the next player and kind of tie it up again. But, like, important to note that the Olimar racked up percentage on Nebraska's Joker, but now it's going to reset to 0. And the other thing is the Nebraska Joker is going to have more Arsene meter.
Yep.
Because they have to jump off the stage. It's not going to be a lot, but it's going to be enough.
Yeah, this one is almost not negligible because if everything plays out to like just true interaction, they should, and everything's even, they should just get Arsene first.
Yeah, like Arsene is almost here.
Yep.
Like he's taking 32%.
It might also be smart to literally eat 30% from the get-go to get Arsene first, and then just combo. Goes down, gets the call out there, is able to tech and recover though. But we've already seen the gameplay swing in favor of Nebraska's Joker.
Yeah, and if you're Boise State right here, like you want to maintain this stock, but also like kind of have to approach. The grab is great against Arsene. That's going to take him out. And now you kind of
You're on the flip side.
You've weathered the storm, and now we're going into the part where Gokis really wants to just close out the stock.
Yeah, you just need one more interaction here. There you go.
Confirm, knocked off stage, and then Arsene's out to play. Catches with the down tilt. He's going to do it again.
Oh, gets caught.
Forward air.
You can't go down, though. I was able to cover there with Arsene. Projectile. I was kind of scary there.
Yeah, and just forward tilt after forward tilt, and now both Arsenes are out. Both are pretty much at KO percent. And yeah, now Gokis does not have their Arsene, so we're going to...
Yeah, one hard call out here from Kenna could be it.
Yeah, and dash attack.
You got to go deep.
Yeah, we're going to go off stage here. Really try to find that back air. It's not going to follow through. Great recovery from Gokis.
Just the double roll back, too. No one wants to get grabbed. No one wants to get hit.
Yeah, because if you get hit, you start losing Arsene.
Yeah.
But, I mean, super high percent. 151, trying to recover. Any good hit here is going to pretty much make the difference.
Yeah, Kenna traditionally has gone out there. Are we going to see a call out low? Oh, just grabs ledge.
Ledge trump back air. Beautiful stuff. They're going to take that stock, and that's going to actually give Nebraska the lead going. You know, even if you do lose the stock, you're going to have the lead going in the next game.
Yeah.
And that's going to be super comfortable. You can kind of go into DDD without a worry.
Yeah. And I think that's what the plan kind of was there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's see what we have here. So, we're going to have – you just –
Boise State Joker, 2 stocks.
You just rip the snake out now? You're just like, I'm just going to take the rest of these stocks?
We could see that.
Because what? Only 5 left, right?
Boise State has 4. I'm losing track.
No, I think they had 2 left. So, I think if you add that – because they still have the DDD player. So, I think they have 5 stocks left.
Okay.
Which is exactly what
Yeah, you're right.
Snake took the first game.
You want to be in the right position, but the snake could be extremely volatile.
Because even if you throw the snake now, get the 2, or what is it?
It's 2.
It's
2
stocks.
2 remaining on the Joker.
The DDD is the only thing that could come in. I don't think you're worried about. I think they're fine with 1 stock snake into 3 stocks DDD.
Maybe if they want to make the comeback.
Yeah.
I think that could be the strat. So yeah, players getting set up, talking to their coaches. I think that's an important thing to note here. Coaches talking to them while they're getting set up, kind of giving them some information that they may not have had before, providing some insight. And then Ohio State and Syracuse kind of at a pause here for their set. And then I believe on the far side of the stage we have
What do we have?
We have USC playing against Kansas, I believe.
I could do the math here.
Yeah, so
yeah, that's the 4v5 Kansas against USC.
That could be also another important matchup because I believe the winner of Ohio State and Syracuse will play those seats. Yep. So
we see a Mithra Pyra come out. So
okay.
Either switched individual or
this is the Snake player from Nebraska.
Oh, okay, cool.
They have switched off of Snake to Pyra Mithra. They're gonna start as the Mithra here. And Gokis has to take stock to start the game. And as you can see at the top left of your screen, stocks 6-5 in favor of Nebraska. The Joker, again, having Arsene could provide some comeback factor. But if you're Nebraska, you're just trying to take as many stocks as possible here. You kind of have this lead already. And if you even go even,
yeah, that's fair.
On the
if you go
fair.
2 for 2, that's not the worst case scenario. I think that is the floor you need to hit, however, with how strong Nebraska was with the lead in the last game. Yeah, kind of even things out here. You really do need to see the Arsene pay out in dividends. We see you going low, gets called out, and that's just
the fear factor of Arsene.
I mean, I guess that works.
Coming into play.
Mind control their stocks away. That's a way to take them.
Yeah, because Pyra Mithra's recovery is mediocre, in my opinion.
It's not bad.
It's not terrible. It's not one of the worst, but it definitely could find ways to improve, which is why I think that once you get hit off stage as Pyra or Mithra, you're going to have trouble coming back against Joker or even other characters that can go way deep off stage. So tied up here, Gokis, oh my goodness, down through the stage. We'll take that stock, and there's 1 off the board. Like we said, you kind of want to go 2 for 2 if you want to get
you have
all
to
3.
go 2
like
for
you
2.
have to go, and we're starting off somewhat okay here
Yeah.
for Nebraska.
I would almost like to see you go 3 for 2 or 3 for 1. I guess it would have to be because I really don't think you want to leave that DDD as the anchor. They might have something else up their sleeve though, so
Yeah,
maybe
that's
we're
always
worrying
true.
for no reason.
We've already seen one character switch
Yeah.
between matches from Snake to Pyramithra.
We know most teams have at least one substitute as well, so you don't even have to
Yes.
see a character switch. But you do need to hit 2 for 2 here. The Arsene will provide you an opportunity to try to get something here. Oh my gosh,
Oh.
just the double jab wait into triple jab? Like what?
I mean, that's some
That's a mind game.
that's some real mind game stuff right there.
Oh, is able to get a good read there.
Oh,
This positioning
this
air
is-
dodge saves. No dunk coming out here, but what are you going to do at ledge?
So like you're at 73, you rack up this percent, yeah, and then you switch to the Pyra. I think the Pyra is super strong here. Huge hitboxes, and also just like super strong in neutral. If you get one hit off the stage, like there's potential to take a stock here with Pyra. But Mithra in disadvantage is always better than Pyra. You want to be able to recover.
All right, what do you do here?
Probably got to switch and then up B. He made it back. Wasn't scared of Joker
Yeah,
that
I
time.
know. Well, Joker wasn't even in position to go down, which I
Right.
think was the reason. I'm just going to do a regular recovery, get to ledge.
We're positioned
Reset.
here. Misses the back air. We're able to get that up B. And Joker's fishing right now. Fishing for drag down up smash. And both characters
Stray
back
aerial's
air.
just going to be
Yeah.
able to do it there.
Okay, so if you are the Pyramithra here, you need to take this stock. That's super important in order to carry it over.
Arsene's going to come out real quick here.
And forward tilt. Catches the get up. That's going to do it.
Almost had
Just
perfect DI.
barely takes that KO. So Nebraska will carry over the one stock lead into the Boise State anchor, which should be the DDD. Right?
From the knowledge we have, it
Yes.
should be a DDD player.
Yes.
They might have a substitute. That DDD player might switch off of what they're playing.
We could see a totally different character.
And we have no idea what is going to come out from the side of Nebraska if you do take this stock clean.
Right.
I guess you don't even have to take it clean. As long as you take one stock, someone else from Nebraska is going to be coming out.
Yep.
But we just don't know who it is because they do have that substitute player. As we can see, they do have the expertise to switch between characters and do well. So it'll be really interesting to see what comes out.
The teams are ranked coming into this. We could throw that all out the window. Like it's offline. Some of these characters are so good online, and some of them are so good offline. And also, you're sitting next to your opponent. For the
This
first
might be
time.
this might literally
For
be
the
the
first
first time some of these players have played in a collegiate crew battle setting in person.
Where you're sitting physically next
They're on the
to
same
person
setup.
you're playing. Now, I assume most of these players have played offline
to Smash
matches and
Locals
go
or
to their
something like
tournaments.
that.
Okay, so we are going to see the DDD
Yeah.
come out for Boise. This is their anchor. He has 3 stocks.
And I think this is the scenario where you are not allowed to go 1 for 1. You have to go 0 for 1. You got to just take it.
Yeah. So,
Or 1 for 0, I suppose.
yeah, I mean, DDD kind of needs to just take the stock and then move on and try to even it up 3-3 to end this game. But, like, you know, honestly, not a bad start. Gordo, double hits, and, like, if you're Pyramithra, if you're in disadvantage, you might struggle a little bit. But obviously getting these combos started, extremely strong. The juggles, I mean, DDD's jumps do not move him very far.
No.
So the up airs are going to be pretty volatile.
And the benefit is, like, depending on what percentage of DDD's at, you can switch what character you want to play to get the better combo off of, and you're going to be able to get a lot of combos off on a character as beefy and large in terms of hitboxes as DDD. We're seeing a little bit of tennis right
Yeah,
there,
we're
some
playing
ping-pong and
ping-pong.
back and forth for a few times. Isn't going to do much, but
Forward
you gotta-
smash, tried the forward smash read. Didn't quite work out.
What do you got? Up air, no.
Up air,
gets
that
it
might-
there?
The DI definitely depends. Okay, clean from Boise.
That's what you needed.
That's what we wanted to see from Boise if you want to make this comeback. And DDD gets to keep all 3 stocks, reset to 0%. We have a best of 1 pretty much here.
The only downside is I remembered who is coming out during that game. Do you remember who it is?
It's not the Snake,
It's the Link.
the Link.
Who, in the interview at the beginning of this, said that, they're one of our best players.
They're a pure stock taker.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough battle. The Link is actually what took out this DDD.
Exactly,
last
and that's
time.
what I was saying. I was like, okay, this matchup's not that bad. What was really bad last set? And I was like, oh, it was the Link with the the bomb zoning was what did it.
And there's also potential to see a different character.
Yeah.
I mean, they might just throw out a different character, but we have to lock into the DDD. We
Yep.
played that in the first game. But they are carrying over 3 stocks.
And
so
you get stage counter pick too, which can actually matter in a character like DDD. You can take away the platforms if you don't want to deal with any of that. Because we saw a lot of the mix-ups with the, I'm going to read you mistech on platform above me, and I'm going to catch with Nair, or I'm going to catch with up air. So it'll be really interesting to see if they just try to take away some of those platforms or move them around. And they're just loading up into Pokemon. So you get rid of like that middle platform, but you still have 2 platforms that DDD can happily play around.
I think this stage is a little bit on the larger side, which means that this DDD can kind of do what they want to do in neutral, which is kind of honestly camp.
Yeah.
And we're going to just see some early percentages here. Obviously, Link starts out with the lead. Gordo stuck to the ledge. We're going to charge a forward smash, but not find it. And, I mean, DDD, it's going to be really hard to jump around all these big Link hitboxes, especially forward air. Even the up B and up smash, like, those are super strong KO options. And okay, we're catching with the Gordo. Oh, double hit there. Taunt afterwards, too.
Yeah.
That's another thing. You can actually taunt here. You can taunt online, but
we see a little bit of rapid crouching coming out after that stock there.
Yeah.
But back to straight even. And I think you mentioned it where it's the real potency of this matchup comes when it is those edge guard situations where both are really at a disadvantage trying to get back because of all of the projectile options and coverage off of those. Oh, I'm going to throw Birdo low, so I know you're going to go high, so I can read your high recovery with an air. Like, they get into so many mind games that both of these players have been through hundreds of times.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the fact that the DDD players mitigating the amount of percentage they take from eating their own Gordo, and we're going to see some combos off the platform here. That weak Nair from DDD. And he's got a ledge trap opportunity where, the back here? Not quite yet.
There. What are you going to do here? There we go. That's the situation that Link wanted in the first stock, but didn't get the bomb jump early enough.
Yes. But 131, like that's KO percentage here. If you get hit by Gordo, I mean, a stray Gordo hit's going to be devastating. Back here, so the important property of Link up B out of shield is if you don't get that first hit, you are kind of stuck in that
my
animation.
gosh, playing around the ledge here.
We're just sharking under the ledge, trying to kind of get a gimp here. But, I mean, stock lead for Boise right now is kind of huge.
Yeah, especially with someone like DDD who can regularly live up to.
Okay.
Oh, has decent DI there. You worry there. Who can traditionally, take a stock or tank a stock all the way up to around 150%, which we're probably going to have to see here. What's Bomb going to do?
The bomb bouncing on the ledge is super hard to get around. But, the up air, so forcing the King DDD to go high means that the upper will find the KO, and we're back to even now. I mean, it comes down to one stock to decide, is this set over, or are we going to keep playing?
Yeah, and I think if this holds true to the percentage right now, all of the side of Boise State's really going to be looking at what that second stock looked like. You had a DDD below 75% with 2 stocks.
Yeah. You kind of don't want to throw this lead away, but there's always the possibility. Heavy character does a lot of damage. And I mean, if you get the Gordo rolling here and some nairs, forward airs, and get the Link off stage, like, it's going to be tough to take this KO. So
Hold shield there. Yeah, it really is just a nair game, sending the Gordo back. A lot of the time, DDD's just been eating it to reset.
But another thing to point out here is I think both players are kind of playing with a little bit more hesitancy at this point. Obviously, Link is really trying to get these KOs, like big hits. But DDD really just like, this is their tournament stock, and that's probably going to do it. Yep, off the top for DDD. So Boise's going to go down after being up a stock and 75% on that one. So, like, really back and forth, crazy stuff. Like, but at the end of the day, Nebraska's going to pull it out 2-0 on paper.
Should have done so. On paper. But, you know, as the typical Smash saying is, I got 2-0'd, but it was close to 2-0. It was a close 2-0, yeah.
A great effort from Boise, great effort from Nebraska. Nebraska's going to take this one 2-0 as we wrap up some of the other Smash games around here, too. So we're back up here at the desk chilling with Wingman. Hope you all enjoyed that first match of Smash Bros. There's plenty more to come this afternoon.
Yeah, I think we're going to do, we'll make sure that, I know because we can see them back there, that it looks like They might be in between games for the Syracuse one.
Yeah.
As we like kind of look at what we just saw. But whoever is out here next, once we know the results, we'll be able to share them with you. So don't worry if you're really a fan of like USC and you want to know what's going on in their Smash game. We'll let you know. But we do have some replays from that really close Game 2 that we just witnessed between Boise State almost being able to bring it back against Nebraska. And I think it really did start from the get-go.
Yeah.
Where
this
Boise
was
kind of
huge.
had some decent tempo.
Yeah, the strong start from Roy was super strong, or super pivotal to put this match kind of in arm's length distance away from Boise. They really made a great effort here, but like at the end of the day, those stock takers for Nebraska pulled through in the clutch.
Yeah.
The link at the end, I mean, they really, I feel like at the end had the momentum. They were able to kind of hold center stage and take those big, long swinging hitboxes and find the KO here at the end. So great stuff from Nebraska. And yeah, the roll catch at the end, I mean, seals the fate of the King DDD. So
yeah, I mean, going into this isn't over for the side of Boise State.
Yes.
There is a full lower half bracket. But I think wanting to see incremental improvement is good game
Yes.
over game.
Yes.
It was way larger than a one stock differential in that first match. They took it down to last stock, potentially last hit with how strong DDD is.
Yes.
So I think it'll be really important to watch both of these teams going forward. But we are going to take a little bit of a break from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate content and give you some long-awaited Rocket League. So I think we have time to sign off here. I am Nikita Bear, joined by the one, the
I'm
only.
Nathan.
Yeah.
Nathan Ballet. We will see you some point later this weekend. There's going to be a lot more gameplay to come. Thank you for joining us at the Allied Gaming Power Esports Conference Championships. It's going to be a great weekend of competition. Got those jitters out, everyone. And we'll see you soon.
Yeah. See y'all.
And welcome back to the Allied Esports PEC 2025 Grand Finals at the HyperX Esports Arena in Las Vegas. I'm here, Jacob Palmer, joined by Carson Cass as we shift gears and get ready to go into the next phase of competition, which is going to be Rocket League. Carson, as we get ready to go into Rocket League, we kind of have a tale of kind of the underdogs, the dark horses, and then the big kings resting on top of everything else.
Yeah, you've got a lot of teams who are inconsistent on the bottom. You've talked about the UNLSUs have brought big games and good games against the higher opponents, but you're talking about MSU and BSU, kind of the only teams you're looking at if you are from the outside perspective. Those teams have dominated every other team in almost every aspect, and really the only games that they've had, I guess, to struggle with is each other.
And they are both waiting for the winners of the first Rocket League round. Kansas and Nebraska and Syracuse, and Kansas and Ohio State, respectively, are in rounds 1 and 2 with the right to face off against Michigan and Boise State. Those will be the games that we will be getting into shortly as we also wait for the Rocket League games to start. We might be jumping on into a Valorant match as well, which I'm always for. Valorant just as exciting as Rocket League or just any particular game, because there's been a lot of stories, a lot of trials and tribulations. I'm thinking, at least from Boise State's perspective, they're a team that can be hot, but they're inconsistent is the main thing. And it's really kind of drilling down to not trying to blow your tempo leads. I mean, Valorant is one of those games, I think, which makes it most exciting is that you can have 2-3 people more than the other team, but it's always that wild card, that last player who can completely turn the round around.
Absolutely. It comes down to a momentum situation. You've got, obviously, your credit momentum, how much money you have to buy what you want, but it comes down to who you're playing with and who's on your team. You talk about some huge improvements. Talk about Boise State. Talk about Syracuse. I'm a Syracuse caster. That team has improved massively, but they struggle sometimes when they're trying to get through it late. But as we jump into this Val match, we'll see who's playing. But yeah, I mean, we have a little bit more of an interesting situation there where we've got a bunch of teams all kind of going for Michigan State. Michigan State 7-0, and you have a bunch of teams who are took a game off them or came really close. Syracuse lost 2-0, but 13-8 both times. Really, really close as we go through. But I honestly can't say much of anything other than it's going to be who can beat MSU for Valorant.
I mean, that's not just for Valorant, but for Rocket League as well. I mean, Michigan State takes up so much oxygen in the room in terms of the team to beat. And they're also the teams, I kind of like, since we're in Vegas, I like the analogy of the poker table. They're the ones who are sitting there with the sunglasses on, the hoodie. They are just stone-faced, holding the cards close to their chest. They are not giving anything away. I mean, when I was talking to them right before the broadcast started, they were just like, this is another day of business. Our history doesn't matter. What matters is the game we're playing right here, right now, which is just the kind of mentality that you need to win these sorts of matches.
Yeah, we're going to jump into Nebraska, Ohio State here very quickly. Both those teams have their own competition. We're going to jump through a little replay here. And obviously you're seeing Syracuse, or rather, not Syracuse, apologies, Ohio State and Nebraska played earlier in the season. Ohio State 3-0'd Nebraska. Nebraska 3-0'd Ohio State. They're two teams on the bottom of the table, but have brought some real contentious to higher teams. Seen a lot of those matchups here.
Well, as you can see right off the bat, we're just noticing great crosshair placement by Karai. Has been landing a lot of those headshots. Although, what a silence here on the Bladestorm to just completely negate that and get the kill. I mean, this is what I want to see, in the opening rounds here. Both of these teams not giving too much over to the other side. It's just trading back and forth, which is always the kind of games I like to see.
Yeah, approaching a close matchup. It's been interesting if you look at who's playing who, and obviously you're talking about a Jet who has Bladestorm, and maybe a bit of aggressive peaks there from the defending side there. Curry going to push right in that right side, and you're seeing just how much reaction time it takes to get into Valorant. And woo, we've jumped in at an interesting time at 3K for Banzaxi on the Nebraska side.
Yeah, Nebraska with the possibility, best case scenario, of ending this half 8-4. And I'm sorry for anyone who is excited we're getting into the game, but sometimes you need to take even more of a timeout, which I'm always for. I'll be perfectly frank with you. I think of a timeout as a cooldown just like anything other. It's an ability there for your team to use, the chance to reset your mind, reset your mental talk strategy. If you're not using them, something's wrong.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that in collegiate esports, and they exist for a reason. And you see teams not take them. You see teams just go on getting, crushed, and they're just not taking a timeout. They've accepted defeat at certain points, but obviously that's not what you want to see. You want to see teams use that timeout, and Nebraska here, I believe, just had a bit of a clutch win there. You saw one player left on the Nebraska side, just got a 3K, so very tough there if you're the Ohio State side. You've got to recollect yourself, put that car back into gear, if you will, as we jump into Rocket League later on here in a moment. But yeah, it's so tough at certain points to get your mental back, and those timeouts can be such a good breather for teams that I think sometimes don't use them all.
And if there's any map you're going to want to do it on, it is Ascent. It's very fitting that we're starting out with Ascent on Valorant. Like, if you were to ask me what the quintessential Valorant image is, I'd show you Jet opping on Ascent right there, because it's like, it's the stage. It's everyone's played it to death. Everyone knows the strategies, the lineups on this one. I like to say there are so many mirror matches that come out on Ascent that often, if you want to prove which team is better, you play this stage.
Yeah, and you talk about pretty similar comps. A lot of different here, only 3 on each side similar, but it goes down to, I mean, you like to, I guess, play that team, and it's a fairly even map. You have some maps like Bind, which sometimes on the defense is a little better, and then you have the three-point maps. It's very different than maybe your traditional CSGO, and or CS2 rather. And I mean, I love Valorant because it's a cross between 2 games I love, CS2 and Overwatch. It kind of feels like one big collaboration between those two, and a very fun situation as Waldy looks towards that right side, and just a general stalemate going on here as each team looks to see who will give a little bit more.
Yeah, you're going to be wanting to watch up A short right now because we got that Blade Storm popped from Nebraska, ready to move in that choke point. Looked like they might have been favoring a bit of a split push through mid and A, but this is where it's going to come down. Kurai with this Blade Storm, he wants to get that person on Heaven just up there, out of the picture. That is a green light. They can shut the door, buy a little bit of time for themselves. For the other Nebraska's defense in there. Hamburger, though, is going to stop things, force Banzai out, and that is going to force Nebraska's hand. They have to move in, but the silence there on the Blade Storm is huge. Tristan J evens it up. We are at 4-piece either team's game. Nebraska does need to get this spike down quickly, though. They're running out of time, and right through. Oh, the smoke's going to come down. Can he make it? No! Oh, what a whiff.
Riot Top had to push with no time. Spike is down. Moving forward, Pistol Pete goes down, and Grifty gets 2. 3 for Ohio State, 1 for Nebraska. Nebraska has that spike planted, but needs to stay alive here. Tristan J going to get Grifty, though. Still has a chance to keep this one alive, but goes down to Hamburger 7-4-2. Put him between 2 buns and cheese maybe on top. Well, no, not cheese. It's a hamburger. Come on.
Well, depending on what strategy you're running, you might want to lift in cheese, in case. But great for Ohio State, keeping it within 1 round. We have a chance at just a dead even first half here between Ohio State and Nebraska. Once again, if you are just joining us, it's the PEC Championships in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are getting ready to head into Rocket League, but while we wait for that round to come online, we are just taking a peek into Valorant, which will have its championships tomorrow. Ohio State, Nebraska already making a great show for us, only separated by 1 round.
Yeah, big thank you to Allied Gaming for all their support on this as well. 2-day event, obviously. You have on stream today, it's going to be Rocket League and Smash Bros. And tomorrow, like you mentioned, Valorant as well as Overwatch. Can't let those out for all my Overwatch fans back at home and below us right now as a Syracuse esports team, like directly. So we'll see Banzai going on that right side, trying to push forward. Sees one with a little bit of a pixel peek on that right side and has to just jump back. They're kind of making a distraction. Maybe a bit of a reactionary offense from Nebraska here, seeing who's where and just maybe going to put it together on that left side at B.
Rotation over from Nebraska and an opening pick from Kurai onto Dez. That might open up their options to do some sort of rotation through mid. We see the lockdown being brought out by Banzai, just hanging on to it until the team gets ready to push in as a group, and now it's go time.
Killjoy comes down. That's going to force Ohio State off the point. If they would like to, they don't really have to leave. It's going to lock them in. Banzai gets 1, Grifty 1 more. That's a trade on site. B-site basically belonging to Nebraska now. A little space. Just one of Ohio State trying to get through there. And angles, angles, angles. That's all you talk about in Valorant sometimes. And that's a bit of a lucky break for Ohio State, who did not get that ball through the wall. Right side, Kurai trying to get through 1, but behind is Grifty, who peeked from that same angle. And we saw a moment ago Woody Seth in that back end towards B, pushing forward his Knight through the wall with some shots. And Ohio State attempting to get the retake with even strength on both sides. Knight back up top, suppressed from that KO ult, or rather that KO, yes, that KO
command ult.
Command ult that has just ended. On that other side, here comes the flash, and Ohio State hopefully going to push forward with that flash. They're running out of time here. Waldy going to get 2, though. A really good start for Ohio State, and the Buckeyes pushing down. Waldy not able to get 3. Goes down to Seth as Grifty going to finish it off for Ohio State with the 3K, and that's going to tie it as we go into half.
Competition right down to the wire, ending the first half with 6 rounds each. Ohio State and Nebraska definitely came to play here today.
Switching
we are ready to swap sides, get on down to the pistol round, which, you know, often feels like a completely different game, although it is very important because it's the one you can arguably most reliably trade 2 for 1 for.
I talk about pistol round as who can have the most fun.
I like that.
It gets down to a situation where everybody's even. I mean, it's a different map, obviously. Sometimes it's not even because you're on defense, you're on offense, and some maps are unbalanced. But it comes down to you are trying to have the most fun, and if you run in there with 5 people, it might work because you are just kind of, I mean, the cage is off. You are just having so much fun with your team. You're running forward with the guys that you've been playing all week against and all week with, and you're going through it. You're just trying to make any momentum happen, and it gets rough, especially on the defensive side when you have 4 or 5 pushing on one end. But Spike going to go down towards that A side for Ohio State as they're now on the offense for the first time this game.
Right, and Dez trade even, meaning both teams are at 4. Ohio State, their first turn attacking, and it's going to get a little bit tougher as Waldy bites the dust. Now this push-up A short doesn't seem like such a sure thing. There's going to be a rotation, at least toward mid, keeping B open as an option.
Up top is Tristan on that A site. Split push now, split defense rather from Ohio State as mid is, or rather from Nebraska, excuse me, as Ohio State looks towards that middle site. Down 3 to 4, and not exactly where you want to be on pistol round. Number strength is just about everything, and Tristan, with a long-range sheriff up top, is going to try and enforce their will on A. Jumps back into the backside right as the smokes come down. Tristan just does not know there's 2 right there in the smoke. See if they can get forward. Tristan one more peek. Sees one, goes against 2 though, and Dez able to finish off Tristan with a headshot. Back to even strength. Grifty putting down the spike as 2 rotate over.
Now dead even at 3 apiece. Grifty trying to get that plant.
30 seconds left.
Now they're going to be going into post-plant. And now maybe the opportunity here. That's a great paranoia, but do they collect on it? Hamburger getting the first pick onto Woody. Nebraska now up against it, but Pistol Pete's going to come on through.
Good, really good name, honestly.
Yeah, for this round.
Absolutely pushing left, pushing right. Sees 2, knows there's 2, but goes down to Grifty. Makes the right choice, but goes down anyway. It's a 1-on-2 for Nebraska as Killjoy tries to put this away. Tries to get the defense in as down goes the Killjoy to Dez, and the attackers will win 7-6. First round goes to Ohio State. And honestly, that was a beautiful camera. I was like, whoa.
I am just so disappointed, though, because we were talking up Pistol Pete. You know, he's the one to win in the pistol round, and then it just doesn't come to fruition, but that's Valorant for you.
Old outlaw name, Pistol Pete, on pistol round, and couldn't do it, unfortunately. Got a few kills there, and Ohio State going to go, obviously, for that round 13 win.
Buckeyes now in the enviable position of getting to choose some nicer guns. We already see a Spectre coming out from standard choice to try to bonus with. And we already see some smokes being placed out through mid, although Nebraska might just check them by peeking through it. They're not going to be that careless, but Grifty right now just trying to wait for any sort of tip-off from the other team as Nebraska looking to push through B, either through mid or Fish Market.
Grifty looking up top. I'm not sure if they know there's 2 fully, but it definitely is. That's a fun little ambush spot that Nebraska's got going. The Cornhuskers going to push forward. Heard some big red chance earlier as Waldy's going to get Pistol Pete down in that mid-end. This is not a good situation for Nebraska. Kind of stuck now between a rock and a corn place. Nate goes down. Curry one more time on that right side, or Karai rather. Dez nearly gets 1. Hamburger gets the other towards mid. As Hamburger gets 2 towards mid. The backside gets Dez as a consolation prize. But Ohio State just going to run over Nebraska there after some chaos gets caused at mid. And the ambush does not go well for the Cornhuskers.
Bit gutsy to choose a Marshall if you're attacking, but you got to also consider Nebraska was going to be saving that round, and a Marshall just becomes very quickly as difficult as there are no shields on the board. So Ohio State now, for the first time, is what I like to call to get to take a little trip on to bonus land for round 3, see how far they can roll these guns forward.
Yeah, and what I always talk about is these kind of games have 2 types of momentum. We mentioned it a little bit earlier. Money momentum with your credit system and what guns you can buy, and as well as, mental momentum. These games are really disappointing and can really just feel like you're losing when you're losing. Dez goes down right in the right side. Zai gets one night, gets one more, back to even strength. Pushing forward is Hamburger, who had that 3K earlier. Switching to the Vandal now, left side, jumping down, has a bit of a good angle, but Waldy, their teammate's gonna come down. Hamburger gets one more, a great shot, blinded though, goes down to Tristan J. As Knight and Tristan trade, and one more for Waldy as Ohio State gets their fourth rather.
Yeah, that's huge, winning their bonus round.
I love it
Ohio
when our
State,
competition
huge
embraces
momentum
chaos
swing,
theory
4 credits.
and
I mean,
makes the
Waldy
same
already have
mistakes,
over
expecting
6,000, and that's
different
after
results.
he's purchased the rifle. He has
I've got guns to
everything he
burn.
could possibly
Who needs a
want
gun?
and more.
I mean, that's,
Now we win.
again, that's what you talk about, is the having fun challenge, and
There.
Ohio State's winning that right now.
Well, I mean, to be fair, when you're winning this much, it's easy
Oh,
to
absolutely.
have fun.
I mean, Ohio State, obviously, very familiar to winning. You talk about last year, or rather earlier in the year, won that national championship. I know you're a Boise State guy. Maybe
yeah,
believe that should have been in your hands.
But there's nothing better than having a team that's both in and esports. Kurai already firing around the corner and takes a huge chunk of damage, going down to 20. He's just gonna have to lick his wounds and move on back to market.
Yeah, right on that right towards Kurai now, who's been very good so far, struggling on that defensive side now. Hamburger with that drone. Just gonna have to sit there with the Killjoy, who's not take any damage back to that left side for them. As Jet, very low health here. Going to be interesting to see how Nebraska plays this defense now, as a very, very disjointed push from Ohio State, who's going to make some noise, make some distractions, and I think going to rotate ultimately towards the A side.
Yeah, they don't know really where to push too much. Sometimes on the attacking side, you can bait the other team into fully committing onto 1 point, but Nebraska isn't having that. If anything, they're really predicting Ohio State's swing over there quite beautifully. Go ahead. Right now, as we're passing 30 seconds, this is going to have to be go time for the Buckeyes.
30
keeping an eye
seconds
on
left.
Heaven as Kurai down with low health, but still picks up one with the Sheriff. The headshot on Waldy. Desmond traded on back to Kurai. Post plant now with 4 apiece. See if Ohio State can pull this one up to double digits.
Feel like side switching as you get post plant, attack versus defense. Nice. The defense versus attack as Hamburger puts pistol beat away, has 4 up there and gets 3 with just a few shots. 10-6, attackers won again. 5 in a row for Ohio State as the Buckeyes are just rolling.
You were wondering if that hamburger had cheese on it. Now we know it has cheese, onions, and the works. Everything with a triple.
Deluxe meal.
I know. And Ohio State, excuse me, not really fallen at all in attack. Sometimes you get those teams that just, they have their side that they are better on, and when you're on the disfavored side, whether that's because your team's not good at it or maybe the map is more favored to attack or defense, oftentimes just trading dead even is the win condition. That's what Ohio State did in the first half, and now they're going the second half. The Buckeyes show no signs of slowing down as they are just 3 away from taking the match.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, just a very quick start for Nebraska on that other side. You have to deal with that, and you're stifled right now. You're getting absolutely run over in this section, but going to see if they can put it together here.
One thing I am noticing from Nebraska, both teams have done it, but one of the things that's really standing out to me, though, is the trigger discipline. Because I don't mean that in a good way, however, because when you are peeking a corner, sometimes you don't want to shoot right away. That instantly gives off your position. They go back around the corner. And every time I see someone peeking around the corner trying to get any sort of just initial information on where the other team is, as soon as they see that opposing player, boom, the shot goes out, and that can really mess up your game in terms of being stealthy, but that is going to be just the taste, the primer of Valorant. If you want to tune in for full games, you're going to want to see that tomorrow. Right now, we've got a little bit of, some good old-fashioned interviewing to do right down on the arena floor, so we're going to hand it over to the host, and when we get back, we'll be with Rocket League. So what you got down for us on the floor?
Hi guys, it's Alex, and I'm here with Jared, aka The Real Jar from KU, my home college, and we just won against
Ohio State, and yeah, they played really well in the first couple of games. We actually had to reverse sweep them, and they were playing really fast, but we trust in the process. We trust in our coach, Prof, and he led us to victory, so yeah.
Yeah, so we won that first match, and now we're going into the second match. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. We're playing against Boise State. They're a really good school, really good Rocket League team, history. But I think that we put in a lot of work for these matches, for this LAN, and I think that we've got what it takes to take them down.
Yeah, I mean, we're just really looking for the next big up to get to the final stage, because I mean, that's the end goal, is getting on this stage, being on these computers, getting those like tiny little cameras on us, because that's when you matter. That's when you get the big money, right?
Right, and that's what we're going for. You know, we think that we can beat anybody if we're on our game, so that's exactly what we're going for. We're trusting in ourselves, trusting in our teammates, and trusting the process.
No, yeah, and like, what kind of team building do you guys do? Because like, I mean, this is a team-based activity for sure, and like, it's so hard. Like, you can't just do it yourself. I mean, like, you can't be everywhere on the track. So like, how are you guys? Like, what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, we're always looking to make the right play for our teammates. I think that's something we do better than a lot of the schools here, honestly, is that we're not looking to just be fancy and show off ourselves and our mechanics. We're looking for the team plays, we're looking for passes, demos, and just finding each other.
No, yeah, I mean, KU is, like, you know, small town, Lawrence, Kansas. Not a lot of people. We're kind of like, I would say we're the underdogs. We're like the underdog kind of university here, but we're still winning. We're still here. We're in it, and we're in it to win it. So, yeah. Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Alex, for bringing us that interview. I would say they're probably selling themselves a little short here. I mean, underdogs, I would more classify them as dark horses. They are seeded third. They have a positive win-loss record. Boise State and Michigan State have been taking up all the oxygen because they're the top teams, but we could see an underdog scenario with Kansas. It's not out of the question.
Yeah, I mean, when you are backed against a corner, when you have nothing to lose, you are going to fight until you are eliminated back into the I mean, obviously, of course, but you have these teams who are on the lower bracket of the side. They have nothing to lose. They have no pressure going into this because nobody expects you to win. And I mean, with Kansas, they're one of the higher seeds, and you have to imagine. I mean, at the third seed, below those two teams, I guess, taking up the oxygen. If you mentioned, they have all the potential in the world to go in there and make it Boise State team who's only expecting to see a real challenge against Michigan State. I mean, uneasy and uncomfortable.
Talk about already throwing a little bit of beef into the ring, though. I mean, well, I just grinned ear to ear when I heard we're not a showy, flashy team like some of those others. I mean, that is a direct call out to Boise State, especially Boise State's player Emiliano Flores Durtho, who, you know how I made the analogy earlier, Michigan State's, you know, they're the cool poker player not showing anything. Boise State is the one who's talking to everyone else, you know, having a good time, leaning up. But you can't count them out because you never know if they're bluffing or not. Is the showing because they're confident, or are they just that outgoing? And Boise State heading into this round, the team morale is up. They have certainly been in a land situation like this before. All eyes are on them to see how they perform.
Yeah, our next matchup will be between number 2 Boise and number 3 Kansas. No idea how this one's going to pan out, obviously. You saw how it went online. Boise State, I mean, beat KU 3-0. And you have to understand the Jayhawks are, I mean, they come into this, they seemed very relaxed. This team has had a good night last night and had a great team night. They took it all in. They're not nervous. They're ready to go. They're a very big fundamental team. They play Rocket League. I mean, if you were talking about like how a basketball coach would call it, the right way, I guess, in the sense of there is no flash. They play the game on a correct rotation. They always are able to adjust. And if Boise State maybe comes out to this too aggressive and Kansas State is a good enough counter transition offense game, it could go very bad very quickly for the Broncos, who may have to be forced to adjust, and we saw that against Michigan State. Sometimes they can't adjust.
Oh, yep, that's one of the biggest Achilles heels that the Broncos have faced time and time again. When they go into it too overconfident. We've been to a land like this. We got the skills we know, and they just don't take it seriously. And then that first game slips by, that first game turns into a second game, and it's just a chain reaction of overconfidence, pride before the fall, if you will. But as we're ready to go on in, the one thing I want to say is Durtho, as Boise State's lead player, Emiliano Flores, is a great person. But oftentimes, if you want to talk about a true tag team, the rest of their players, Cade Hall and Preston Ferrante, I mean, we got wingman on the desk. They're each other's wingman. They often set it up for each other, have great passing plays, just a 1-2 off the backboard to the second person, driving it in. They also aren't to be underestimated.
Absolutely, and I mean, just some fun facts, because I think a lot of fans here do not know what a Jayhawk actually is. A Jayhawk is a combination of two real birds, the blue jay, the noisy bird known to rob nests, and the sparrowhawk, a stealthy hunter. So, I mean, obviously you talk about Kansas being the underdog here, looking to make a little noise.
Well, yeah.
I mean, that blue jay type of opportunity here, but, I mean, they are really just trying to get this win here. They need a game here. They got to just all starts with one, and the dominoes could start falling. I mean, you talk about looking for, I guess, a forest fire here. You're just trying to get one tree, but I mean, don't do that, obviously.
Well, I
but-
mean, you talked about the mix of the Blue Jay and the Sparrowhawk. I mean, I know both their parents were that, but in terms of DNA, I think the Jayhawks might have gotten 90% of their DNA from the Blue Jay, because we have been hearing in the arena just these cawing sounds from Kansas. They were easily the loudest team in the Smash matches that we saw earlier. I mean, they are here to play, and the one thing about the Jayhawks also that stood out to me is they're the ones that are also just, I think, happiest to be here. Like that's one thing they repeated time and time again when I was talking to them earlier. It's just, this is such a great arena. I mean, if you want a location to throw down, know that it's business time, it's going to be here in Vegas at the Luxor, at the HyperX Esports Arena. Everything about here, I mean, you got RGB here gaming-wise. If you go out to the casino, there's also lots of RGB. I mean, it is a flashy, showy place, and I can't think of a better place to end the first season of what has been such a great new championship to follow in the PEC.
Yeah, it's a bright initiative here in the brightest city in the world from space. And we'll jump right into the matchup as soon as we can, jump through the rosters very quickly. But KU and BSU, we'll see who can come out on top in this Power Esports Conference. The first Rocket League game on stream, very excited to see it. But yeah.
We get to see the lineup for Boise State. You know them, you've seen them. Emiliano Flores, Cade Hall, and Preston Ferrante are the ones who are with us today. Gray Reynolds and Grant Kupal as some alternates, but right now it's the main three playing. And of course, if you follow Rocket League on YouTube at all, you know about Peyton Wilkin.
For KU, you have Alpaca, who is one player that they said to watch, Swift, the Real Jar, and Tathu as their four-man lineup here. And obviously, it's a 3v3 situation game, so we'll see if there's any subs throughout the season, but there's typically not. Typically, Rocket League are running a typical three-person roster, and we'll have to see how it goes. But Boise State, higher seed, and oh my goodness, beautiful.
Off we go. It's showtime now. All the talk, all the bragging is going to mean nothing. The only thing that matters right now is the results for this particular round. And off we go, off the first kickoff. Boise State trying to get some ground back for themselves. Woozy trying to take the ball up the field. Nice block in mid from the Jayhawks. Preston setting it up for Durtho. Could this be the first? This is what I've been talking about. The 1-2 punch into the goal. Boise State already firing at all cylinders.
You talk about a double commit. There was no commit there from Kansas. Two defenders with, I guess, just not ready for that up top. Saw there. No, actually, I'm so wrong. That was a beautiful up top block by Boise State. Did not see that. And I mean, you talk about how well a team plays. Boise State is a great example. You don't get to this 2 seed without being able to play like they just did there. Alpaca in the air. Ooh, right into the action there on the right side. Nearly a goal as Kathy there, but a good block from Boise State to keep that pinch away from the net.
Alpaca right on the board for the equalizer, 4:26. Boise State not able to enjoy their lead for a second. And Preston just in a bad place to contest that. I mean, not only for that block, but the first 2 50s before that, Boise State was just not winning them consistently. So there you go. Jayhawks now tied up, and a lot of game left to play.
And you talk about how chaotic faceoffs can be. There's another example. I didn't expect Boise State to not try and clear that. They were looking for boost, and Kansas just saw that, took in a great example. One-timer shot in front and went in. Durtho going to be able to intercept that in the middle. Ball is in the Kansas zone, putting it towards Boise State. Back up top as Woozy in the air to Preston, off the wall, rebound shot, right corner, off the post, doesn't go anywhere. Long shot though, Durtho trying to put it wide, off the wall, puts it back forward. Still a dangerous spot. Kansas could still get a slam down home. Woozy back towards the middle, back towards Preston, right up top, and now back towards the offensive zone for Kansas. The Jayhawks trying to make some noise here, but have to keep it in the zone. They've gotten a few shots on net here. Back off the wall, Durtho in front, can't connect, and the one-timer goal is no good.
Now Alpaca, world of opportunity for him as Jar moves up, although Jar out of boost can't really set up an offensive play. Woozy here though, quick attack onto the goal. No one there, or at least the one defender whiffed pretty badly, and Boise State back with the 1-goal lead.
That is a beautiful goal from Woozy. Watch this dribble in the air right past the last Jayhawk. And that shoots it home for a 2-1 lead with 3 minutes 30 seconds to go. Best of 5 format, as many of you know up top by that side, and first to 3, of course, and going to see a really interesting start here. Tathu, very good aerial play, but Preston able to intercept it. Woozy off the wall, trying to give Boise State another opportunity. Durtho towards the net, off the wall, going for one, off the post, but the rebound can't go through. Alpaca with a great save, but Woozy going to keep it in the end for the Broncos as Tathu taps it away. Durtho, though, Good chance in front, a squeeze, goes nowhere. Ball just kind of gets stuck in the middle, but Woozy with another chance, aerial opportunity, rebound chance as it doesn't go anywhere. Jar, unfortunately for Boise State, can have collection there, but they cannot get that ball on the offensive side. As I lie there, it goes right towards the offensive side for Kansas, but the Jayhawks have had a really tough time keeping it in the Boise State end as Durtho, another great move, but Kansas able to just put it wide.
Durtho spent all of his boost, has to go on back to refill. It's going to be up to Preston to keep the pressure up against the Jayhawks. Now Tathu with the air dribble, Durtho elevating up, and just a nice defuse situation. That could have been a very great follow-up by Alpaca, but Durtho reading the shot very quickly, and now Woozy quick on the counterattack. Ball just a bit too high to follow up now, but Durtho trying to make something happen. The other two Broncos, though, a little bit too low on boost, a little bit too far back on the field, and now they're going to have to look for a clear to regroup and re-attack, although, that could have been such a great sneak in by Kansas. They're keeping the pressure up on Boise State. It is a nail-biter.
Durtho in front, just going to have to get that cleared by Jar, and that was nearly a goal on the interception. Boise State just trying to collect, I guess, a chance, trying to put that ball through transition, and the Jayhawk just kind of flew in out of nowhere. Talk about that. Durtho off the wall, in front, can't put it through. Loves those rebound chances, evidently. Act in front, Woozy, pushing it forward, trying to get a centered ball here, but Preston in the air. Good job by Kansas to read that. Back towards the middle, Woozy gets one demo. Down a advantage for a few moments here in front. Ball off the wall, KU. Alpaca keeps that ball away with the very good save in front. Woozy squeezes it. You're seeing just how oppressive the Broncos can be in front with their offense. It's been, Kansas is getting smothered. They cannot get that ball out of their end. And the team that's going to get more shots tends to win when you have two teams as talented as the Broncos and the Jayhawks. Durtho with another opportunity in front, handed over to the teammate, but not able to put it anywhere. Alpaca puts it wide. A good transition chance here, but Preston intercepts it in the middle. Off the wall for the Broncos. Forward. And that's a misread. I think was trying to give it to the teammate there.
Yep. Tathu now, go time with the air dribble. 1 minute left, right off the crossbar. Doesn't find it, but Kansas having some pressure. Can Boise State find a clear? Jayhawks, this is to stay in the game, possibly send it to overtime. Ball being set up, Tathu trying to block out Durtho, but Durtho steadfast, nerves of steel, waiting for his opportunity to clear. In comes Preston with a great pass to Durtho. Tathu will push it off onto the corner, live to fight another day. 30 seconds, Boise State still leading.
Jayhawks need to get aggressive in these last 30 here. 1 goal away, 20 seconds remaining. Good job by Boise State in the middle to just waste time. Off the wall, Durtho. Broncos there to collect, though. This is a great chance in front. Preston can't stuff it home. Tathu, a great save in front. Woozy still going for more. Trying to get past one, they do. 10 seconds remaining now for Kansas to try and equalize this, but not looking great. Stuck in their own end as the clock winds down. Durtho towards the middle. Broncos just going to try and get this one to drop as they smash it into the ground. And Boise State collects a 2-1 win in game one, as Kansas had that talk on stage and unfortunately lost to that flashy offense.
Yep, yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes you just tempt fate, and then Boise State is the one to shove it right back in your face. But here's the thing, is that you notice the two flavors of Boise State for that round. You've got the give and go that I mentioned from Woozy and Preston, and then you've got the Durtho and Durtho from Durtho here, because he loves to often set it up for himself on the backboard and then drive it in. Every backboard shot, I'm saying there's like a 50% chance Durtho makes it, because that's just his signature play style.
Yeah, and you like that. You like a guy that is able to play by themselves at certain points, because obviously Rocket League has so much team play in it. It's so complicated when you get down to it, like how much you have to understand what your teammate's going to do, where the ball's going to go. And really good job by Boise State. You have that 1-2 punch, but you have a player that can play by themselves when that 1-2 punch needs to go on the defense, when you're trying to play a more conservative game, when you're up 2-1, and that's exactly what you saw. Durtho just kind of ran the ball on the other end, wasted so much time for that Boise State offense. I think Kansas was probably only in the offensive zone for like maybe 50 seconds to a minute 10.
Even that given, they did a great job in blocking, keeping it to just a 1-goal game. We were talking to Kansas, what's the main thing you're focusing on? They were saying rotations, team play, cutting off those passes, because if Boise State has airspace and all the time to pass in the world, it's going into goal. You need those quick blocks, those interceptions, to be able to play. You got to play faster than the Broncos, and that's a tall task.
Yes, they're the 2 seed. You've seen what they can do. The only team that they did not 3-0 was the team they lost 2-3 to, obviously Michigan State. That has some weird intertwines with Nebraska taking Michigan State to 5 games, but we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah. There's a lot of drama, a lot of story here, and a lot of people are expecting. I actually got a call out right now. I have just got to throw the gauntlet down. I know you're from Syracuse, but your director, Joey Gryziak, made quite a statement when he said that Boise State and Michigan State would be like the Super Bowl, the match no one wants to see because everyone just thinks they're already going to get there. That's kind of a little bit of extra motivation for the Broncos now.
I mean, you can say that about a few games, but a really good chance in front goes wide. Jayhawks there have been great aerially on that defense. They know how good the Broncos can be. Durtho with another shot on goal. Woozy up top to collect a good demo, but the opportunity is nobody to collect as Tathieu is not there to defend for the Jayhawks. Back up top, Preston a defense in front, but Jar still there to clear. Not going to go on the offense. Kansas going to just wait for Boise State here potentially. There's no Alpaca in front. One-timer can't collect. Oh my gosh, you have to get those if you're Kansas. That's a surefire goal. Good demo up top for Preston, who I'm not sure whether they meant to do that or not. Either way, Jar, Alpaca, one-timer! That's a goal for Kansas. They start the scoring off quick.
Yeah, and you said you heard me say right there. The double commit from Woozy and Durtho. Miscoordination like that will pay you dearly. They got a wide open goal. Kansas scores on it. Now Boise State on the back foot with 4 minutes, 16 seconds left to go.
That was an interesting face-off. Both of the first ones there attempted to miss. Put it to the other side. Durtho, you mentioned how crazy these face-off opportunities can be, and I think you're about to see it just here. Immediately into the offense is Kansas, who's going to give it over to the corner to Alpaca to try and facilitate some sort of offense. Durtho there, able to intercept. Jar off the wall. Durtho putting it forward to themselves, has an opportunity for a Bronco to collect, but cannot. The Jayhawks take it in transition.
Tathieu spending all his boost on this dribble to set a teammate up, but they don't quite get good contact, although this is the opportunity here for Tathieu, though sends it off, passes it to Jar on the side. Durtho will just say thank you very much, take that for himself. Now going to set it up, but one last bounce at the very end sends the ball too high to follow up on, but Woozy sending it on back to mid. Leave it for Durtho. Tathieu can take it away off the ceiling. Isn't going to go for a ground pinch. Instead, Boise State keeps the side control, trying to keep the momentum, get the equalizer, but it's just evading them right now as they're not able to set it up in a good enough position to shoot.
Yeah, Durtho really needs to do a better job of facilitating. Those rebound shots are great, but they're not high percentage, especially against this Kansas defense. And a great juke. One-timer. Durtho keeps the keeps the Broncos just at one. That was nearly disaster for the Broncos, who are now really struggling now that Kansas gets that many chances. Preston trying to clear. Good dodge by Boise State to not put that in their own net. Back left side, Preston beats two back towards the middle. Has a good centering opportunity, but Alpaca's there as Jar. Demos Woozy the only one who would have been able to collect that shot in front as it goes back into the Kansas zone, dumped there by Woozy, who's just watching the teammate there. And Boise State really can't get out of that corner, it feels like.
They're having a hard time centering it with just enough altitude to follow up. That's a lot of ground given up, though, toward the Jayhawks. Durtho is going to look to gain it back by passing to center. Alpaca is going to be able to steal it away. That's what they've been practicing to do, but they have no boost follow-up, and all of a sudden, Boise State pushes it off the backboard, but they can't quite. Again, this is the one thing. They're trying to set things up, but they need that final shot. Woozy trying to work with Durtho. They can't pinch it off each other, and again, another goal opportunity sliding on by for the Broncos, and another double commit. Things are looking a bit shaky in round two.
Yeah, sometimes double commits don't matter. That's one of those situations. I mean, you're going to give Kansas the ball, but Woozy's still there to get a facilitating roll up top, trying to paint it to Preston, but not ready. Did not expect Da Vinci to be there up top, I don't think. Delivered a beautiful painting of a ball. Just could not connect. Back up top, though, Boise State really struggling to find any sort of offense in the sense of just they're getting it towards the net, and Durtho's one of those players who can. Slams it down in a rocket. Gosh, you have to love something like that there. Durtho using themselves as a body blocker there. Taps the ball downwards, rocks it to the ground, and just pushes Tathieu out of the way, and tie game.
That's what I'm talking about, those high-altitude plays. Durtho, if there's anything he likes more than playing off the backboard, it's just dunking it right down into the goal. Now we have a minute 30, anyone's game. Boise State looking to take the lead, but Kansas almost takes the lead back for themselves. That was so close to a perfectly aimed shot in the upper right corner. Kansas will just have to take a deep breath, reset. Tafu off the wall toward Jar with the redirect, but again, it's just a little bit too far off to the side to actually hit the goal.
Right on the post twice. Sometimes that's your best defender, and sometimes you just got to thank the post for the great saves it makes. Back on the middle side here, Alpaca's going to have to put away a Boise State chance off the wall, and a minute remains. Boise State seems to have all the momentum in the world with these offensive chances. Tathew puts it wide. Back one more. Dirtho keeps it in their defensive end for Kansas. Back wide. Alpaca gets a touch, but a one-timer. Preston with a rocket nails it past two Jayhawks, and the Broncos are back to 2-1.
Oh, we've been talking so much about Boise State, Preston and Woozy setting it up for each other. There's been a lot of times this second game where they haven't been able to set up the play that they're so well known for, but that was it right there. That was the picture-perfect play, the teamwork between Woozy and Preston that the Broncos want to see.
Ooh, and another chance in front for the Broncos, but it doesn't go wide as Woozy just waited. But Alpaca couldn't touch. Woozy had to go when they waited. I don't think knew that Alpaca had no boost there. Another shot from the middle. Dirtho tries to tip it in, and not unfortunately going anywhere as Jar able to collect the missed shot there. Woozy off the wall with Alpaca. They fight in the offensive end for Boise State as they need to just limit the chances of the Jayhawks, and that's exactly what they're doing. Picture perfect right now for Boise State as you just kind of hammer shots on net. You keep that barrage going. Kansas is not going to get an opportunity unless they can find one here. Alpaca and Jar pushing it in the offensive end. Jar pushes one away. Alpaca towards the middle. This will be their last opportunity. Boise State tips it up top, but doesn't keep all the momentum on the ground. That ball in the air with no seconds left. Reminder that it's going to end once that ball touches the ground, and there it will go 2-0 is Boise State on 2-1 wins.
Well, I know Kansas was a little bit adamant they weren't going to play showy, but even at this time, I don't care if you're showy or not, you need to get some W's on the board. You need to force a reverse sweep right here, or else all that practice you were talking about. Boise State, though, not being easy. Kansas is still a formidable foe. It's been decided by one goal every single time. Jayhawks leading for the majority of that second game.
You have to look at it, I guess, if you're the perspective of the Jayhawks. You have to be aggressive. You have to do what you did that first 4 minutes of play, and then Boise State got that one goal. Kansas fell apart. The Jayhawks had no offensive opportunity at that point. They couldn't get the ball in the transition zone. Boise State had that one goal, that rocket that won them the game. It was an interception. Woozy got the ball taken away, and there was just an interception right there, and they weren't ready for it. There was no defenders. The rotation was all out of whack, and you have to put it together if you're KU to try and bring yourself into winners finals here. As the format is a bit interesting. KU is not out if they lose. They will go down to losers bracket and have an opportunity to keep themselves alive. The winner of this goes to winners bracket against the winner of MSU and whoever won the Syracuse-Nebraska game.
Yeah, that's the main thing, is that if there's one team besides Boise State that everyone's looking toward, it is Michigan State, who is having their game right now. I mean, a 1-2 matchup in the grand finals, it's what everyone expects, but there was so much drama between Boise State and Michigan State. We'll have to get into that if that matchup transpires, but right now it's the last stand for the Jayhawks. And Boise State is going to let them know it's not going to come easy, any sort of win, as they've already demoed Tathew twice back-to-back. Dirtho now with a dribble, taking it, tries to play it himself. Tathew with the block off to the corner.
Some 90s hockey enforcer behavior there from the Broncos as they, I guess you could say, stampede over the Jayhawks, but they really need to find a goal here. This is going to be one of their best chances off the first kickoff. Putting Kansas, I mean, they're down already. You need to get this first goal because you're basically going to, I guess, eliminate Kansas's momentum at all. They can't get any momentum. You have to keep that door shut if you're the Broncos, and here's an opportunity, but Preston gets put wide on the clear. A bit of a pinch from Dirtho to try and keep it in the offensive zone.
Preston coming in for the quick shot, but shot is just a bit too wide into the corner. Preston out of boost, but looking to set it on up, but a huge shot by Kansas right up the center. Forced Boise State to retreat. Dirtho now with fresh boost. Alpaca not quite able to block that. Can they get around Tathew? It'll be pushed over the other side of the field. Preston trying to race there, but no boost to get there. Kansas gets the tap. Tathew now taking it into the corner. A nice block by Woozy. Get Boise State a whole bunch of ground back, and the shot on the open goal! Oh, Boise State in the lead.
What a beautiful goal you have to talk about. I mean, you just cooked. I mean, that is knowing where your opponent is, and what a difficult shot Woozy just had to make there. Saw there was a defender, put it so far to the left. No more pixels to the left it could have gone as it bounces off the post.
And here's where it gets really dangerous when you have an opportunity like this, a one-on-one in the middle after the ball kind of just lofts into the air. Tathu off the wall. It's a shot on net technically, but wasn't going to go in anyway. Off that top left corner between the post and the crossbar. Preston forward. Another tough defensive opportunity, or rather tough defensive clear that Kansas is going to have to make. These aerial chances are putting Kansas on the back burner. 1-0 Boise State, and they've had these opportunities. Zertho off the wall, can't connect. Still going more as Woozy tries to put that forward. One defender beat one more, but Woozy can't get past 3 Jayhawks as Zertho going to intercept again off the middle, and the chances will just never end as the barrage from Boise State keeps on. As Jar with a shot on net that Preston barely puts wide. Alpaca with the rebound over to the teammate. Tathu can't go anywhere.
Boise State, though, a lot committed on that save. It leaves a lot of pressure to Zertho. He's able to gain some ground back, but Jar will save it. Now Woozy probably looking for where Preston is. He's moving on back, actually. Both Broncos far back on the field. Zertho will come on in to take control of the play. Woozy with the shot to follow up. Boise State now up 2.
That's the Broncos you've been looking for. They've been missing these chances all night, but Zertho off the wall. What a beautiful assist to Woozy. You have to love when you've got a facilitator like that on your team, and Zertho had needed to do that. Needed to put some chances in front of the net for the Broncos. I don't think the Broncos have really been, I think they've been playing a little bit down to Kansas. I mean, you get all these centering chances and no one's there to collect, but now you see how well it can go for the Broncos when they are connecting and that offensive machine is working.
It isn't just the connecting. Kansas just fumbles the rotation on that last one. Absolutely no back post for the Jayhawks. They were practicing it for a reason, and now it's becoming apparent why. Boise State up 2, a demo onto Tathu. Alpaca is going to be able to play it past Zertho, but the rest of the Broncos are not going to have any of it. Preston pass to Zertho all the way on the outside of the field. Follow up. Zertho setting it up high. Will there be a shot on down? Woozy's going to try to make it so. Ready, and Jar will come in right off the side of the camera, get the block, but the shots on goal are piling on up for the Broncos.
And you have to talk about just a bit of a lost chance in front, but it's about forcing KU to use those opportunities and put a lot forward, have to make a lot of commitments to make these saves because it makes getting that transition offense all harder. And that interception in the middle nearly cost them again. KU has been struggling to get that ball out of the middle. 2 saves had to be made when you thought that you were going to go on the offense, but here is a chance for the Jayhawks. Off the wall thanks to Boise State, goes a bit farther than they expected. Tathu can't collect in an open goal, but Alpaca from the left side able to keep it away on the front. That's a bump in front, but Tathu able to keep that away from the Jayhawks goal back towards that left side. Alpaca 2 to beat and slams it home 2-1. Kansas is not dead yet.
This is what wows me about Kansas so much. Starts out with a half tank of boost. A lot of their offensive plays here in round 3, they've had a little to no boost to use them, but boy, what they do have, they're using it to the fullest of its ability. They are not getting greedy on using their resources, hanging in there till the last moment.
I mean, that is just, you have to keep fighting, and that's a really good opportunity for Kansas at this point. You have to get that momentum now, and better now than ever. Back on that right side, Alpaca off the wall. Has had that aerial offense, but doesn't have enough boost to, facilitate Kansas's. That's a really bad commit on the right side, and this is going to be a really dangerous chance in front. Puts it wide. Tathu off the save. Going to get a demo on Jar. Jar gets a demo. Tathu gets a demo. It's a 3-on-1 power play, if you will. Off the wall is the Jar here. Going to go forward, top down. Can't do anything. Nearly a goal for KU.
Boise State now looking to get back side control in this scenario. You know, you said the post can be your best ally. I'll give you one up on a non-tangent ally. The timer when you're in the lead, let that be your best friend. Keep the side control in this half. Maybe to get a roll if you can, but any block they can have against a clear from Kansas is a win in this scenario.
Off the wall, Zertho has to keep that lead alive with a save. Kansas not going away. Back in the right side, still in the rearview mirror, and a really good clear from the Broncos to keep it away. 10 seconds remain for the Jayhawks, or they will be sent down to the loser's bracket and get 3-0'd by the Broncos in front. Jar gets that shot cleared off the wall. Here comes a great chance for KU, but it's going to go onto the ground, still aloft in the air. Jar has an opportunity to do something with it, putting it forward, but the Broncos are just everywhere. On net, Alpaca, a tying goal. We've got overtime.
We have got a match on our hands. I told you Kansas is not out until the very last moment, and Alpaca using the very last chance off the crossbar, down into the goal, keeping the Jayhawks' hopes and dreams alive. It's overtime, golden goal, 1-in wins.
Good golly, they're always in the rearview mirror, and you have to like that if you're a KU fan, but you still have to keep the ball out of the net. Boise State, that offense has been great and was still great. Kansas got a chance right at the end, but I mean, they're playing the entire 4 minutes. It felt like down until the last. In front, a dangerous opportunity for the Broncos, who are not able to connect. But here's an interesting one for KU in front. Shot to the wide right side. Jar expecting someone in the middle that got demoed. Good chance for Boise State. Off the wall, trying to get it forward, doing everything they can. But the Broncos are just, I mean, an armada on this goal, it feels like.
Woozy with control of the ball, plays it above a Jayhawk, but isn't able to pass it off to Preston. Great clear by Jar. A lot of ground regained for the Jayhawks. Boise State picks up their own 100 boost and is now going to use it to try to get this clear back, set up another opportunity, but Tathew doing a great job of blocking the Broncos' passes.
Dirtho with that squeeze on the wall, really trying to get everything they can. Back off the wall. Here's a great chance from Dirtho, but nobody is there to collect. Boise State with a bit of a conservative rotation here, trying to keep the ball out of their own net rather, because they know how good their chances are. High quality off the wall.
No.
Good squeeze from Kansas, keeps that on a dangerous test. Preston scores! Preston with a 3-2 game winner. And our overtime comes to a close in 1 minute and 15 seconds, and Boise State will be moving on to the winners' finals.
I'm going to sound like a broken record when I say it because I say it so often, but this is a case where a 3-0 doesn't tell the whole story. Every single match, Kansas was just 1 goal behind. They pushed it to overtime against Boise State, one of the top-ranked teams. You can tell all the practice that they had put in definitely paid off. It's just at the very end of the day, the question was, is Boise State going to show up to play? And they certainly did.
I mean, Boise State, you talk about those first 2 games. Kansas was in that game because Boise State was struggling. They could not get the chances from the middle to connect. You see how well that normally goes for Boise State. I mean, that's a struggle right there that they had at the beginning, and they picked it up. They put it together. Dirtho able to facilitate, and you have to love what you saw there. 2 2-1 wins and 1 3-2 win. Have to imagine the Broncos are feeling good heading to the winner of the next matchup here, but you have to imagine, what can we see from Ohio State, Nebraska in our next game?
Yeah, that's gonna have to be the main question. I mean, we're talking about 2 different sides of the bracket, with one team sitting atop the perch, the King's throne, looking over everything. Boise State, we just saw the outcome of that. The King is not going to be overthrown in a revolution. Boise State's still on the throne. The question is, what's happening over on Michigan State's side? They were having to face the winner of whoever won the Nebraska-Syracuse game. And Syracuse, if Kansas Jayhawks was one of the dark horses, Syracuse was the other.
Yeah, you talked a little bit about Baby, but before we talk about our next match, let's take a quick look back to where we were with Boise State and KU. They obviously still have more games to play. Take a little look at these highlights here. They have been really good so far. We love how good, we gotta love how just fun these teams have been playing. Talk about how just, I mean, look at this offense here. Preston off the wall, gonna give a great chance in front. Off the wall once more, and beautiful, just beautiful. It's like watching a cook in the kitchen.
Poetry in motion, as they would say. But Kansas, I mean, if they were the masters of anything, it was quick goals that just kept Boise off. So surprised. Every time they scored, they were pressed right up against the Broncos' goal and had a very quick follow-up that left no time for any reaction.
I mean, you played the way you had to play for Kansas, and you're going to get less chances, and you have to love that at a certain point, because it's kind of unreal. Like, you have so little chances, and Kansas did a great job putting it together. They just needed to find a way to get more time in the offensive end, and that was kind of what killed them. And very high-quality chances, though, from almost every Boise State shot, and oh my gosh, you have to love that. That was just painted on the corner right there from Woozy. Well, just generally, you have to imagine how good it is. Alpaca off the wall once more. And that overtime goal was something. Back in the front, you see how this went down. Preston with a great shot from the middle. And, I mean, Boise State just collected everything. They just dominated. It felt like, and then Kansas would have those quick chances, have a sudden goal that you'd be like, oh, maybe they're not out of this. But they just didn't get enough time.
Well, we're in a situation. All the games, with the exception of Valorant, are double elimination, so still a chance for the Jayhawks to rally on back, and we are actually going to see a second chance right here for Nebraska and Ohio State. Ohio State University is an interesting case. They entered in lowest seed, but they were saying beforehand, you know, don't count us out. We think we're better. We think we're better than people give us credit for. They've got a new coach in. They switched halfway through the season, so they're feeling confident in their new strategy, but that confidence can only get you so far. Now it's time to put something down on the table and collect.
You talk about that game Their closest loss this year, they had 1 win against USC, the 6th seed. They're the 7th seed, 3-1 win against USC, and they had a 2-3 loss against Nebraska towards the end of the season. This team might make some noise. I mean, the Buckeyes are in a different spot. You talk about Lanimals. You talk about that word a lot because there are guys who will just show up. Individuals will just show up when they're at the biggest stage here. And, I mean, you talk about the stage down there. This is a beautiful facility again. I'm excited to see this one.
By the way, I've never seen so much green. Everyone's really getting into the smash
Yeah,
rounds here. I mean, that's one thing also that's really been standing out to me is how supportive these teams are backing up their players, so right behind them on the stage, because they need to jump in, but if their team is playing well, they'll let everyone in the arena know. But this is the last chance here for these both teams. Double elimination. Whoever loses this will be the first one that we unfortunately have to say sayonara to. And you make it all the way to Las Vegas, a huge travel for both these teams, Nebraska and Ohio State, and it sucks just to be out so early.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. Any predictions?
You know what? Here's one thing. Is that, we talk about predictions, we talk about odds, we talk about, memorizing all the numbers, trying to put the equations together, but you actually mentioned something last game, and it's simple math, and I like simple math at the end of the day. More shots on goal tends to lead to more goals. It's that side control, blocking those clears. I mean, there's a reason why blocking the passes was such a priority for the Jayhawks, what allowed them to go so close to Boise State, in my opinion. And that's going to apply also for Nebraska and Ohio State is who's the one to block those shots, block those clears, take that side control, and just naturally pile more shots on goal. And as a result, hopefully lead to more.
Yeah, you have to talk about, we play this game on paper, or we talk about this all on paper, but you don't play the game on paper. You don't. It's going to be whatever it's going to be, and whoever comes more ready to play, I guess we'll have to see there at the end.
Interesting thing about Ohio State that I was talking to them a little bit earlier. They were saying that if there's going to be one player you're going to be watching out for, it's going to be Andrew Nikolai Bungo. He's the one they said he can play off the walls really well, have great follow-ups, kind of like what we were talking about with Durtho. He likes to play it off the backboard. So watch for those rebound shots there in that quick, setting up for yourself and being your own best friend. I was trying to make that sound positive, but boy, that sounds depressing when you really think about it.
Yeah, Nebraska's also a really interesting team. I have them written down here. I have no idea what they're going to do this week. So you take a 2-3 loss to the 1 seed, right? And then you also take a 2-3 loss against the 6 seed and the 7 seed. I don't really understand. I don't think Nebraska even understands who they are, and I think they're going to show up and they're going to play because they're one of those teams, but they're a team that will just maybe go to the finals or will just maybe get eliminated here by Ohio State. It's an inconsistent team, maybe. Yep. I'm not sure if that's what the case is, but the Buckeyes are playing a team that I'm not sure if they know how well they're going to play at any given opportunity.
I want the simple math. I was talking a little bit earlier because what you mentioned, you said it all. Against the 1st seed Michigan State, 2-3. That's performance as good as Boise. When they have gone on against Michigan State, it's been a 2 or 3 loss. But then they go up against a team lower seeded and also go 2-3. It's like that. The first question I asked to you at the very beginning of today was, who do we watch out for? And you said, Nebraska is such a powerful team, but they're inconsistent. You don't know if that powerful team is going to show up.
Yeah, it just kind of feels like any given hour is how this team changes. And they'll play well at the beginning, maybe lose towards the end, and maybe it just, if you're MSU, maybe you weren't ready for that at all. Maybe you just went into that game and you were like, oh, this is a easy game against the 6 seed, and they brought you to the end, they brought you to the brink. And Michigan State, obviously, I'm sure knows a little bit more about this team than I think anybody might. But I don't really know. You talk about Michigan State, who did not lose, have not lost yet.
Yep.
Beat Boise State twice in the spring and the fall. You talk about just how good a team can be. Boise State and Michigan State are great examples, but when you have Michigan State beating them 2-0, what do you think when you're getting down to it? You think that it's going to be Boise State, Michigan State every time, but then you get teams like Nebraska who are bringing these teams to the brink and losing to other teams who are, you feel are worse than them.
And in case you're already getting tired of us saying Boise State and Michigan State, where I got bad news for you, we're going to be saying a lot more often because the way things are shaking up, very possible matchup for them in the winners finals, but the team that loses that is still going to go down to the lower bracket. We could just see a rematch. And when you're thinking about the difference between upper and lower bracket, if you want to be a little bit more PC, not hurt the people's feelings in the losers bracket,
Yes.
but, you know, in the lower bracket, the disadvantage you have is a one-game advantage in the grand finals.
Yes.
You go
You have
in,
7 too
the
for
other
this.
team, yeah. And it's a best of 7. That's still plenty of time. So many best of 7s come back after a round 1 loss. It is not going to be answered until the very last moment. And there's still a chance for the teams we've been setting up as dark horses with Syracuse, Nebraska. All of those people in the run can still make a huge hero play in the lower bracket, which is sometimes where the most exciting storylines emerge.
Yeah, and you talk about how this format's going to work. Every one of these is a double elimination game with BO7s, BO3s, BO5s based on the game. So then Valorant's a Maui format. If you're familiar with that, we'll talk more about it tomorrow. But it's we'll get to that later. But the winner of this will play on the winner. The winner of this, I think, will play the loser of Michigan State, Syracuse, because I believe Nebraska, if they're here, lost to Syracuse. A lot of math in my head that I don't have a lot of graphics
with me,
for.
stay with me here.
Yes, that's exactly what's happening here.
How
But,
many am I holding up?
I believe it's 2 losing teams that we were watching play.
Okay. You know what? You not only answered that, but you brought it into the whole lower bracket thing. I appreciate that. He's still firing on all cylinders. That's what I like to see. But, yeah, as we're ready to go into this match, Nebraska versus Ohio State. Ohio State, the team definitely with the most to prove. Only one win to show for. That only win being against USC, which couldn't even be here with their Rocket League team. So it means all eyes are on the Buckeyes, who have the most to prove. And I'm going to say one thing. You have one
I
thing.
need to
I'll
say
give,
one thing.
yeah, I'll give priority to you.
So there's been a bit of a mix-up. It's actually KU, Nebraska.
Okay.
That's our fault. Okay, so it's actually a border battle.
Okay, I was saying to you to stay with me, but you know what I mean? Maybe I needed to stay with myself a little bit.
Excuse
more.
me.
Yeah.
I don't think either of us knew. But it's going to be KU, Nebraska, a bit of a border battle. You talking about the last time these two teams played. It was a 3-1 win for Kansas, or rather a 3-1 win for UNL, actually. That's interesting. KU lost one of their few games. Actually, no, it says win on both of my sheets. Interesting. Interesting. We put that score in wrong. So I believe it would be a KU 3-1 win. We've got a lot of things that are just.
One thing I should mention, just for us and all the players here, it's a land, and you've got to, you know, the thing is for all the players here in this, whoever is going to win all of this is going to be one who uses the skill to its best ability. You know, your stance, your mood. Never assume you're on solid ground, because things can change so quickly here as we're ready to head on into the lower bracket when we get that match up to us. Before we do, another thanks, though, for Allied Esports for being a great supporter of the PEC, this PEC Grand Final here in Las Vegas. I also got to give a shout out. The dartboards that you see down in our arena, we got some dartboards set up. That's part of a darts tournament we have going on. So anyone here in the arena, you can win prizes going on darts. So if you think you have a good aim, then go on down there, because, you know, can't win if you don't play.
Yeah, talking about sponsors, talk a little bit esports integration again. Big thank you, and a big thank you to Daktronics for supporting us.
All great partners.
Thank you for the board placement as well. But gotta love how much support this event has gotten. We'd love to see this. It's just so much fun.
That's how you know that the camera angle is set up just right, when you get the Vanna White opportunity too. Just right over your shoulder. Hey, I was just talking about them. There they are.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. With Rocket League matches, in tournaments we usually see one of three things: best of 3s, best of 5s, best of 7s. I think it's a testament to all players' skill involved when the shortest matches we see are best of 5s.
Absolutely.
Because so many times, even with great teams, you get off to a bit of an awkward start in round 1. Maybe you're getting those first round jitters out. Maybe the other team pulls out a strategy you aren't familiar with. So many teams are so grateful that it's at least a best of 5, because it can give you that round 1 scouting opportunity, if you will.
Absolutely, and we'll take a little scouting of the bracket here. We'll start with what we saw earlier today, Smash Bros. Take a look at that bracket here in just a moment, but talking a little bit about that, we saw obviously an electric matchup earlier between Nebraska and Boise State. So much fun, 2-0. Was very close towards the end, but it's going to be Boise State going down as well as Syracuse going down, so neither of our home schools doing too well in that, but Kansas going to go on to play Michigan State in the winners round 2, Ohio State going on to play Nebraska in winners round 2, and Syracuse and Boise State will find each other in the lower losers bracket.
Yep, that's just the way it is. Although, as you saw, we had the first game here on stream, Nebraska and Boise State. Boise State made quite a run into it at the second round. It came down to the last stock between each two. So if they're going to be that competitive and that, clawing, their way through mud and barbed wire until the very end, the last stock in the first round they play, they're going to be the same way in the lower brackets. So.
You have to imagine these teams are ripping for every stock they can.
Yeah.
They're going to bring you to the brink if they can, and will do everything to stay alive here in Las Vegas. And we'll jump a little bit now to what we were just talking about, the Rocket League bracket, which we apparently know nothing on. I have no idea what's going on there, but I guess we'll finally get a glimpse into that
I don't know,
beautiful
maybe we
Rocket
should
League
put up
bracket.
the graphic with that one emoji that's just shrugging. I don't know,
Well, this might be the result.
I mean, the one
Sources
thing that,
are saying.
Here's what we do know. Boise State is not faltering too much in their strategy. The type of gameplay that we see to them, the collaboration between all team players, calling out those shots on field, that's all there. That's for the top teams. They're doing what they came to do. The teams with the most to prove here, the ones getting ready to go into the lower bracket, almost all of them, when I interviewed them, rotations and passes. I mean, bread and butter for Rocket League.
Team fundamentals as this court is going to make me lose my mind. I'm really trying. It just won't stay. And, I mean, that's what you talk about with Boise State as well. They would not be contained on that offensive end. You had so many chances, and they're one of those teams that's going to click. And when you get the team fundamentals down, you can do what Boise State does in everything that they want. And our next matchup will actually not be a border battle. It will be Ohio State and Syracuse.
Okay. But we get a little bit, we saw a little bit of my home university. Now we can see you. And Syracuse also, here's the interesting thing about Syracuse, okay? We were talking about Syracuse, their strengths and weaknesses, and I would say the strength and weakness for Syracuse is the exact same thing, Gababy, because he's their best player so far, Gabriel Goodwin, top player for Syracuse. But so much of Syracuse's strategy and their weakness has been also around Gababy. You take him out, and the rest of the team can be vulnerable.
And Gababy is a business management major, but you have to he's not just going to handle business. He's going to try and humiliate you. Very flashy player, but very sound fundamentally. He'll play all of the defense and all of the offense for Syracuse when they need that to happen, but you cannot count out Lindell and Towles. Both of those players on that roster have come a very, very long way from where we were at the start of the fall season. You talk about improvement. Syracuse, one of those teams that almost every single one of the rosters improved once you got to the other season. You talk about the Overwatch team was 1-6 in fall play. They're the 2 seed heading into this game, or these games today. So much improvement, and the Rocket League team is a great example of that. Everyone talks about Gabriel Goodwin a lot of the time. Gababy, gotta love him, but you don't talk about Towles and Lindell, who have been just animals down the stretch.
And Gababy gave the shout out at the very beginning of the day to Mr. Lindell as probably one of the most improved just in terms of practicing and being here. Syracuse, the best thing you can have for a team is as I gotta say, as a Boise fan, as we learned all too well in the last Fiesta Bowl. You can have your great player run it for you every single time, but if the other team can't step up when the other team finds the counter, you're going to have a bad time.
Absolutely. We'll see if we'll see some Genty-like stardom here as we take a look at those rosters here for Syracuse. Those teams I mentioned are very, very improved. Ohio State and Syracuse going to be the Buckeyes and the Orange. Talk about some fun names in college sports. If you go down to it, we'll see just how this matchup is going to pan out with Syracuse and Ohio State have been contentious all year, but we'll just see. Gabriel Goodman, that's not him. Goodwin is not him. That's Lindell. Oliver is the one you just saw on the picture. That's Gababy. Oliver, a aquatics and fishing aquatics and fishing major.
Maybe they can reel in some goals, but that's for Syracuse. The real question here is, can Ohio State? They said, don't count them out. We play better than everyone gives us credit for. Well, you're on screen right now. Prove it.
Absolutely. We'll see if the Salt City boys can try and do anything they can against Ohio State. And really just everything that you've seen is going to be in the air with this matchup here. Lindell contentious up top, and a great chance for Ohio State, but puts it wide is Lindell on that tip, who forces it off the crossbar. Gababy towards that right side. NA Eagles They're able to collect for Ohio State there, off the wall. Syracuse beat this Ohio State team earlier in the year, right after their national championship, actually, in football. But you have to imagine this team, both these teams gunning for a spot in the finals, see what they can do.
Eagles tries to get some sort of redirect to try to set it up for Cosmo. They'll go back across midfield. Now into the corner trying to find a center. Eagles demoed by Syracuse. Means a whole bunch of ground is now given back up. Ohio State, though, in the face of that demo, though, still holding firm. No goal quite yet. Mr. Lindell sets it on up for Towles, but the shot's going to be too high and off to the left. They'll have to wait for another opportunity. Gababy picks up the 100 boost, even though it was already full. Yeah, okay, that was a choice. That was a choice.
Lindell just, I think he's just trying to prevent Ohio State from getting that boost, which I can understand.
Yeah.
Your training boost, that's how this goes. Lindell has been a huge improvement on the defense. Very good on offense as well, as they toss it over to Towles in front. Can't reel in a goal, but Gababy with the rebound chance goes right. I think was not expecting what Ohio State was going to do there, as Bungo misses a chance, bungled if you will. Back up towards the top, Cosmo in the air in front.
Oh!
Can't score, Gababy puts it away. Lindell off that left side, trying to make Ohio State use all that boost to try and contend with them, knowing that any Eagles is in the air now. Gababy off the top, off the wall. Ohio State can't put that chance in.
Now with 3 minutes, 20 seconds left on the timer, Syracuse find themselves pushed up against their own goal. Not too much boost to use to try to get a clear. Maybe the best opportunity, but Eagles gets good contact on that 50. And Bungo shot off to the goal. Isn't going to find it, but a lot of offensive opportunities have been there for the Buckeyes. Now they're going to be contesting in midfield. Up for grabs for anybody. Ball high. Tao's going to move in. Great redirect, but not going to find the shot on goal. Now he almost does, but it's off the post. And once again, both these teams coming so close yet so far.
That was almost a horrific whiff for Ohio State if that went in. But able to just, by, I guess, faith and luck, keep that ball away. Just a few pixels to the left, and that would have been 1-0 Orange. Bungo, great shot. That's a rocket from midfield as Gababy clears it away from one. Cosmo has no boost. Gababy with the advantage. Going to put it forward towards Bungo, but Cosmo squeezes with no boost, and nobody there to collect. Cosmo will stuff it home from the other end. 1-0 Buckeyes.
And sometimes it is those fundamentals that we mentioned, the rotations, pushing too far up on the field. You leave the goal open, and despite all these whiffs from both teams, you can't miss a shot like that when you just have the whole field to yourself and just watch it trickle on in.
Look, that hurts if you're Syracuse right there. The two biggest, I guess, Achilles heels of this team has been face-offs and, I guess, general fundamentals. This team, when they get down to it, can make those tough plays, but sometimes they just won't, and sometimes they'll just make mistakes that you don't expect them to make. But a great opportunity in front does not go. Bungo with an absolutely rocket of a save back in front. Epic save in front for Cosmo. Back off that right side, Towles and Gababy fighting for it with two Ohio State players in front. Lindell tapped away by Eagles. Trying to do anything. Syracuse peppering shots on net, but just struggling when it goes to the other end. Gababy off the wall, clears it with a good rebound, I guess. Tap of it?
Cosmo set it up high, but no one wants to try to get in on that, so we'll see Bungo now, no boost to face up against Syracuse. Gababy now with that backboard defense. Doesn't want to take it himself or pass it over. Nice play by Cosmo. That was great touch by him. Almost centers it. Syracuse still struggling to find their clear. Gababy with another chance. Cosmo, though, pressure on, and Bungo just, he misses the shot. It's up into the crossbar, but still, as long as Ohio State is keeping the side control. Gababy, though, quick shot, and he's going to find it. Very easy shot for him, right dead center, and now we're all tied up again.
What a dunk from Gabriel Goodwin, 59 miles an hour. Got to just get it past Cosmo there, who has no boost. Basically has to just watch as Gababy goes above them. But you talk about the previous match between these two teams, you wouldn't expect Syracuse 3-0'd them, and that was because Ohio State, that was pre-switch of the coach. I think it was the game before that, and you have to understand how much that can do for a team when you feel like you are in control and you feel like someone is there telling you what to do is the right thing. Back away, Gababy, stuff off the wall, a good opportunity for Ohio State. He's just causing general chaos in front. As Tasty Towles sacrifices their car's life for the ball. Back in front, Gababy off the wall, rebound chance. Off the wall, and the Eagles with an own goal. I'm not sure that was going in either way.
I mean, the Orange will take it, no doubt about that. I mean, and also stuff like this, I mean, you can't really beat up on yourself too much for that. That probably would have bounced off the post into the goal anyway. Better to go for it, and you just getting the touch you wanted than just letting it trickle on in.
Yeah, the tutorial for that is to just think it was going to go in anyway and not think about that too hard. Lindell away, corner, trying to put it towards Bungo, who's just towards the middle. Taos, another just stuff in there. Syracuse loves to shoot that in from deep and just kind of force the rotation to go backwards. Gababy with a rebound chance.
Can't complete it. Yes, they can. The hat trick for Gababy with 31 seconds to go. That could be the ceiling goal. You saw Gababy from just outside the net trying to get anything there. Misses the tap in, but goes in anyway.
You were saying he doesn't just want to win, he wants to rub it in a little. The way that ball just bounces up and down, slowly making its way into the goal to slam the door on really any chance for Ohio State comeback. They'd have to score right there, but Gababy there with the save. Great defensive play by him, helping to secure Syracuse's victory. There's now only 20 seconds for 2 goals, and that's a tall order to meet.
Gababy with a good tap in the air. Back towards the other team, wasting a lot of time, 10 seconds. You have to imagine Ohio State, if they don't score right here, and they don't, Taos keeps them at 1. Seems like it's going to be just over. Lindell taps it towards the right side, and that's going to not tap the ground. Yes, it will tap the ground, as Gababy, I think, was going for the ground there, despite that going right towards the goal. Was going to just say, if it's going to go that way, you have to imagine. We talk about how important Gababy is for this team. 3 epic saves, 3 goals, a hat trick on the offensive end, and kept that ball out in very critical situations. You saw for the Orange, they live and die by Gabriel Goodwin.
Yeah, but that biggest strength, biggest weakness, I mean, if Syracuse wants to win, make it to the grand final, possibly win the whole thing, they gotta stop being a glass cannon. They have to have Taos and Mr. Lindell step on up to be just as active in the play. That's why, you know, we were looking at the top team, Boise State. I mean, Durtho was kind of there, very showy, very flashy, but you saw so many of the goals from Preston and Woozy. They're also in on it on every single offensive drive, and that's what you need.
And the big thing you saw there is that transition offense. Syracuse did not have that at the beginning of the year. Lindell and Taos have stepped up in a major way. You saw Lindell almost everywhere on the defensive end that Gababy wasn't. They're comfortable in the rotation now. They feel like it's safe. And you have to imagine it feels good on that other end as we are watching.
Replay going on into the next game.
I'm not sure what that was. It was a different game, but we're going to jump right into the other statement. Cosmo, on that Ohio State side, was their only goal, had that runaway goal on that mistake from Syracuse, but Ohio State not feeling good when your only goal is on a very big rotation blunder from the Orange. And, I mean, it definitely doesn't help that Gababy, I guess I'd say, rubbed salt in the wound, but it's probably more like acidic orange juice.
I mean, we were talking about Salt City earlier. That very well might be the case as this game goes on. But now Eagles trying to center it for a teammate, doesn't get the touch he wanted. That's a lot better, though. Setting up for Bungo and can't push it down off the crossbar. But already a lot of pressure being placed on the Buckeyes to try to find a goal and get in the lead early. But Mr. Lindell has something to say about that off the ceiling, and that one will be saved by Eagles. Now he does have to wait for another day.
The Orange are going to team that's going to make you nauseous. They give the other team so many close chances, but that's where their defense is the best, right in front of the net. When if the mistake happens, the ball is going in the net, and you love to see that at some point. I mean, it's good that you have that defense there. As Lindell, a bit of a tap past Bungo, who overshot that off the wall. Cosmo puts it towards the offensive end of Ohio State. Cosmo off the wall, going for the second goal of the series. Gababy there with some good positioning to keep it away. Eagles with another opportunity. Over to Bungo, off the crossbar. The ding there is going to tell you that that was just not good enough for Ohio State. Off the wall, Bungo tapped away from Taos. Neither of them have any boost. And Lindell with no boost going to try and get a good defense on Eagles. Somehow keeps it out with such a big disadvantage.
It was a fake-out game there. Go high or go low, and the defender calls it out right now. Syracuse, another opportunity. Nice block by Eagles, though. Might turn his shot on goal, but Taos in there. Spikes it on up and off to the corner. Bungo yet again doesn't win that 50. Goes shooting right under it. Another opportunity for Cosmo, but 2 of the Orange are on the ball, making sure it doesn't go in. But still, side control overall been in favor of the Buckeyes. Bungo to set up. Cosmo fresh on boost, but decides not to go in on it. They'll slow play this and let it go on back to mid.
Yeah, you talk about fundamentals here in Syracuse. That ball should have been cleared about twice. Had the boost advantage and just stayed in the other end. Lindell squeezed in front. Eagles puts that just wide. Cosmo 2-on-2 in the other end. Towns taps up top. Cosmo reads it, puts it towards the net once more. Overweight back in the middle. One to beat, and Eagles is not going to be denied away. Right side, Gababy off the right to Cosmo. Got an interception there in that own end. Double demo for Gababy. 90s Enforcer hockey we're watching being played as Gababy then gets demoed right after. And seeing a lot of, I guess, physical play, would you call it, in Rocket League? Would you call it physical play?
As much physical as a virtual game can be. Right now, though, Cosmo! Well, I bet I'll call that one physical. So many shots have been set up for the second man, and finally the Buckeyes collect on it about halfway through the game.
And that is a terrifying goal, if you will, from the Ghostbusters Ghost in front for Syracuse, who are now down just halfway through this game and really have not been able to find any offensive chances. But the face-off is one of the best for Ohio State here. I mean, if you're going to get a chance against Syracuse, it's going to be on the face-off. Their team has really struggled, and sometimes they just will not play it right. Back in front, it's a good clear. They're trying to get those clears late to bring as many players towards the net as they can, trying to force Ohio State to make a mistake, but they haven't so far. Really great rotations from the team in Columbus.
And now Gababy, trying to set up the redirect, but goes up too high. Bungo unable to clear, and now Tao's trying to put one on the goal. And what a demo there onto Cosmo. Tao's just as in on that goal as Gababy. Great team play from the Orange.
Lindell over to Tao's. Tao's not able to put it through, but Gababy stuffs it home. What a dunk, if you will, for the tying goal there with about 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes to go. Syracuse is not out of the rearview mirror, and Ohio State really going to have to they got the first goal last time, but fell apart right after there. See if they can answer that momentum and answer that Syracuse goal. It's been 3 unanswered last time after they scored their first.
And shot on goal by Cosmo. Tao's there with the save, but the follow-up, and Tao's will be there right again to get the save. Push it on back to midfield, and Syracuse gaining back territory inch by inch. Off the backboard, sent back to mid. Tao's solid contact, but doesn't kind of get any forward momentum. He'll try to pass it over to Mr. Lindell, maybe try to set something else up. Shot onto the backboard, and Tao's nice defense clearing it off to the side.
Gababy forward, bit of a cherry-picking attempt there, it feels like, after they missed that shot. Back towards the middle, Gababy in front, going to wait for Cosmo up top, but Lindell also just right there to try and make an opportunity a little bit better. Back towards that right side. Here comes Lindell, pushing it forward off the wall. 1 minute remains as Gababy dangles it right in front. Good opportunity for Lindell, who can't stuff it home. Eagles, who I've been saying so much in the Ohio State defensive end, has just done so much work for Ohio State on that defense. Just absolutely keeping them alive in almost every sense of the word.
That's what you want to see, though. Less than a minute to go with it all tied up. Gababy onto the open goal. Buckeyes push too far up the field and pay dearly for it. And both rounds, first and second, Gababy's been the one to push Syracuse into the lead.
My goodness, a rocket missile, if you will, from midfield as Gababy puts that home for the 2-1 Syracuse lead. And if you're Ohio State, you have to get aggressive here. And when they've been aggressive, that's when Syracuse has been the worst. Syracuse has been making a lot of mistakes, and honestly, Ohio State hasn't capitalized on them. And I'd like to see them try and put it together a bit more. Demo in the other end is going to kill Ohio State's push right there. 30 seconds remain for the Buckeyes as they try and, I guess, find anything here, but Gababy in front, maybe going to rub some salt in the wound. Nearly beats 2 defenders, but it's going to give Tao's an opportunity up top to keep it in the end as Bungo right there on the left side. Lindell taps off the wall once more. Nobody's got any boost. It's everybody for themselves, it feels like, just throwing themselves at the ball with 10 seconds remaining as Syracuse is going to go on the defense to try and prevent this tying goal we saw earlier. As Gababy with a huge push in the air. 1 second remain, ball in the air. Eagles has an opportunity to touch it. Will over to the left side. Now it's still an opportunity for Ohio State. Centering the Cosmo, but Tao's puts it out of the air, and Gababy slams it to the ground as Syracuse takes a 2-game lead.
You know, I know camera angles, for the game's observer automatic, but I really like the visual there as Ohio State was making back ground, because I'm like, there's some good positioning here. There's a lot of opportunities. I'm thinking, the main question going through my mind is Syracuse disrupting the other players? And then a traffic jam of 5 cars comes out from the bottom of the screen. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. They got this. They got the second game.
I mean, you feel like at a certain point you're in Syracuse, but it's a lot more like New York City traffic in front of the net. I don't know how you play defense like Syracuse. It's very not common to see it like that, where you just kind of have 3 guys in front of the net just waiting to make a save, waiting to come around. Lindell's kind of just drives around in circles like you're at like Bristol in Tennessee. Nobody's going to understand that reference as a NASCAR reference. Either way, short track, small rotation.
Yep.
Anyway, Lindell has been very good on that defensive end and was kind of the only one clearing it. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but Gababy would just kind of wait in front, leave the ball tapped, and just wait for someone else to do it. The Syracuse team plays interesting, and I'm not sure they really are all together right now either way.
Which could spell some trouble for them in the future, but as of right now, they're feeling pretty confident at match point. Best chance right now to really stay in the whole tournament for the Buckeyes is going to be to pull off a reverse sweep right now. Otherwise, unfortunately, it'll be Das Vidania, Arrivederci, Hasta luego. That means goodbye.
A worldwide opportunity there, if you will. Back towards that left side, Cosmo trying to get anything, but only goal was from space on the other side. Just cannot find anything, cannot connect the constellations on the offensive end as I make as many space puns as I probably can in a minute. Gababy shot on top, one more, centering pass for Lindell, who's trying to beat 3. Doesn't quite, but the ball stays in the same zone. Tow's one more chance, going to go back on defense. That's a smart opportunity for Syracuse.
Now Ohio State, though, trying to make the best of an opportunity here. Try to put one on goal, but Gababy will be there with the save. In that 50, that's a great win for Gababy, forcing the Buckeyes on the back foot again. Syracuse now making some time, filling up on boost. Ohio State puts one on the goal. Another save by Gababy. Mr. Lindell now coming on in there. Won't take it himself, however. And that clear opportunity goes on by. Gababy spends all of his boost to push it on back to mid. Lindell off the wall. Syracuse now, oh, what a whiff on that follow-up. That's one they're going to... oh, and it almost turns into a Buckeyes goal. I was so devastated off that whiff, and it almost turned into a goal.
I mean, as a caster, you just kind of love to see offense. Big score goal, big noise. It's a lot of the time it just feels like it's a lot of fun, to be honest with you. Back in front, Towns, it's a whiff. Forward, Gababy trying to get anything they can, and it won't go. Eagles has been the defensive superstar for the Buckeyes, and as their games are on the verge, and Gababy might have just pushed them off. Lindell, a great assist in front, just beautiful collections from Syracuse at this point. I mean, Ohio State has to find a way to respond.
The door is being ever so slowly shut right in front of them with 3 minutes, 25 seconds left. Plenty of time, though, to respond, and we're seeing a lot more bunch ball here in the third game. Both teams crowding around the ball, and the first shot Syracuse had on goal, and in that kickoff as well. Things are getting a bit scrappy. Bungo coming on in, as well as Eagles. A double commit there. Not what you want to be seeing necessarily from the Buckeyes. You want to see a goal like this, but Gababy has been there time and time again with the saves.
I mean, you talk about the two, I think, MVPs you're going to say is going to be Gababy and Eagles, who have just been stellar defensively, and Eagles less offensively, but that's because they're not trying to. Really good job. Knows that Syracuse offense they're attempting to go very long on their scores. You're about to see an opportunity here. Towns in their own end. The ball might not touch the ground until you get towards that net, and Syracuse goes for those long shot opportunities. They're not going to progressively get into the zone. They're going to take a random chance and bring it all the way if they can. And here's another example. Bungo with no boost. Eagles taps it away. Bungo taps it away. Really good team play on that defensive side for Ohio State to keep that goal out. But the chance is not over. Lindell, great demo from Gababy, lofts it towards the net, and a poor hit from Lindell keeps that ball away from the net. Ohio State still alive with 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
Tow's, though, left chasing after the ball, and almost another opportunity for the Buckeyes. Heads on back to mid. Bungo with the better of that 50, but it's not going to... Oh, it looked like it might have stopped a Syracuse goal. It's still up for grabs by either team. Bungo now going in, trying to play off the wall as his teammates go center, but a block there by Gababy is going to stop any sort of offensive dreams for the Buckeyes as Syracuse takes back control. And maybe a goal they do!
Goodness me, Tow's slams it home, reels it in, if you will. Just a beautiful goal there, and I mean, that's taking advantage of a great opportunity. Gababy pushed it forward, and I mean, it should be 5-0 Syracuse right now. You talk about how many mistakes this team has made, and it's 2-0 still either way. Ohio State needs a goal within these next 50 seconds, or their final offensive chances are going to come down to, and you do not want to get that aggressive against a team. That entire thing is counter offense. Back in front, that was nearly that goal, bringing them within one, but Bungo just cannot complete against Gababy. Tough chance in front as they go back on the offensive end. The Buckeyes towards the front for Columbus. Chance. Lindell pushes it away.
Oh, and Syracuse has opportunity for it. Oh, Man, they almost got a save there, clear. And the shot from Bungo. He has missed so much. You know, we had the little bit of a joke earlier. Is it Bungle or Bungle? I mean, he has missed a lot of those shots set up for him, but when the team needs him most, he comes on in and keeps it alive. The hopes are still there for the Buckeyes.
Clutch gene in the DNA, excuse me, I almost said GNA. Have to imagine that you, at this point, if you're Ohio State, you still have to keep that aggression up. You're still down 2-1. It does not really feel like that. Syracuse has been sloppy play everywhere, and you're seeing that capitalize right there. Rotation had basically Gababy only one in the net, and then they all went on the offensive end as Gababy went to go retrieve boost. Those gaps in the defense are what Ohio State is looking for as Bungo puts it wide, but it's going to be another chance for Syracuse unless they can clear it. Eagles, that defensive MVP, well, again, just there every single time. 2 demos for Ohio State, 3 demos for Ohio State. Literally no players for a few moments for Syracuse, and Ohio State still can't find a chance completed as Lindell puts it towards that left side. Really good bounce for Ohio State, but Gababy able to knock it over Eagles. Long shot, and Gababy nails one from mid-range, or midfield rather, and an absolute snipe. I think it's going to shut the door on the Ohio State game.
Yeah, it's going to require, oh, it was actually another one. Eagles went in, tried to get the right touch, but it turns into a redirect that goes into the goal. It has to be a goal right here off the kickoff, and is the follow-up there for Ohio State. It's got to be right here, right now, maybe, but Gababy's going to be right there to block it as he has been doing for this whole game. Now with 30 seconds left, Syracuse, the final nail, almost scored there. Not going to find it, but still great positioning for them. 2 goals leading with only 20 seconds left.
In the Luxor, of course, a lot of nails in the coffin, if you will. A lot of coffins around here. Big Egyptian theme, and Syracuse almost put them the way of a dead pharaoh. Back in front in Ohio State. Not like King Tut yet.
Yeah.
Game's not wrapped up, if you will. 3-2, 12 seconds. Ohio State still has a chance as Cosmo. Great one-timer goal. Syracuse needs to not let this one go away. They're letting Ohio State back into this game with sloppy play.
Here we go. Kickoff means everything here. Bungo first contact, but Towles also gets in on it. And they got to do it right here with this dribble. Can they set it up or redirect it? That's going to be a nice block by Syracuse. Bungo trying to keep it alive. Cosmo has no boost. Eagles goes in, but a block by Syracuse. They just needed to hit the ground, and they will win this 3-0. Gababy looking to spike it on down, and it's still up in the air. Syracuse, end this and end it right now. That's what they need to do. But Mr. Lindell is going to be content to put one more on the board for Syracuse and secure the victory.
Citric acid in the wound to a 4-2 victory there, and honestly, I'm not sure that was what they were intending to do initially. Gababy tried to slam it in the ground. The pass somehow got centered. Then Lindell tried to put it into the ground, and a perfect chance for a goal right there, and I cannot blame Lindell. I really can't. That's
well, I mean, you mentioned citric acid, but that's technically still part of the actual fruit of the orange. I would say the better thing is the pith. I mean, Syracuse made the whole orange, you know, you got a bad orange. There's like just a little dot of orange in the middle there, and the rest is that border, that bitter pill to swallow of defeat that Syracuse brought on out at the very last moment, ends it with an in-your-face goal, and keeps their hopes alive moving on in the lower bracket.
Ohio State cannot peel them away out of this one. We'll take a look at the quick highlights just in a moment here. But Syracuse, their offense was so dangerous. They just would not allow themselves the chance for like a concrete, fun little score for them. They had to make it as hard as possible, as I think they're kind of used to at this point. They're just below us back there, all the Syracuse players are. And you have to imagine Ohio State, that is a bitter pill to swallow here. And one of the first teams going to be eliminated at the arena here tonight.
Yep, they were saying before, you know, we think we can play, you know, people don't give us enough credit, but at the end of the day, Syracuse doing what they need to do to keep their hopes alive. And now they'll move on, but it's still not a done deal for the Orange, because remember, it's guaranteed, at least the way the lower brackets work out, they're going to have to face either Boise State or Michigan State to get to the grand final. So out of the frying pan into the fire, your work is still cut out for you.
You talk about Joey G, our wonderful director, and he said about the Super Bowl analogy there. You don't want either team in there, and I fear that might be what happened. Syracuse, their last two, if you're curious about their last two matchups versus Boise State and Michigan State. It's 2-3-0 losses. So not great, not a lot of fun if you are on that side, but we're going to jump very quickly into highlights as soon as we have them all together. But day.
I mean, a good part of those highlights for Syracuse is going to be Gababy, you know, being the kind of the poster child for not only a lot of the goals, but in that third game, he was so consistent as a defensive player. Nothing that Ohio State put on the board, save for one shot, got through, and that showed, you know, great all-around play by him.
Yeah, I mean, Gababy is not. I mean, I honestly think he's a great offensive player. I think his biggest strength comes in defense, where he is great at those last chance critical opportunities, and we might see a few of them on that clip highlight reel. But you have to imagine Lindell and Towles feel great right now. I mean, that's a team that is playing like a team for the first time. It feels like for them ever almost. I mean, talk about the beginning of the semester, you had a really tough 1-3 loss to KU to open this spring series of the Power Esports Conference, and you don't feel good. It's not a good pill to swallow when you go right into the game. You beat Kansas in the fall, and then you got walloped by them in the spring over winter break. This team has made some big improvements. Ohio State, not enough improvements, but we'll see just who they're going to go against.
Us talking about the game is only going to do so much. A picture is worth 1,000 words, and we got some replays to look at right now for everything we have been talking about, and I'm sure you will see it with Towles being one of the first to score a goal in the third round. I mean, they are stepping up, showing signs of promise with the goals that they score. So everything that we've talked about, let's take a look at some replays.
I think what the first thing you're going to see here is Syracuse has been very, very quick in front, and you're going to see just that. Towles, that is a tough one to swallow initially for Syracuse. Those chances did not really come in that first game until very late in the game after Cosmo had this just beautiful interception, right place, right time goal, and on the entire field. And then Syracuse just, they took this game and ran with it. First goal came from Gababy in the middle as Eagles put an own goal in after the first goal from Gababy.
And that wasn't the first one that turned into an own goal. We'll see one in Game 3 here. That was, I would say, the more heartbreaking of the two. But boy, did the Buckeyes try to keep things going, getting the first goal in Game 2. But Syracuse, almost as if you said, rubbing that salt in the wound, letting the Buckeyes get the first goal in the first 2 games and then just slamming the door right back in their face.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about a slam door. There's Game 2, and that one just kind of sealed it. Really good chance in front for Syracuse, rather for Ohio State at the end there, but Syracuse just, I mean, they put it away, and they did everything they needed to down the stretch. I mean, almost let Ohio State back in this game. I can't lie to you in Game 3, but I mean, you won 3-0 for a reason, and you're seeing why. The Syracuse team collected themselves well, forced the entire Ohio State team to look at two players, and risk the rotation to score. They're a high-octane team. They're going to be critical, and I guess we'll see just in that mentality how that went down. And nail in the coffin right there at the end as well.
Yeah, that's the one I wish I didn't see again, because that going for the save turned into the perfect redirect to actually save it. So tough pill to swallow, bitter defeat, but still hope for Syracuse to move on in the lower bracket. We did see a good amount of goals there where Mr. Lindell and Towles played a vital role in getting it. That's what they're going to have to do going forward.
We'll see that nail in the coffin in that vital role. In just a moment, down on the stage, we've got Alex for a post-game interview.
Hi guys, it's Alex, and I am back on the center stage. We're here with a Syracuse player. How are we feeling, guys? I mean, it's noontime. We're getting a little hungry, but we just copped another dub. So how are we feeling?
It feels really good. We put in a lot of work over time throughout the semester to get to where we are, so to see it pay off is really nice.
No, yeah, and like, how long have you been with this program?
So in terms of Syracuse, I'm a freshman here. I've been here for about a year. First started competing over the summer last year, and so yeah, approaching a year.
Man, so like you're a freshman and you're on the varsity team. That's kind of crazy. How long have you been playing?
So I started playing the game in 2018. Got exposed to a lot of colleges over time, and I ended up choosing Syracuse. They have a great academic program, and they're building a really great esports program. But yeah, I've been playing for about 7 years so far.
That's really cool. And also, like, you're a college student and you're doing video games. Like, how do you balance that? Like, what does your day-to-day look like?
Yeah, so I mainly go to classes in the morning, then in the afternoon usually try to get my homework done, and then in the evening it's pretty much all dedicated to esports, whether it's matches or practices.
Yeah, I mean, that is really great. And I mean, you were in the losers bracket, but you just won, so you're still in it, you're still fighting, and I'm excited to see where they go.
Very much, Alex, for bringing us that interview. Now it's time to shift gears again. One last car pun in there before we go back on over towards Smash. We've got Ohio State and USC ready to go. We'll take a short break, be back with the Smash casters. A new caster, Bryce Jensen, will also join the party. So good luck to him, good luck to the players, and get yourself some water and some snacks. We'll be right back.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the Allied Gaming Power Esports Conference held at the HyperX Gaming Arena. My name is Bryce Jensen, and I am joined by...
I'm Nathan Ballet. We're back on the desk for some Super Smash Bros.
And I don't know about you, but I am extremely ready for these next few rounds. We are 2 rounds away from the Super Smash Bros. Grand Finals, when we have some amazing games to go into beforehand. And I understand you have the matchup for us, and you can tell us a little bit more about these players.
Yeah, so our matchup is Ohio State versus University of Southern California. This is a losers round 2 match, so both teams have already lost 1 set, which means that this is an elimination match. The team that loses is going to be out of the tournament. The team that does win, I believe, will move on to a losers semis or maybe even losers final. I believe it's the losers final, but I can double check that. So Ohio State, coming off of a win versus Syracuse, they beat them 2-1 in the upper bracket and then proceeded to lose to Nebraska. And then since then, oh, we're already started. Sweet. So maybe just button checks, but okay, so the 2 players here we're seeing on screen are El Scorcho from Ohio State, and then USC's, USC's I like to meet. So interesting matchup here.
Yeah,
Snake and
definitely an
Terry.
interesting matchup. I got to talk to several of these players, and El Scorcho in particular, we want to watch out a little bit more for his gameplay. His Snake gameplay is nothing like you normally see. He plays it incredibly aggressive. He does not like to use that campy play style, and we're already seeing it. I like to meet already at 21%, but El Scorcho is still at a really bad spot. You never want to be at a past 100%, especially with a competent Terry on the line.
Yeah, the important thing, though, is El Scorcho was able to knock off that Terry go meter, which is his primary way of taking KOs at high percents. It's kind of an X factor where he gets some special moves from it, and this up B, yeah, the charged up special from Terry is going to be able to take that stock jab into charged up B is definitely a kill confirm, one of many for Terry. But El Scorcho just kind of trying to steadily hold this lead, 74%. He's very close to taking the stock, almost as the up tilt takes it. But yeah, he's camping for it, and Terry finally has his go meter online.
And with that go meter, he can probably even up the odds just a little bit more. We're already seeing things go up. El Scorcho up to 40% in just one exchange. But the thing is about Snake, you can hit him hard, but he'll hit you back just as hard. He's got enough explosives in there to reshape the world a few times over. And Terry trying to get the up B, rolls right into the forward smash.
So
El Scorcho taking yet another.
So the burn knuckle and the up B from Terry both cancel out the Nikita, but El Scorcho is able to land that dash attack. That's super pivotal. It gets that stock offline for I Like to Meep. And these guys just kind of duking it out. Obviously, Terry can rack up percent very quickly. He does that like in his sleep pretty much. So, yeah, obviously just playing for the ledge and maintain percent.
Snake as a character is pretty much you exist on the map. You push your buttons and they just go up to past 100. Holy, Terry takes quite a bit of percent.
Oh my.
And the rocket is going to go through. DI saves him once. Tries to go down, but again off the stage.
There you go.
El Scorcho takes 3 stocks off of I Like to Meep, keeping 2 of his own. What a way to start the round.
Yeah, that's the strong start that Ohio State is looking for. El Scorcho is a great lead. Snake is good into many characters, and Terry is one of them. Great job from El Scorcho. And then USC now has a decision to make on who to send in next.
I would like to point out that that match lasted exactly 3 minutes long.
3 stocks in 3 minutes.
Yeah, 3 stocks in 3 minutes. You don't see that too often.
Yeah. So, again, these teams are fighting for a spot in the losers final, and then I believe right next to them is Syracuse versus Boise State, and they're also in the losers final playing, or in the losers bracket playing Smash as well. So 2 pretty insane competitions sitting right next to each other. I mean, I love this shot from our group.
Oh yeah, we can see both sets of competitors right next to one another. However, the one on the right is going to take a little bit of priority since we are the ones going over that one. And honestly, so far it has been, this is going to be a really good show. I mean, I Like to Meep wasn't quite able to even out the odds, get it down to a 2-3, but he still did about as much as you can on a close-range fighter like Terry. With Snake, he's kind of tricky because if you don't have a lot of range, you can't really pressure him from a long ways away.
Yeah.
And then you take into account El Scorcho just being a very aggressive player in general, and you just can't really get all those combos going, especially on a combo-heavy character like Terry.
Yeah, so just to give you some context here, I talked to USC Smash, asked them, their names, what they play specifically. I'm seeing Kirby, Terry, which we just saw. So, and then they have a Kirby, a Jigglypuff, and a Greninja. So those characters, in my opinion, aren't great matchups into Snake. So I'm curious to see who they're going to send in next. Looks like it's going to be the Kirby. As they change their tag and get ready to go into the game. And then Ohio State, for some context, we see El Scorcho here on the screen with his Snake Case, another player of theirs, Sephiroth player, C-Dude is a Roy player, and then Barb Flask is a Kazuya player who uses the Smash Box, which is a very unique form of Smash input, but we're going to get going here into this game. El Scorcho's going to have to take one of his stocks.
He's going to have to take one stock. He's going to have to taunt to make sure that he's all ready. Warning, we can see him doing it just now. But I will say Kirby is probably the best pick out of everybody into this matchup. He can heal off projectiles. He's really fast in and of himself. While he is more of a rushdown character than a lot of other characters, he can play at those other ranges, especially if he gets his duplicate ability. But at the same time, if you're so light, you're going to be launched around like a helium balloon. And unfortunately for Kirby, holding onto that grenade isn't going to do a whole lot for him.
Yeah, so Calamari here for USC. I mean, they're trying to box with Snake right now, and it's not really working out. Already at 95%, but they are landing some grenade combos. I like that look. But El Scorcho is going to get the Nikita off stage, Kirby air dodge to the ledge, and honestly, pretty good recovery given that there was a Nikita out there.
Yeah, I mean, so many projectiles coming at you. It's essentially a bullet hell, but the lightweight from Kirby is just not going to be enough to get it back towards stage. Having such heavy hitters on characters that, honestly, they go flying by the slightest breeze, Kirby is not going to have a very fun time getting back on stage, which is why it's important that he does everything he needs to on stage and then trying to finish it out off.
Yeah, the fact is Kirby is one of the lighter characters, but also very small hitbox, which makes it somewhat tricky for El Scorcho to use a lot of his normal attacks in neutral. Hitting this Kirby's really hard, as you can see. I mean, he whiffed a couple dash attacks there. And then also just like keeping Kirby off stage is going to be a little easier for El Scorcho, given that Kirby's jumps do not really propel them very far upwards or horizontally.
He has a lot of them, but they're not exactly super useful for gaining momentum. That Akita just keeping him off the stage, mortar fire going everywhere, and that's going to be enough. The up smash or the up tilt is going to take out Kirby.
Yep.
Now it's down 2-1.
Yeah, and El Scorcho's already taken 5 stocks. I mean, this is more than you could ask for from a lead from Ohio State. Maybe up throw would have killed. I mean, Snake is heavy there, but we might see an edge guard here from Calamari. They're now back on the ledge, like just kind of flipping. They're giving up neutral a little bit too easy, and they're advantage state. Oh, the grenade and the up throw. That's like perfectly timed.
That was perfect time. I don't know if that was planned or not. I mean, it probably was.
Yeah.
But like that is not something you see a whole lot, especially like with a Kirby player. But I guess perfect storm of events. Kirby now trying to get this evened out, but Snake is not going to let that happen easy.
Oh, and Kirby finally has the grenades. I mean, this is what you're looking for. You're able to pull those frame 1 grenades as Kirby and get those trades, especially now that El Scorcho's higher in percent than Calamari is. So, super good stuff. I mean, could potentially take this final stock without bleeding out a little more.
Or even losing that stock entirely. You don't exactly have a lot to bleed out if you are Kirby in this scenario. And currently you are being battered and bruised by every explosive in Snake's pocket. But Nikita comes out. It does manage to hit Kirby. Calamari really looking for something here to get done. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised, but he is able to stay in with the DI. Akita comes right back over, doesn't quite get to the edge, and Calamari is back on stage. Both players past 100% in the kill zone. Kirby once again off. Akira coming right at him, and it hits, taking him off stage.
Wow. So El Scorcho, 6 stocks. 6 stocks off the board immediately. Like that, those games were not really that long. Maybe the second one a little bit longer, just because El Scorcho wanted to keep that one.
This one was 3-3-3.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to keep that last stock alive so he can go into this next game. But keep in mind that the percentage on that stock does reset to 0. So El Scorcho has 1 stock remaining at 0%. Can he take more is the question.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, we saw him take 1 stock before losing 1, and then he'd go on to take 2 before ending off the match entirely. So there stands a really good chance that El Scorcho takes another few stocks with him in this next engagement. But it'll all come down to really what comes out. I mean, looking at the list, Puff and Greninja aren't exactly great counters to Snake. I mean, you could make the argument for Greninja with the water shurikens being able to pepper him from range. Also being a little bit more mobile than Snake might also help a little bit. But Puff is so light that you probably wouldn't want to put her out for just about anything. So,
yeah, I mean, this is a tough decision. Obviously, El Scorcho's taken down 2 of your first 2 players, and you got 3 more behind El Scorcho that need dealt with if you want to try to bring this back in any capacity. So this first game, at least for now, looking like a blowout.
You know, I'm not going to call it a blowout just yet. I mean, sure, Snake's taken a lot of stocks, and we've seen a lot of players do this before, but a lot of the time, those final few characters are really where the money's at for these teams as the anchors. They want to keep this in check, sort of ease you into a false sense of, I'm the best.
Yeah,
well,
okay,
and then
I like
come
that
out.
point.
So I honestly think we're going to see a counter, and all they have to do is take 1 stock, and then Snake is out of their hair. Snake is kind of a notoriously difficult character to go up against.
Right.
He is incredibly fast. He hits like a truck. He has a ton of really good options for ranged and up close, especially with the explosives. And, I mean, the missiles we saw being peppered into Kirby for the entirety of the last round. But I mean, you get him up in those combos that Greninja and Jigglypuff are both kind of known for, and he sort of falls apart being that heavyweight character.
Yeah, so another thing to think about when USC is selecting their next player to go in here, if they do take the stock off of El Scorcho, who do they want to match up into next? So what character is a little bit more versatile? And I think we're going to see the Greninja from Blink, which is, in my opinion, a great choice. He's playing with the Joy-Cons. We got a Joy-Con user today. Super exciting. Like I said earlier on the stream, we have all kinds of Smash inputs today. We've got the Pro controllers, the GameCube controllers, the Smash Box, and now we got the Joy-Cons. So
Got to round out the holy quartet of gaming controllers right here.
Yep.
But moving in to round 3, we are currently sitting at 10 stocks, 2-6. USC and Ohio State both looking for their shot in losers finals.
We're getting a button check here, I believe. I think Blink's Joy-Cons are having some trouble. So as they sort this out, we'll keep talking about what we expect to see from Blink's Greninja and, you know, maybe what the Jigglypuff will be able to do once they come in.
Yeah, I mean, with Greninja, you're looking to really play this really fast, really keep people off guard. But when it comes to Jigglypuff, you're kind of playing a waiting game, waiting for someone to make a mistake, waiting for you to get in with your down airs and your neutral airs that get people trapped in combos, and then maybe get a snooze and a rest in there every now and again. But I mean, that's a lot easier said than done when it comes to Jigglypuff. You're so light, you're pretty slow in the grand scheme of things. And while you do have a lot of jumps to work with, is it really enough when you're getting peppered from across the stage?
Yeah, so I think this is the match we're getting into now. I think they've sorted out the buttons and all of that. So El Scorcho is going to take 2 of his own stocks, and we're going to get a taunt in there and then get going once again. Again, 10-6 for Ohio State, so El Scorcho still trying to work to take some stocks here.
Yeah, the more he can take, the easier it is for the last few members of his team. Greninja going in strong, getting the first engagement hit, but unfortunately reciprocated right back to him. Oh, lots of damage being traded back and forth with the grenades. Snake, unfortunately, taking a lot of damage of his own, but is able to keep the combos broken. It's sort of what we wanted to see out of the Greninja, keeping Snake in those combos, but he does not want any part of it, and is not even going to let Greninja get back on the stage.
Yeah, so to give you some context, the Ohio local scene has quite a bit of Greninja players. I wouldn't say any particular one of them is a cut above the rest, but the fact that El Scorcho plays against probably so many Greninjas on a weekly basis means that he's able to set things up like that. Nikita taking Blink into the left side blast zone.
Yeah, now that you have the grenades with you, he is going to take a little bit of blast damage, but is it even going to matter if he keeps this Greninja off of him? Feels like every time—
forward smash!
No! Oh, what a grenade out of Snake! Not even letting him get back on the point, and with a great recovery, he has no issue getting right back up there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Blink is getting zoned out by El Scorcho. He can't barely even land a hit, and I mean, it's looking really hard. There's the down tilt.
There we go.
Down tilt into up smash is a good confirm for Greninja. We'll finally get El Scorcho off the board, but USC is down to only 4 stocks.
El Diablo El Scorcho.
Yeah. All right, so I believe that is C-Dude who just sat down, who's the Ohio State Roy player. So we're probably going to see some Roy gameplay in here against Blink's Greninja.
Yeah, and only having to take 1 stock off of Greninja. I know we say a lot of light characters are being played, but in reality, a lot of those light characters are what we're going to see at this level of play. Roy is a little bit heavier and hits pretty hard. He's a lot like Snake in the regards that he's faster, has a lot of really hard-hitting moves, but he trades off a lot of that range that Snake has for those hard-hitting. And of course, the recovery isn't nearly as good. But seeing how much Greninja was struggling against such a hard-hitting character that is Snake, how is he going to stack up to Roy? He has the speed, he has the range, but can he manage to get those combos going?
So from my experience playing a bit of this matchup as a previous Roy player, Greninja's going to want to stay really grounded unless they're approaching with something like a landing nair, or even just getting those dash attack into back airs and getting those chains going. Greninja does really well when they get Roy off stage. They're able to edge guard very easily, but given that C-Dude only has to take 1 stock, it's like at the end of the day, you got a lot of wiggle room here. So
yeah, you got a lot of mistakes that you can make, but it's best not to make those mistakes just in case Greninja just decides to pop off.
Yep.
So it could happen.
So here's the Roy out of C-Dude. Blink does have to take 2 of his stocks, so we get going here in a second. 9-4 in favor of Ohio State. And yeah, let's have a good match.
Yeah, good. This should be a good match if Greninja is able to get past the defensive wall that Roy does have. Already taking quite a bit of damage, to up to 30% already. Roy yet to take a hit, keeping the grabs coming. Greninja finally manages to break the streak and get a few percent onto the Roy of his own, but he is just laying on the pressure to Greninja, not really letting him get close, get any of those combos, or let alone getting Roy off stage.
Yeah, so Blink is definitely doing what I thought he would be doing in this matchup, using the dash attack, using the grounded up tilt to really just knock Roy out of his like aerial momentum. Roy does move pretty quickly through the air. He has big hitboxes, so staying grounded is a strong strategy, and there's the landing there. Punishable on shield, but there's the side B. Strong attack from Roy.
Early by Roy. You never want to be hit by that charge attack. In fact, most of Roy's charge attacks are incredibly viable no matter what situation you're in. They just hit so hard, and they honestly have a pretty forgiving range when you look at it.
Yeah, it's almost like a cross slash from Cloud, where he gets that limit fully charged and then just rips the cross slash right on top of you. In some instances, I do believe that Roy's side special is stronger than the Cloud side B, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't know why he should have that.
Well, I mean, Cloud also has a lot of stuff he can do with his limit as well.
That's true.
I mean, Roy is kind of one note as a sword character. You go up and you smack him in the head with your sword a few times, and they just die. I mean, we saw that with Blink. His Greninja just wasn't quite able to stand up to the might of a fully charged side special.
Yeah.
But now they are just down to Jigglypuff. It is Jigglypuff against the world at this point.
Yeah, so Jaden on the Jigglypuff, we should see coming in. Jigglypuff can be hard for Roy, because Jigglypuff's going to sit in that about 45-degree zone above Roy, where he can't really hit Jigglypuff without overcommitting, and then that Puff's going to look for an opportunity there to whiff punish the Roy and take the space and get a combo going.
Yeah, not to mention, you can just stay pretty much wherever you want as Jigglypuff. And Roy doesn't exactly have a lot of vertical mobility. He just kind of sits there and hopes that Jigglypuff makes a mistake and comes down. I will say, this is not related to the matchup at all, but it is currently C-Dude against J-Den.
Yep.
We got the letter battle here. Who will come out on top, the C's or the J's?
Yeah, so again, we're getting started here with some Puff down airs, and that's a really great way to get combos going as Jigglypuff. But the thing is, like, she's so light and gets hit so hard by Roy that you may struggle to even like get something going at this rate. Because C-Dude can kind of just zone out.
Ooh.
And yeah, delaying the side B is super strong option. And it catches.
Again!
Not dead yet, though. I'm surprised, honestly.
I mean, it did only happen at 70%. So, I mean, if it happens a third time, that's probably bye-bye Jigglypuff.
Yeah.
But already 100% higher than C-Dude gets the spin to win, down air, down onto him, but another side attack from Roy is going to finally close out that stock for Jigglypuff. And once again, just being peppered by Roy, not really able to get forward and whiff punish, which is what Jigglypuff really needs to do in this scenario.
Yeah, and honestly, C-Dude is doing what I believe Jaden should be doing, which is trying to whiff punish this Jigglypuff. So he's doing a great job of that. But if Roy does go off stage and shield break, okay, side B shield break's going to take the stock. So 2-2 here. I mean, Jaden has 72% on him, but honestly, he could explode at 80%, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, especially with how hard Roy hits with all of his attacks.
Yeah.
Out comes the up air, trying to find a little bit more percent, but at this point, Jigglypuff just needs to wait for that whiff that they need in order to start a combo. Roy manages to find it first, isn't quite able to capitalize on it, but side special is able to push Jigglypuff off the stage.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Roy's strong part of his sword is towards the hilt of it, not towards the tip. So think opposite of Marth in most games. That could have been a rest there.
Oh.
We're going to get the Sing, and it's not going to hit, which means that we're going to get a side B out of C-Dude, and that's going to take the stock. So, I mean, USC is down to their last stock of this game one.
Yeah, Sing is an incredibly powerful tool, but when you use it when they expect it, it kind of loses all of its combat power, especially with rest as an option. Grabs come out. Roy is being thrown off the stage. This is what we needed to see, and the recovery is not enough. Evening things out 1-1.
So C-Dude saved his jump the first time, but had to use the jump to come back the second time, and he got hit once again. So lost the jump and wasn't able to fully up B back to stage. That's where Jigglypuff has that strong suit, and it's going to take you off stage and really juggle you. It could be rest. No, not quite
rest yet. I mean, I think even if rest hit, he would, Roy would still be able to recover from it at 55. And now with Jigglypuff on the back foot, trying to get back on the stage, manages to get back. Everybody's in the center once again. Just kind of waiting out for a missed opportunity. Roy finds it, and the side tilt is going to come through. Roy manages to close things out manages to close it out, and I believe that was a 7-0 win.
Yeah, 7 stocks remaining for Ohio State. Great differential. But at the end of the day, differential doesn't matter here. You got to win the set if you want to move on.
Yeah, you really have to find a way to not get yourself into those situations where you have one guy going up against the world. And I feel like that original encounter with Snake needed to be it needed to close things out, keep things a little bit closer. You can't have yourself at that large of a disadvantage, especially in this environment. These guys, they know how to take advantage of these these differences in stock quantities, and we are seeing that on full display right now.
Yeah, so moving into game 2 here, still there's some light left for USC. They have some leeway. They need to take this next game, and then they need to take game 3, and they can be moving on in the tournament. I don't know if Ohio State's going to let that happen, but I do believe that's Case sitting down right now for Ohio State, which is their Sephiroth player.
Yeah.
So even bigger sword this time.
You struggled with the smaller sword. Now we have the comically large katana.
Yep. Like, it's so big that it doesn't really make sense to use.
Yeah. It would be really hard to pull that out of, like, a scabbard because, like, there's a video online of somebody who did a cosplay of Link from Legend of Zelda, and Link has his sheath on the back, and they tried to pull out the Master Sword, and their arms weren't long enough. So I can only imagine what a 6-foot-long blade would be like trying to unsheath.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you ever play Smash and look at Sephiroth and his character model, when he stands still, he actually holds the sword upwards behind him, kind of in a backwards in your hand orientation, which is pretty cool. Like, the fact that it's so big that you have to, like, kind of overcompensate in some ways for it just makes it even cooler, and it makes the character, like, that much, like, evil.
It makes
more
it
evil.
More evil.
Yes.
Evil genius over here, Sephiroth.
Yep. So I believe that this is Calamari sitting down for USC, their Kirby players. So Sephiroth's big sword may have trouble hitting this Kirby on the ground.
Yeah, and maybe all they needed was a big hammer from Kirby. I mean, they use hammers to make swords. Why not use the hammer to beat sword?
Yeah. We will see. They're still setting up here downstairs. I believe Boise State and Syracuse have a huge crowd right behind them watching their Smash match. It's really competitive. It's to stay alive in this tournament. So super, super exciting stuff. I mean, it's only possible at a venue like this. We would like to reach out and say thank you to our sponsors and partners, Allied Gaming, Daktronics, and Esports Integration. I mean, we're having a great time here, but let's get back into this match.
Yeah, Sephiroth and Kirby on the classic bread and butter battlefield here. We have Sephiroth and Kirby. This is kind of an interesting matchup. Sephiroth does have a little bit more combat potential and range than Kirby, but he's actually lighter, believe it or not. Lightest character in the game, even though he's a full-grown man.
He's not the lightest. That title goes to Pichu, actually.
Oh,
yeah.
Actually,
and
I didn't know
then Jigglypuff,
that.
and then you go down the road. But Sephiroth is surprisingly light for the type of character he is.
Yeah, manages to get the counter off, and Kirby is not going to get to the edge that easy. Already past the 100 mark. Sephiroth yet to even take 10%. Counter once again goes through, doesn't quite find it on Kirby this time, but Kirby back on stage looking to make something happen.
Yeah, and a cool interaction here from Calamari that they're seeming to use already is the fact that when Kirby crouches, you can't get hit by the side B of Sephiroth or the normal standing forward tilt. So what Case has to do here is angle that forward tilt downwards in order to hit Kirby on the floor, and he has to try to hit the tipper part of it. So the fact that Kirby can kind of crouch underneath moves from Sephiroth makes it a little bit harder to hit him. And I'm glad to see the Calamari's making use of it.
And out comes the neutral special from Kirby. Manages to steal it from Sephiroth a little bit earlier, bringing him to half the percent Kirby's at. I mean, I'm honestly surprised Kirby has managed to hang in here for this long. The dash attack comes through, manages to get a one-winged angel out, and takes the stock.
Yeah.
Manages to take it first.
Kirby forward smash is way stronger than you think it is, but that's a tipper forward tilt that Case just hit. Yeah, big old whack with the long sword. And, I mean, we're tied, and Calamari's getting some combos in.
Yeah, Calamari's actually holding his own really well in this matchup. In the beginning, it looked like it would be a little bit more one-sided than it's turning out to be, but Kirby is making sure that I got here for a reason with the forward smash, taking Sephiroth to the edge. Sephiroth trying to clear it out for a little bit, but does get hit by Kirby, bringing out one-winged angel.
Yeah, and I mean, Case is kind of getting hit by a lot of strays here. He's eating some forward smashes, he's eating some forward tilts. I don't think Case is intending to get hit by those. Obviously, there's the raw dash attack. I mean, Kirby's moves are so strong that they will keep Case in disadvantage. Will he come back? Yes. The charged up B is enough. Kirby doesn't get the full spike there. And Case is going to take him off stage. He has that extra jump with the one wing. But, I mean, great lead for Calamari so far.
Yeah, Calamari holding his own in here, trying to keep himself on the edge. Case not gonna let that happen easy. Has to angle down the forward tilt. Doesn't hit him though. Spaced out really well from Calamari.
Up air.
Up air. He
good
stays
DI.
in.
Great DI, actually.
Yes, I think just a few percent higher, and that would have been bye-bye Kirby, but forward tilt is going to be the one to close out the stock. Case up at 130% though, so it is not out of the cards for Calamari to bring this back to 1-1.
Yeah, so this is where Kirby's going to struggle. He's going to struggle to find that final hit. He might take some percent here, but, I mean, a random strong move from Kirby may take the stock, given that they get back on stage.
Yeah, I mean, Sephiroth has a really good has a lot of abilities to take out people on the edge. I mean, for one, the sword goes through the ground, so even if you are on that ledge, if you don't have iframes, you are gone, and with that counter, it's going to be a lot harder for Kirby to get back on, and unfortunately for him, he's not going to find that final hit either. Sephiroth manages to win with two stocks still remaining.
Yeah, there's some unfortunate DI there on that counter, but, I mean, it was kind of written in the cards. The Calamari was probably not going to make it back to stage there, so we'll see who USC decides to send in next. Case is going to go back down to just 2 stocks and 0%, so they're going to want to send in someone who's going to match up well against Sephiroth. Out of their characters, though, I don't have a great answer for that question.
I mean, I think that the best character that is currently in their roster would be that Terry from I Like to Meet. The Trojans, they don't have a lot of those rush-down beat-em-up characters that can really take advantage of someone's light profile. But I would say that Terry had a really bad matchup in that last one. I mean, against Snake, you can't really do anything. I mean, the Snake's probably going to come out if Terry manages to take out Sephiroth, but at the same time, it's probably going to be your best bet to just run him down, try and get as much percent in as possible. And if you get to 100%, all the better. You get your go meter, and you just take him out easy.
You're totally right. I think Terry's a good pick. We will see. I do believe that is I Like to Meet sitting down, ready to gear up their Terry for this Sephiroth, and hopefully USC can kind of give a little pushback and get back into this match.
Yeah, the Trojans really are looking for a Hail Mary here. They need to take out Sephiroth for one, and then they need to take out at least a few stocks on the next person, whoever that may be. And if Terry is going to be the one coming in, I would wager money, and I mean, we're in Vegas, so we're pretty used to wagering money around here, but I'd wager money that the Snake comes in directly after. I mean, we saw how good the Snake was the last time. A lot of excitement coming from the arena from all the games going on tonight. Remember, it is not just the games that we're showing. We have a lot of different games going on. The Rocket League and Super Smash Bros. Grand Finals and Losers Grand Finals will be tonight, but tomorrow afternoon we have the Overwatch and Valorant Grand Finals, so all of those play-in matches are also going on as well.
Okay, so on your screen, I just saw I like to meet lock in the Ken, which is another Shoto character that he probably is pretty proficient with. Ken can be tricky to play against, especially when Ken gets in. He can really do a lot and do a lot of damage, take some stocks. So I like to Meep's going to want to play real nice and close to Case here.
Yeah, but he needed to shield for those dangerous purple Skittles that Sephiroth does throw out. Isn't quite able to get a hit on Sephiroth yet, taking a lot of damage in the process, but it's all about that waiting game. It's all about getting that first hit in to start that combo, and I feel like he's going to struggle just a little bit more getting Sephiroth into that position.
Yeah, and I mean, properly using some of these, like the focus and the Hadoukens, in order to keep away, but like it's going to be hard. Like I like to Meep wants to get in, and Case is just not allowing that to happen right now.
Yeah, Case has just so much momentum and so much mobility with Sephiroth. Oh, the Shoryuken comes out, manages to hit him a little bit, but isn't quite enough to give him the room that he probably would have wanted. Trying to use focus to get behind him, but there's so much range out of that sword. Sephiroth is not going to let it happen. Grab does come out, isn't quite able to follow up on it, and we are back to the center. Case up to 44, and Meep dangerously high at 150.
Yeah, and if you're like to Meep here, I mean, the strat, oh my goodness, counter on the Shoryuken to recover from the stage. I mean, super strong attack from Ken, but when it's used against you, I mean, you're going to explode.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Sephiroth is able to get back with the charged up B, but that could have been a little bit embarrassing if he fell off the map trying to edge guard. Tries to use that side special to get a little bit more damage. Ken looking to take a little bit more percent off of him. He needs to find a way to stay in this match while still taking 2 if he wants to keep this somewhat even, but the aerials from Sephiroth are keeping him away from him. A lot of clashes going on, which are ticking up the percent, but nothing quite to the degree that Case has been able to put on.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're like to Meep here, you really want to get these 2 stocks off the board without really losing much more. You want to get it within that range where it feels attainable. Because on paper, like, you're not doing so hot right now. But if you're able to take this stock, take another one before you lose all of yours, it's going to be a big momentum shift for USC getting back into this match too.
It also might force a character that's maybe not the best at handling someone like Ken, or maybe not have the most experience with Ken. Focus does come out, but Case is just shooting right through it. Shoryuken is able to get him back to stage, but there's just so much range with that sword. It's going to be really hard. Counter goes through, blocks it twice, 3 times, 4 times. How long is this going to go on? 5, 6, 7. Meep, you might just want to give it up. Oh, tries to get around it. Almost 10 times trying to get on the stage, but Meep down to his last stock. Case still with 2, yet to break the 100 threshold.
Yeah, I like to Meep struggling with this Ken here. They really want to get close. They need a KO confirm right about now. They finally have Case off the stage, but yet tries to show you Ken on the shield. I think the only thing that Meep has right now going for him is he's not going to get launched super far when he takes a hit.
That's true, but unfortunately his opponent is going to get launched pretty far, meaning he can't really close out any of the combos that Ken really needs in order to get that damage racked up. Sure, he hits like a truck, but if you only hit him once and don't get that damage racked up, get those damage numbers going up and up and up, you just can't really do a whole lot. And we're starting to see that zoning really come into play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as we keep talking, the time... okay, there you go. I mean, 29% is manageable. If you can take this last stock, if you're I like to Meep, I think you're in a pretty good spot. You only have to take 1 more off Case, and I think that's totally doable. But like, you need to win some neutral interactions. You need to get some damage, and I mean, he's getting in there. He's getting some combos, getting some strings. Finally, after quite a bit of time, so he might actually die here.
There we go.
Okay.
Meep finds it. It took him a little bit, but he found what he needed.
Yeah, Case makes one ill-advised input, and I Like to Me just seals that stock. So great stuff from them. We're going to see C-Dude next from Ohio State, which is the Roy. But yeah, great stuff from I Like to Me. I didn't have much faith in the Ken until the end there, and now I'm feeling like, okay, he got in, he got his hits, he got the stocks.
You know what would be kind of fun is if they threw in Barb Flask, the Kazuya player who uses the hitbox.
Yeah.
You got 2 players, both really good with Street Fighter-like characters, and I mean, only one of them has the hitbox, but I mean, share the love, let him use it for a round or two, see how he likes it. I mean, he's been playing fighting game characters, he probably knows how to use one.
Maybe. You know, Smash players are a little bit different in terms of how they want to do their inputs. A lot of them learn on controller, and then they are like, okay, this Smash box, this hitbox, if you get good enough with it, it's going to take you way further than a typical controller can. There's been a lot of controversy about them, just the fact that they're more of a more accurate form of input, but the fact is it takes so much time and effort to learn how to actually use one of those things that I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
I think
honestly,
it's fair.
it's just like any other tool. You learn how to use that tool really well, and it's open to everybody to use. It's not like it's exclusively made for one character or for one player or another. It's for everyone, so you want to take that time, you want to get good at your thing, then you should be rewarded with a little bit easier moves coming out. But Meep is going to be taking 2 stocks, bringing him down to 1. Ohio State still leading 9-7, but USC still has a pretty good chance to bring this around. If Meep is able to find those combos we saw at the very end, he's got a shot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 9-7 looks pretty manageable, but when you're down, like you have 1 stock left, and C-Dude's like, well, with my 3, I realistically only need to take 1. Seems a little bit easier, so he's kind of playing a little bit more crazy here. The forward smash is very good option. It's going to send off stage. He tries to go for the edge guard, but doesn't quite work out. We may end up seeing Barb Flask at some point, but obviously Meep needs to get through C-Dude first.
Yeah, with him already at 108%, there's a good shot that he gets through at least 1 stock, helping him keep things at least even. But now C-Dude is just running him down. He does not want to lose that stock, and with that forward special, it's going to knock him right out of focus, and he's not going to be able to get back, or he's going to have to get back on stage. Manages to keep things even, but another side air is going to close things out. C-Dude keeping his stocks, expanding the lead to 9-6. And really forcing USC into the back corner. They've seen what happened when they put Greninja, and they saw what happened when they put Jigglypuff in. I wonder if they're going to change characters or if they're just going to try to run it back and see what happens.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, like you said, we're down to Jigglypuff and Greninja. And if I had to pick one of them, maybe I'd go for the Greninja this time.
Yeah, I mean, Greninja is the better option. I mean, you had to exhaust it for the snake to get that 1 stock, and unfortunately, it led to a lot of stocks being used up in the process. But a fresh Greninja against a fresh Roy, theoretically on paper, it should work. I mean, Smash Bros. Is anything but theoretical and on paper, because there's so many different factors, even when you disclude all of the items and the stage hazards that get taken off in competitive events like these. And just a ton that can happen, from combos to missed inputs to, I mean, Roy hitting just the greatest combo of all time. You just never know.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that these players are finally able to sit down next to each other, play in person. It makes Smash such a more enjoyable game when they're able to play offline and in person. This is why we have tournaments like this in these kinds of spaces, where we're able to see these players at their best, compete in person, and show what they're made of.
Yeah, and a lot of people view these esports associations as not very social, because like you have your football games, everybody's in a big stadium, everybody's watching football teams, but events like these are really important to keep this community growing. You have so many people, from parents to faculty to sponsors. You have so many people coming to watch these events and watch these players do what they are being paid to do, and Greninja is showing off why he is a part of the Trojans team, taking that first engagement, already knocking Roy into a not great position here. He is trailing.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get some up air combos here from, honestly, both characters. Battlefield is very friendly to those jugglers, but I do like the pick here from USC. They're going into Blink's Greninja. It's going to be able to do some damage against this Roy, I think, and potentially bring the stock total a little bit closer to even.
Fortunately, though, he is brought up past that 100 threshold. Just about a slight breeze off of Roy is going to pick Greninja here. But Greninja can stay a little bit farther back. He has a lot of dash attacks. He's got a lot of engagement options. Isn't quite able to finish it off, but he is able to get a hit in the process, taking a little bit more percent, ticking it up one by one, trying to make sure that this Roy does not get anything. Up special comes out of Roy. Doesn't do much, though, as Greninja is able to roll away, being one of the faster characters in the game. He can actually do quite a bit in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, and we're going to get the down tilt confirmed into the up smash. Not quite high enough percent to take the stock. And this side B, not the full strong part of the move, so it's not going to take the KO. Both players looking for a strong attack, and there's C-Dude's forward smash. It will take the first stock from Blink. Things are looking a little bit dire. I'm not going to, but we're still in it. Like a short confirm here from Blink is going to be all that he needs. And obviously going off stage as Greninja is going to be huge in terms of taking stocks. It's super important to kind of ledge trap and edge guard Roy, just because the recovery is okay. It is very linear. You have to use it in one spot at a time. You have to maintain your jump.
There we
there's,
go.
Yep, there's the forward air from Blink. So a little bit more even now. Looking pretty good forward smash coming out, catching the spot dodge. And maybe Blink will get some percentage going here.
Yeah, Greninja tends to struggle with those final attacks, those ones that are made to close things out. He's really good at getting the chip damage, and he's pretty good off stage as well because he can cancel those simpler up tilt, up airs. He can cancel a whole lot of it just with his smaller attacks. But he's also just taking so much in the process, and unfortunately that side B is going to be enough to take him down to one stock. UCS trailing behind now, 4-8. C-Dude looking to close this one out with over 2 characters still in his back pocket.
Yeah, 8-4 is a tough deficit here. I mean, 4 stocks is a lot for one player to take to begin with. I mean, usually you want to be doing 3, but he catches the Greninja charging the Shuriken with the forward smash. The sword does not care that there's a little bit of water there. It's going to cut right through it.
Cut right through. Greninja had his pants down for just a little bit, couldn't quite run away, and unfortunately fell right on his face off the stage. I mean, it was a good attempt from Greninja. The unfortunate thing is, I feel like if he was a bit more patient. Like, patience is a really big thing in games like Super Smash Bros., and we saw it with the Jigglypuff game at the very end of the last round. Just not enough patience from Jigglypuff when it came to the Roy. Roy had a little bit more patience and was able to capitalize on it, and I feel like the same thing sort of applies with Greninja. Sure, you're really fast. Sure, you have a lot of attacks that can go through after hitting, but the unfortunate thing is if they're ready for it, if you use it right as they're using something else, you're going to get punished, and that's how Greninja ended up losing that final stock.
Yeah, I mean, great point. So we're going to move into Jaden's Jigglypuff, which we saw in the previous match. It went C-Dude's way, but I believe he only did take 1 stock. I remember.
C-Dude actually did take 1 stock from the Jigglypuff, so he'll still be at 1 stock at the very end of it if the same thing goes, but Jigglypuff maybe might have a little bit of an easier time now, not having to go for 3 stocks to keep themselves in. This could easily be the end of the line for USC, so there's a lot on the line right now. Ohio State is currently 1-0. Ohio also has a whole 5 stocks on top of what Jigglypuff has, and already almost at the 100% threshold. Jigglypuff needs to find a way to get in and do some serious damage. Jigglypuff is your anchor. You don't see it very often, but when you do see it, it is a little bit rough because you have so many characters that can just be counterpicked into you.
And we saw this last time, and this time once again, this Jigglypuff versus Roy matchup, where they've gone to Kalos, and the side blast zones are pretty much the same, but the top blast zones are quite a bit higher, which is why I think we're going to see some more Jigglypuff hesitancy to use the rest. But we get the edge guard, and honestly, like last game, that's where you want to be as Puff. You want to be trading with Roy's up B. It's a little bit more gimpable than some other characters. recoveries are. So I think the fact that the sides are the same is okay for
Oh,
Puff.
wait.
We're going to get another.
Oh,
potentially?
almost got it. Roy just with a little bit of room, just a little bit of height left in order to get back on the ledge. That was incredibly lucky for Roy, but not so lucky for Jigglypuff. He manages to get back onto stage even with that forward smash attack. But Roy is just doing such a great job at staying on the side. Jigglypuff is able to get back onto stage, waiting for something to happen, manages to get a hit off. Not enough to start a combo. Roy misses the forward with an up smash, though. So Jigglypuff avoids maybe a potential death.
Yeah, we're kind of just like, for there a minute, back to kind of some neutral game. But now Puff has Sea-Dude off stage. Not going to be able to convert that into a stock. But, I mean, 122 is enough to take a KO off the side from Sea-Dude. So down to one stock. USC's tournament life here on the line.
It is all riding on one stock, and Roy knows it. He is looking to go, but the snooze.
Back air?
Oh, with the back air.
Nice.
That's enough to close that one out. It is down. Roy is down. 6 stocks remaining. USC looking to stay in this for just a little bit longer.
So Jaden has to take 6 stocks with 1.
Yes.
Is it possible?
You know, anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
You know, if the Rebels could destroy the Death Star,
yes,
I think this is still possible. I mean,
Okay.
as long as you have 1 stock remaining, you're technically still in the game.
Yeah, there's only one weakness in the Death Star.
Yeah, that is true. There's only one.
There's only 1 stock left for USC.
There's only 1 stock, and that is the one weakness. Unfortunately, and all Ohio needs to do is find the proton torpedo that will go down, and maybe use a little bit of the force too. But we don't 100% know.
Yeah, we don't know if
that actually helped anything.
Well, we're seeing Barbflask sit down, the Kazuya player with the Smash Box.
I think he's the only one that we haven't seen yet.
Yes, that is correct.
I think this will be a good one. Putting on the fancy gold suit for Kazuya to close this one out. Decided maybe I shouldn't go without a shirt today. Maybe I should dress up a little bit more.
Yeah. I mean, we are at a nice venue here in Las Vegas. We're all dressed up for the event.
Yeah.
So is Kazuya. So
I mean, it would have made more sense if he dressed up like an Elvis cosplayer.
I mean, he's kind of close with the hair.
True, he's got the hair, but he doesn't quite have the colors. I mean, he's more gold and black. But fashion choices aside, Jigglypuff making the first move on a whiff from Kazuya, already taking a lot of damage. But wow. You forget how hard Kazuya hits until he hits you once, and he's doubled the amount of damage you've done to him.
Oh, but goodbye.
Okay. That's one way to close things out. And just like that, Ohio State is going to take this game 2-0.
Yeah. I mean,
that was a 33-second game.
Yeah.
Kazuya hit Jigglypuff 5 times.
Yeah, they took more time running off the stage than they actually took fighting each other.
Yeah.
Great stuff. I mean, I think that's why Barbflask was sitting in the back the whole time.
Yeah, just waiting to unleash the beast.
Lurking in the shadows. So yeah, great stuff from Ohio State. I'm glad that they were able to pull that one out. Obviously, I'm a little biased, but USC put up a great fight. They took some stocks, and that's the important part. Unfortunately, that is the end of the line for USC, but there's still more to come from Ohio State. There's still more to come from lots of other Smash teams here. Michigan State, I believe, is still alive, as well as Nebraska, and I don't have the results for Syracuse and Boise State Smash, but one of those teams won, and they're going to be moving on next.
I mean, it seemed pretty lively in the arena. So, I mean, either it got really close and is still going on, or it ended and somebody is not super happy right now.
Yeah. Well, that's just the tournament style.
That is true.
Someone has to.
Someone has to go home sad.
Someone has to go home.
Technically, 7 people have to go home sad, depending on how many teams.
Right.
One minus the total number of entrants have to go home sad.
The one thing that I want to point out, though, is after taking a look at all the standings and all of the tournament information and all the regular season matches, there's not one school here that doesn't have a chance of winning or placing high in one of the 4 games we're playing in.
Yeah.
That was a little long-winded to say that each school is extremely competitive in 1 or more titles, and I believe that there's a chance for each team to walk away with the trophy. That's not actually possible because there's only 4 titles. We have 7 teams, but it's going to be extremely competitive from Smash to Rocket League to Valorant to Overwatch.
Yeah, and throughout this game, we saw a lot of that spark of competitiveness, and we're actually going to be moving into our highlights for this game. And I feel like we could see a lot of what you were just talking about, that competitiveness in these highlights, and we hope you guys enjoy them as much as we did.
Yeah, so this is back to game one. El Scorcho here closing out this stock. I mean, he's gonna take, I believe it was 7 stocks to start this game.
Just a ton of just so much going on, and honestly, a great start out for Ohio State. And honestly, you really couldn't have asked for really anything better to start things off with. You're going into what might be your final game of this series, and this final game will be the one that determines if you go on or not. So just winning this one gives you that little bit of confidence boost. We can do this. We've shown our mettle. Even though we're in losers bracket, we are the farthest thing from losers. We got this. We can keep going. And we saw that a lot with just about every player of Ohio State's game. USC, though, not to discredit them at all. They held in here incredibly well. It took Meep a little bit longer than he might have liked in order to get that first few stocks off, but he was able to keep them in the game for just a little bit longer with this Ken gameplay. And honestly, just that competitive spirit, the willingness to go forward, get into uncomfortable positions, and try as hard as you can in order to get things done. That is what we like to see out of competitions like this. And in my opinion, it's what makes it so special.
Yeah, so just wrapping up our highlights. I mean, this is the back air with the Sing. Great stuff there from Jaden. But yeah, this caused going to host.
Hi guys, I'm Alex, if you've forgotten, but we're back, and I'm going to be talking to Sam here from Ohio State. They just were in the losers bracket, but they're back in it because they just won. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels good. We really needed that one. That was all of our players played so strong. That last defeat was a bit difficult. Nebraska's a very good school, but I think that really built up our confidence. Really looking forward to continuing through bracket.
No, yeah, and I heard the players talking about how you were like the MVP. So what are your mains? Who do you play?
So I play Solid Snake from the Metal Gear games, one of the strongest characters in this game. We also had a Kazuya from Tekken, a Roy from the Fire Emblem series, and Sephiroth from Final Fantasy.
Man, and that's so cool. And I've heard that there's counter picks to like almost every character. But I want to know, like, what are the characters that you hate? Like, if you see them pick, you're like, all right, dude, you're just a cornball. Like, what kind of characters are those?
Oh, that's Steve. Now the good news is I don't think there's anyone here who plays Steve, but it's definitely Steve.
And like, would you say that like Steve is for more new players that kind of just want to like try and win? They're just like, okay, I spam button, now I win. Is that like how it is?
Yeah. You know, we like to keep it positive here. We love the players. You know, it's nothing personal, but all the best Steve reps are like 15 years old. We're collegiate. We try to keep it a bit more adult, you know.
No, yeah, but we're in collegiate. I mean, some of us are still in our teens, like 18, 19, but we're having fun. It's kind of warming up here. We're going to the finals soon for Rocket League and Smash, so there's a lot more to watch, guys. Grab a drink, grab some food, because things are still happening, and now we're going to go to a break.
Airlines Arena at the Luxor in Las Vegas. We're currently in the midst of our PEC Championships, switching on back over to Rocket League, and now the rubber starts to meet the road. We have got the lower bracket semifinals, followed by the lower bracket finals, and finally the grand finals for it all. So sit down, you're about to have rapid fire 3 high-stakes rocket matches with me, Jacob Palmer, joined by Carson Cass, call all the action, and we got 2 of the teams straight smack dab in the middle, Nebraska and Syracuse.
Yeah, back in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Very excited to see how this one pans out. Las Vegas, bigger stage for these two teams. The last time they played, Syracuse lost 3-2 to Nebraska. A very good game from Nebraska. Went up 2-0 early. Syracuse nearly clawed their way back, and Nebraska kind of just locked in the last few games. It felt like Syracuse fell by a goal. To Nebraska, very close matchup. I expect to see a lot of close games. However, none of those games were really close other than the last one in Game 5 for that previous matchup. So we'll have to see just how these teams play together. We saw Syracuse earlier. Nebraska's the only team we haven't seen on stream so far. Syracuse played really well versus Ohio State after a comeback win versus Michigan State, or rather a comeback loss. Sorry, they've got 3-0 by Michigan State. Really good comeback win for them against 3-0 against Ohio. Now, whoever wins this will play Michigan State in the losers finals, and then the winner will go on to play Boise State in the grand finals, and that's a pretty big thing that Michigan State's in the losers finals.
Yeah, that is pretty big. We were wondering if Boise State would be able to best Michigan State, but we've got all that for the games coming up. We have got our lower bracket semifinals right now. Syracuse versus Nebraska. Like you said, the biggest problem Syracuse has had, as we saw a little bit earlier in the stream, has been can their whole team work together and all of them become a threat at once? And that question has to be answered right now, or else they're leaving the tournament for good.
Yep. Everything on the line here. Jumping right into just a few moments. We'll see who can come out on top for the Power Esports Conference Championship in 2025. And right in front is going to go! Promising RL. We talk about how bad Syracuse is on those face-offs. And here's some further proof as Taos watches the replay of that goal going right in.
Wow, things already getting off to a bang here. Huskers put one on the board, Syracuse on the back foot, and still plenty of time left to play. On the next kickoff, Promising gets demoed. Noe trying to push as much as he can, but Gababy with solid contact will push it on back to midfield. Creed still trying to keep the offensive hopes alive, but Syracuse is defending steadfast and has a chance now to clear. We'll see if Taos can get a good touch on this, maybe pass it to Gababy.
Gababy kind of caught up top with Noe on that bit of just a punch in the air as both of them kind of just leave that ball in the middle. Nebraska able to collect, pushes it towards the Syracuse end. Lindell with a good counter, trying to clear it, but Creed up on that wall. Creed, a player that they said to watch, the Cornhuskers, looking for a big win for Big Red here. Gababy off the wall. Really good move in front, but Creed's able to stifle that offensive chance. Back out front, that Nebraska defense has been stalwart, but the offense scored quickly in front, away. And that is a great save by Taos, who's you're currently watching right here on the bottom left of your screen.
Up Syracuse goes, solid contact toward the backboard to commit from the Huskers. Ball deflected off to the side. Mr. Lindell, with Gababy watching, isn't able to get into the position that Gababy quite wanted, so we'll wait just a little bit longer. Mr. Lindell full-on boost. Taos pushed one to center, but there isn't anyone there to follow up. A little bit of chasing after the ball by Syracuse. I would have expected someone to hang on back there for an opportunity, but shoulda, woulda, coulda at this point. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Nebraska still with a 1-goal lead.
SU looking just kind of to find an offensive opportunity. They cannot let Nebraska get a blowout win here. They don't want to lose all that momentum, and Promising RL, that's just a missed chance. That's a surefire wide open net, and RL takes a weird angle. Doesn't go in, but no, he nearly slams it home. The Cornhuskers still remain up 1, though. Back on that right side, Lindell taps it to Gababy. No one behind them!
Nice.
Gababy! Quick loft, like just a volleyball hit right into that net, and the Syracuse Orange have netted the equalizer.
Bit of a mistake by Nebraska. All of them move right up toward the midfield mark. No one on back post. And that's an easy shot for Gababy to capitalize on a mistake. Such a big part of winning these games is making sure that with near 100% accuracy, you can capitalize on mistakes. Off the next kickoff, Promising might have a promising shot here, and the follow-up off the crossbar. Nebraska still left searching for the goal to get him back in the lead.
Great big ding is Noe is going to be regretting that one. The one-timer with not a big margin for error, it feels like, in front in Nebraska. Another chance that just should have gone in.
you're going to maybe be biting yourself if you lose this game to Syracuse by less than 4 goals at this point with how many opportunities they've missed. Back in front, Gababy has that chance moved away as he goes for boost. Lindell able to keep it in the air as Taos looking to contest, rather Lindell looking to contest. Gababy in front, Noe can't get a tap. Creed stifles in front, Gababy puts it wide. Lindell, Syracuse on their head and net, promising RL forward. Gababy puts it away. Creed keeping it in the offensive end there for Nebraska though. Lindell the only one there with no boost. Noe from the top. Top rope and still can't get anything. Back over, still in front, chance not over. Put away! Syracuse, 5 saves in a row, and Nebraska unable to find a goal.
2 minutes left, and both teams are tied dead even. Syracuse not even going to get a chance to shoot on the goal as Noe has a huge clear back on over to the orange. Taos gets demoed, but Syracuse will have some time for him to respawn as they make a whole bunch of progress back toward Nebraska. Now we're back to mid. Taos, fresh off the respawn, will stop that shot. Keep it alive for Syracuse to take control. Now Gababy tries to set it up. Blocked by Creed. Taos unable to elevate. Promising, though, he had a weird elevation, and that might have left an open opportunity for Syracuse not to put it in, unfortunately, off the backboard. Seemed like the Orange had some good chances, but they just passed him on by.
Me, you, and Wingman are all on the edge of our seats here. Oh my goodness, as Taos with a good demo could lead to a chance in front as Noe not able to go. Gababy, you see, going for that demo, just barely missed. Lindell squeeze, puts that ball over to the left side. Gababy with a long shot off to the right side. That's a big angle camera. Camera definitely would have helped there as Taos with a shot on net. Noe able to get a relatively routine save as Lindell does not have the boost to deal with that ball. They know back on the defense now. Gababy, the only real defender, but Taos steps up in a big way.
Gababy left chasing after the ball as we're in mid. Fresh on boost from the 100 is just bodying his way right past as Taos looks over the goal but doesn't go in. Creed now will be able to push it to mid. Can't really follow it up. Is able to charge up on the side boost. Now Syracuse fighting for control of that ball. Doesn't make good contact with Noe, but Noe has no one to pass to, and a quick shot by Gababy is blocked by Creed. The Orange looking to stop this from going into overtime, and it might just drop down here, promising not a great touch, and Creed will be there to save as Syracuse trying everything they can to not let this go to overtime, but it might not be enough.
Cornhuskers with a really good tip as Lindell tries to put it
there it is!
Score off the wall, Gababy! What a comeback chance! 3 seconds to go, and the Orange have the lead.
What a great, and sure, yeah, just another day at the, they look mildly impressed with that shot, the understatement of the century. But unless Nebraska gets a really good first touch out the kick out, no, it's the cheat from Syracuse that almost scores another goal. It doesn't matter at this point as long as that ball hits the ground, and the Orange will have the first game of the match. Syracuse up 1.
Yeah, if you had time there, Nebraska surely would have equalized, but that's a really tough one from Syracuse as Gababy drinks some water in front. Middle right there is Gababy, left is Lindell, right is Taos, and just a bit regular day at the office after that one-timer rebound shot. Beautiful from the Syracuse Orange there, but I mean, if you're Nebraska, that was a really close game. And honestly, you get flashbacks to that 3-2 loss where Syracuse just would not get out of the rearview mirror, and now they're ahead. Nebraska falling behind early.
One of the biggest questions at all of these types of tournaments is always, who's going to be the upset? There's going to be an upset victory. Who is it? And I kind of look at that as the team that's in the lower half of the seedings, making huge on the bracket. Syracuse would do that. They were seeded 5th, a bit down there, but they have a chance to make it all the way to the lower bracket finals. That's an incredible run in and of itself. They've already got one game, on the board. And but until the very last, I mean, Gababy with less than 10 seconds deciding it.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about a team coming in here not looking at their seed and knowing that they play better. 5 seed already going to finish 4th at worst. Every other team is eliminated. Got 4 teams remaining. It's Syracuse, Nebraska, who will go on to play Michigan State, who the winner of that will go on to play Boise State, which is Boise State's first win over Michigan State, so we'll have to see. Either of these teams are at worst 4th, so can't get any worse, and will get better if the other team wins it. But Noe looking for another opening face-off goal for the Cornhuskers. Goes wide, and Big Red just gets no big goal there. Back out on the right side is Creed. Off the wall, nobody there to collect with enough boost as Noe has to put it wide. But a second chance doesn't go in! Goodness, Noe! That's another one you're just going to sit and be like, Nebraska has to make those.
Yeah, you can't afford to miss ones like that. This is the PEC Grand Finals. Gababy trying to regain control of this ball. Towels pushes it off the wall. Stopped by Creed in mid. Able to play it over Gababy. He's left chasing after it. Lindell up on the wall. Back to mid. Plays past one. Doesn't have someone to pass to. Gababy a bit too far back on the field, so Syracuse still looking. Shot on goal, and Mr. Lindell will be right there with the save. Can Noe get a quick follow-up? Syracuse a little bit on the back foot as Nebraska getting shots on goal.
Cornhuskers have had a really good defense, but Syracuse as well with late saves, and that's two tough rotations. And it's going to be a 1-on-3 in the offensive end. Gababy going to put it in the air smartly, buy his team some time to rotate, and maybe buy his team some time to get another chance out in front. Creed off the wall. Can't get a second rebound shot. Gababy stuffed in the middle. Over to Noe. Here's a long shot, but Lindell able to touch it. Noe hits it back in front. RL looking for a comeback goal. Can't do much of anything. It's a rebound off the wall, and Syracuse still alive. Nothing, and they've had maybe 30 seconds of possession this entire game.
We still have yet to score. One of these teams has to make a mark on the board. Noe might be able to set it up for promising, but solid block by Syracuse. We'll send this on back to mid, give the Orange a chance to re-attack, and Towles gets it on the board. Noe will be credited with the save, and the follow-up. Mr. Lindell tries to go on in. Maybe Towles with a shot here toward the backboard. Can't slam it on in, and Syracuse still keeping this at 0 apiece.
Very good chance from Towles. Cannot go in. Lindell going to carry it over the right side to the goal. Creed intercepts up top. Lindell falls on it. Back towards the middle. Here's an interesting shot in front, but Noe's able to get there on the very good rotate. Need the boost to get that one, and Noe did a good job just letting the offense go and dealing with it. Resulted in Nebraska not giving up a goal. Big Red, Creed, that's really rough. Towles up top, has a chance to finish. It's going to be Gababy, but stuffed at the net. Creed taps in the air. It's going to be able to go to the Syracuse hand as Lindell and Towles double commit on the offensive end. Gababy, second chance, shot forward as Creed saves it, and here's a really good opportunity for Nebraska if they can find this ball towards the center, as that's a rough miss from promising RL there.
Now's the time to get on the board. This is a championship. No one will be impressed if you say you participate in a 0-0 tie, and Noe trying to find a way to clear this up. Double commit there. Leaves an opening for the Orange. They just need to play off the crossbar, but no, they're too far back on the field. Off the backboard again, it's just too high for them. So Noe will get a whole lot of ground gained back off that play.
Creed's going to have a really good chance. Up top, it's going to be Gababy one to beat, but nobody there to collect for Nebraska. They have to get those rebound chances better. It's the only way they've scored earlier, and it's the only way the Orange have scored. These two defenses have been stalwart. I cannot believe what I am seeing on the defensive end. These two teams just feel unbeatable at a point, but Creed looking to beat them. Block in front, but Towles from nowhere saves that. RL with a second chance, and Lindell puts it away. Goodness, the Syracuse team finally has that rotations that they've been looking for all year, but Nebraska keeping up the offensive pressure forward. The Cornhuskers beat them for a reason. They're really good offensively when they want to, but have not been collecting as a team. And what a goal from Noe! Wow.
Angle too. I need to see that angle again. That is so narrow. That is slicing it awfully thin. Oh, Gababy just hesitates a little bit too much. And the ball passes him on by. Huskers are on the board with one. But situation beforehand, I mean, we know with Syracuse, don't count them out until the last second.
Yeah, we'll have to see just how they can do it here. And that's going to be away. Lindell taps it away, but Creed, really good defensive rotation there from Nebraska. They're going to win every time as long as they don't give up that big mistake that they have earlier. They seem to be the team in the kind of lead here in the sense of they're playing better than Syracuse, but they need to stop making those huge mistakes. That's exactly what I'm talking about, capitalizing on chances and promising RL from the top rope with a absolutely beautiful goal. The chef is in the kitchen, and promising RL has eaten it up.
Now with less than a minute remaining, pressure's on for Syracuse. I mean, it is technically right on the line of that comfortable, 30 seconds per goal, but it's still a tall task nonetheless. Syracuse now still defending off of that kickoff. Can they find the clear? Gababy plays it under one, but can't get much territory off of that, and Creed is going to set it up yet again, promising, doesn't go for it, but at this point they can be a little bit more conservative in their play. As long as they have that side control, they'll ride this on to a victory with 30 seconds left.
Lindell top down, scores! 30 seconds remain, and you talk about that 30, that comfortable 30 seconds a goal, but I don't know if comfortable is the right word there. Not a lot of time, but Lindell with a top-down rocket.
Well, comfortable, necessary, I'll say. Necessary 30 seconds per goal. I was about to say 30 goals. Oh, both these teams only wish. But at this point, we're going to play off the ceiling. It is a very tight game. Can Syracuse push this one over to overtime? Nebraska, though, promising as long as he has control of this ball or a teammate does, this will be good for them. One touch by Syracuse, possibility of a clear, nice block by the Huskers. They want to keep this in the lead, and Gababy with the save, follow-up, promising, lines it up perfectly, and Nebraska puts it back to 2-goal lead.
That's a really good opportunity. Noe puts it towards the net, and as long as you keep shooting at the net, you're going to give your team more chances. Rebound shots are a massive way to just get that ball in front, and it's always going to work. When you shoot the ball, they have to defend, and 95% of the time it's going to leave the ball in a dangerous zone for the other team, and Nebraska collects perfectly there. The Cornhuskers are eating pretty good.
Now Noe can just watch that timer tick down in satisfaction and tie this on up. Now we got a match here. We've been seeing a lot of 3-0s in Rocket League and 2-0s in Smash, but as we get deeper into the bracket, the stakes get higher. Those days are behind us. We've got 1-1. We're at least going to Game 4.
Stakes get longer, days get longer, and it feels like for the Syracuse Orange, you got to collect yourself right now. Nebraska just did that. A really good response from a Cornhuskers team that's been looking for a statement win to kind of show themselves at the higher end of this bracket. KU is out. You don't have a 3 seed anymore. At worst, if you win this, you finish 3rd, and that's a big improvement for both these teams who were not that great in that first fall semester. The spring has been massive for both of these teams, and they would love to show an opportunity, maybe get a chance against Michigan State if they can find their way to 3 wins here, but we'll have to see. That's really, I want to know what you saw on the defensive end from Nebraska that kept Syracuse out of the net.
You know, it wasn't so much the defensive end from Nebraska that I noticed so much. What I noticed was it could have been a lot worse because I think Nebraska's biggest weakness right now is that they're good at setting up the goals. But we saw a little bit earlier, I mean, the first goal Nebraska tried to score, it was a wide open net, and they whiffed on to the right. So it's like, I'm positive if we saw shots on goal there, Nebraska has a much bigger lead. It's just if they can get that consistency down even more of making all the shots they're supposed to, then they're in a really good position to actually win this.
It's an interesting thing because, like, you saw that first goal. That is one of those, like, yes, you had the missed goals that first game. They lost because they lost that goal, rather, because they were so, like, just confused with each other.
No,
and another face-off goal.
Kidding me?
What a demo and what a goal from Noe.
I mean, look at this right here. Sometimes you... Oh, what contact right there. Just a chip shot right up and over. A hop, skip, and a jump. And Nebraska in the lead with just 2 seconds having passed.
That's a good start. If I'm a Nebraska fan, I'm feeling quite good. And Syracuse, you mentioned, had that face-off loss in that first face-off game. The first game.
Oh my goodness! Another goal by Nebraska.
Not even double-digit second into this game.
If you can do it, I'm going to do it too. I'm going to provide my expert analysis. That is a really good start for Nebraska right there. In just 10 seconds, 2 goals. The Huskers are starting to tear up Syracuse.
This is like a tornado in a cornfield, for lack of a better word. Everything is going awry, and here's a third chance in front. RL stuffed away by Gababy is looking for a hat trick, and we're not even 30 seconds into this one. 2 goals in 9 seconds is a pretty good start for Noe, I have to say. Back towards the middle. RL forward. Lindell going to try and push that away. They will. Taus has that ball towards the middle. Nobody has really any boost on the Nebraska side. So this is a bit of a dangerous job to go in there with a tough rotation. Here's Gababy up top, and that's what happens.
No!
But Noe there with a really good opportunity. No boost as Lindell goes down, and Syracuse offensive chance really doesn't seem like it has much prospect here unless they can find a way to get it out of the defense here. Good job by Creed off the wall. Noe giving another chance to RL, and that's not going to go in. A facilitating chance. Just beautiful in front for Nebraska.
4 minutes, 3 seconds left. Still plenty of time for Syracuse to roar on back. They'll need to start by taking away from Noe here, but Noe just bodies them, makes it back up on the field. See who moves in. Oh, Creed not having any boost, so of course Mr. Lindell beats him to the punch and gains a whole bunch of ground for the Orange. Taus tries to go in with a shot on goal. Follow-up by Lindell, and he's got it! Syracuse is back within 1.
Just watch this right here. A really good job from Taus to set this up off the wall and gave Lindell a chance, and Lindell took that chance. Creed tried to block it, tried to get that pinch, but just a moment's too late reaction. And Lindell has put this game within 1 for the Orange, and that looked like not so good at the beginning. I can't lie to you. It looked very bad for the Orange, and I mean, they've done a good job here as Nebraska's really peeled open that defense so far. And here's another opportunity. Towns has to prevent it as a double commit goes up top. Lindell's still flying in the air. Back one more chance in front. Gababy puts it wide. No double commit here. The Orange have been really good about that so far.
And the shot pushed on over. Creed blocks it, and huge bomber onto the goal. Gababy will be there to save. So we're nearing about 3 minutes. So much has happened, but we're not even halfway through as Gababy trying to play it past promising. Solid contact made by Noe, but not quite accurate contact because they're still looking for a decent shot on goal to try to get them back up to a more comfortable 2-goal lead, get themselves a little bit of insurance.
Trying to get back in front. This defense has looked much like a car crash in that first 10 seconds, but they've solidified for the Orange as they go back in front. Really good counter chance from the Orange here. Gababy kind of pinches it there. It's going to leave Lindell with an open opportunity, and that would have been a little bit better if Towns had collected right there. Gababy off the wall, going to bounce past one, and what a goal, Gababy to himself!
Right at halftime, too. 6 seconds to halftime. Gababy makes the hero play all by himself. Kind of sets up a dribble for him right off the ground and then pushes it in.
That was disgusting.
It was. And now Syracuse back with new life. Nebraska had a great first 10 seconds, but everything after then, maybe this can be better, but no, he will just miss it. And that chance might come back again as it's going to go to the crossbar. Set up again. Who's there? It's Noe, but he doesn't score a goal promising. Maybe for the follow-up off the backboard. Can't spike it on down. And all of them are trying to go in to just push it over that line. But Syracuse are able to hold firm and keep it tied at 2 apiece.
What a defensive blocking opportunity for the Orange, who just kind of sat in there and made sure it didn't go in. I'm not really sure how. First Gababy hit Lindell into the ball. He sent Lindell up there, and that's teamwork. Pick up your friend and block the goal, but they're still not done for Nebraska, who has been anyone. One more chance in front. Noe off the post. 5 in a row. Surefire shots that Nebraska has not been able to put in. 1:40 remain, and Syracuse feels like they should be down 8-2 right now.
Yeah, that's what I was exactly saying between the two games. There were so many shots on goal from Nebraska, but it's just that completion ratio that's been evading them, leaving Syracuse with a chance to win this. 1:20 left, and huge shot by Mr. Lindell to gain a whole bunch of territory, but it's answered back. One shot for another, and Syracuse doesn't touch it at all. Going clear from the other side of the field. Nebraska, are you kidding me that going in? That's insane.
That's pixel perfect. Tao's just too far away. Had to get boosted if they were going to make a block there, and just not enough for Nebraska. And how does that go in?
Yeah.
Such a good job from Nebraska. I don't think they even meant to do it. Off the wall, here's another chance. RL off the crossbar. Noe, second opportunity doesn't go. Creed, no boost, but Tao's kind of left alone in front with the ball. Lindell second, off the wall. Can they respond? Nobody there. And that's so tough if you're the Orange looking for a rebound and nobody's there in time. But maybe more like heroics because they put this game, try and put it back together. Gababy pinches it with Noe over to the left side.
Syracuse is rapidly approaching that spot as they try to get the save here where they can. They're going to lose anyway if things keep on going, so they should probably get more aggressive, pushing everyone up towards that goal, trying to equalize it as we have just 30 seconds left. And Gababy almost gets it, but Noe is right there, read the shot perfectly. Syracuse still looking for a goal, maybe another chance by Lindell, but there's no follow-up, and that's huge for Nebraska.
20 seconds, it's enough for Syracuse if they can keep it out of the net. Creed stuffs it home. That's the coffin. Just slam shut. Orange are going to lose this game at this point. 19 seconds, sure it's enough time, but that one is a heart stopper right there. Creed with the rebound, exactly what the Cornhuskers needed.
Alrighty, 19 seconds left. Syracuse will have to have the kickoff of a life right here and scored, but promising. Wins the 50, gets a bit of ground off of it. Follow up by Syracuse, but we've already reached about the 10 seconds mark. And again! Oh, what another open goal. Syracuse, you have got to fix this if you want to stay in this match for the next game.
Yeah, you're going to go down 2-1 here, and what's been the problem? And the answer is face-offs and fundamentals. Nebraska there goes up with a tough goal that, you're like, sure, whatever, man.
Yeah.
Like, that's tough, and they're not going to do that again the rest of the game. But you have to get those face-offs right or you're never, ever going to get past a team like this. The Cornhuskers are too sound fundamentally to give up those chances. You know you're good on defense. You have to be better on those face-offs. Looking for salt in the wound against the Salt City as Creed not going to hit the ground, but Towels will make sure of it. Nope, no, they're going for the goal.
I mean, hey, anything to get you in a slightly better mood, you know, maybe a mental reset for the next game. Well, here's the thing also. They left the goal open, but like I said a little earlier, when you're down like this with no time, you're going to lose anyway if things are a draw, so you might as well go in. So I won't razz Syracuse too much for the time they left an open goal in the last 30 seconds. What I will razz them for is that third goal. It was just a clear from Nebraska sailing across, and absolutely no one at no time even tried to contest for it.
Yeah, you're talking you have to go full aggression at the end there, but the goal looked as open as it was at a certain point where you're going full aggressive and you're just not collecting any sort of opportunity. The Orange, like, they just weren't letting it. They weren't playing defense on the faceoffs. They were making poor decisions, not the right rotations. Nobody was where they should be. And it feels like the Syracuse team at a point can't play a faceoff correctly. When Nebraska is able to put it in their own zone, Syracuse can't play defense. It's flat out their rotation takes too long to start, where you have a 25-second period if you're Nebraska to score it well. It's you're never going to win a game like that if you're Syracuse, and they need to put it together. They're down 2-1 on the brink of elimination. Fourth place is better than they would have placed earlier. KU was a tough struggle, but they got past them, and for Syracuse, it's win or go home at this point.
Yep. We were talking between the matches during one of the Smash matches. I mean, one of the things that makes a team not perform well is if they have a whole lot of excuses. You'll have a whole lot of excuses in your backpack, but no wins to speak of. And there were just some goals that happened in that third game where there was so much time Syracuse could have responded that they have no one to blame by themselves. And so they got to make sure someone calls out, take the initiative. I'm going for this. You got to perform now.
We've said it about 5,000 times on our own streams during this stream. You have to watch Gababy at this point. This is where a play like that's going to shine. When you missed your rotation on the defensive end, not much is going to matter. We talk about that 20-second period. Syracuse is just kind of dead in the water at this point if you cannot stop a faceoff.
All right, devil's advocate, though. Nebraska also got off to a very strong start like this in Game 2, and Syracuse made it competitive. So don't beat yourself up too much over maybe the first kickoff goal. Sometimes things just shake out that way. Meanwhile, Nebraska still trying to keep this from being cleared out. Creed makes contact. Gababy now with the dribble. We should watch him. And no, he reads it perfectly and gets the block. But Nebraska is still defending. Pass over to Noe again. He does make contact. Lindell onto the goal. And Gababy almost has it. But Creed is there with the save. Nebraska, their defense is beautiful when they need it to be.
And here's a great counter chance. But Gababy from nowhere prevents another Nebraska goal. Going again for a high-flying offensive opportunity. Towns collects up top. And a good tip away from Nebraska. It's going to prevent a very dangerous flying opportunity for the Orange. You know, Oranges don't typically fly, but that's all we've seen tonight. RL going to go down. It's 3-on-2 in the defensive zone for Nebraska. But, I mean, a team like this, they're able to change on the fly. They haven't had too much problem with the demos earlier. And here's a very long shot, a missile from absolutely nowhere. Towns, though, rebound, and promising RL by the skin of the wheel. Barely keep that goal out. That was a pixel away from going in.
3 minutes, 30 seconds left with Nebraska leading by 1. Might try to make it 2. No, he tries to push it past mid, but Syracuse isn't going to let him have it. Now, once again, Nebraska defending. Creed not able to push it past mid, doesn't have the boost for it. Promising pass to no one, however, so Syracuse will hit it on back. Gababy on the goal, and a block by Creed. And the follow-up again by Creed. He has had so many of the saves for this round, keeping Syracuse at 0, and the counterattack almost turns into yet another goal.
Syracuse really going for transition offense. They're feeling like it's risking it all at a certain point when you're taking those huge chances in the middle to keep the ball away from Nebraska. You're bound to give them an open shot, and that was it. A good rotation and a demo, honestly, helping Syracuse at a certain point. Noe back towards the middle. A squeeze is going to keep that ball towards Syracuse's side on the offense, but they have to do a better job on getting those chances in front. Nebraska feels unbeatable with how good their rotations have been, but a quick mistake like that can change everything. Lindell towards the middle. Nebraska has some time to respond, put it off the wall. Back forward, promising RL, though, just has the boost and has the talent to put that ball away.
Creed is going to get in a 50 with Gababy, who wins it, but it will Noe. Oh, I thought for a minute that was Syracuse shooting on the ball. That seems so delivered to go into the goal. Noe taking a risky shot off of his backboard to clear it out. And now Nebraska has a chance to maybe get an insurance goal. Towles pushes it to mid, blocked by Noe.
It's been a quick game. We're 3 minutes into this one already. And it kind of feels like Syracuse has just been way more dominant on the offense, but still hasn't found a goal. Here's another opportunity, though, as Lindell just gets squeezed in that other end and can't do much of anything. Feels like Syracuse is just forced to watch Nebraska throw it in the other end, get one shot, and run away at a certain point. Stuffed by Gababy. That is a game saver. Can you believe that? Back towards the front. Towles off the wall. Trying to go for a breakaway here. Only one to beat in the Nebraska side, but they're going to get a good angle at it. Lindell towards the wall, going to dump it back in that corner. You see it a lot in hockey, and you just want to keep throwing it towards the goal. Throws that other end. Gababy forward, off the wall to themselves. Who can respond? Towles cannot. A really good opportunity, but Lindell doesn't try and help either because they're trying to go for a third chance there. Syracuse, these gambles are not paying off anymore because Nebraska is so sound on the defensive end.
Creed, control of the ball, blocked by Towles. Promising comes in and isn't able to center. Oh, quick shot though, back toward the goal, and Gababy almost doesn't get to it, but he does manage to push it back to mid. Gababy now with control again, but not a whole lot of boost. He has to make this shot count. It's a whole lot of ground gained, but they need an actual goal is the thing. And Noe, great redirect to set it up for Promising. It's still anybody's game, but time is rapidly ticking away for the Orange, but that shot's too far to the left.
Towles puts that just a little too wide. I think he was going to get to it anyway, but Gababy up top. Oh, that's trusting your team there for Gababy, and they just weren't there in the right situation. Creed gets demoed, prevents a really big Nebraska chance from going into the net without much contention. Back towards the right, RL trying to find the ceiling goal, but it won't go. Creed off the wall, 1-0 Nebraska. The winner to this, Nebraska can win, faces Michigan State in the losers finals. As the clock ticks down, we've got one more opportunity for the Orange.
Oh.
They leave it in front. First chance misses. Lindell off the wall. We've seen a bad situation 4 teams earlier, but it doesn't look like the Syracuse Orange are going to get it 3-1 in this game and 3-1 in this series as Nebraska wins 3 rounds in a row and storms to the losers finals.
Yep, whatever seemed like a promising start just quickly evaporated for the Orange. Nebraska will move on to the low bracket finals, which facing off against Michigan State, here's the one thing. They went 2-3 against Michigan State, so we could have another very competitive match, UNL being the one to watch as potential spoilers, and Boise State watching on very eagerly, seeing who they're going to face in the grand finals.
And look, I think that 3-2 came because of how good Nebraska's defense was in that game, I assume online. You have to kind of wonder. Now, Michigan State doesn't play a brand of offense. They don't play a certain brand. They play really defensive. Sometimes when they need to, it kind of is a response thing. They play really good on the offense when they need to, really aggressive. But if Nebraska stays to what they've been doing, keep the rotation sound, don't get flustered by being against the 1 seed here, you have a chance to bring yourself from 4 to 2 very quickly against this Boise State team if you can move on and find a way to beat MSU in 3. MSU seems like the better team. They've played better all year. They can adjust better. But if UNL can find a way to play their game, I think they can do it. You just need to keep your defense sound. If you find a way to score a goal, maybe bring it to 0-0 overtime at a few points, have to play really conservative. Just can't let Michigan State score. It feels like the thing. Because Michigan State's offense is good, but their main brand feels like how good their defense can be.
Well, if you're a Huskers fan, the good news is, I mean, we're talking about the importance of them having a good defensive game. And if you wanted to see any sort of example as to a defensive skill winning a match, I have to point to that third match against Syracuse. They did not let anything through.
I mean, you score in the first few seconds there, again, rather-ish, but you just they don't collect, and Syracuse gets eliminated simply because they can't score against Nebraska. And if Michigan State can't score against Nebraska, I hate to break it to you, you'll never win with 0 goals, and if you can find luck like that against Michigan State, find those shots, and maybe collect some of those offensive opportunities versus the Orange that went wide and were not good because you just simply overcomplicated it. They're on stage right now, and I know they're overthinking it. I know they can hear us. Nebraska just has to calm down.
Let's take a look, though, at a few of those replays. Maybe there are some good signs there for the Huskers to think, hey, we can win against Michigan State. Let's take a look at some of them and see what they brought to the field to win against Syracuse. Already starting off with one of the fastest starts we have seen. I mean, especially in one of the games, 2 goals in less than 10 seconds. That was pretty insane. Nebraska was definitely the masters of getting off to a fast start, but Syracuse held on in there to win game 1. So, I mean, it was certainly nail-biting a good number of times.
Yeah, Noe you have to talk about, obviously, with 2 goals in 9 seconds. It's a really good face-off opportunity for him and for them, and you just have to wonder if Michigan State struggles one time on a face-off, they screw up one time, you feel like Nebraska might be able to take a game off them. Honestly, like that defense, it was smothering. They did not let a goal in, and they had the great counter. They know what they're doing. This Nebraska team is sound. They've been inconsistent all year, but we talked about if the sun shines a certain way, if the nerves trigger in the right way, the neurons telling you what to do, if they go the right way, Nebraska has the opportunity, and I believe could go all the way and win this. Just in the terms of, they are really good. They are really good.
There are only 2 teams that were really able to take any sort of matches away from Michigan State in their perfect season. That being Boise State and Nebraska. They're the only ones that can say, we've played them, we know how to win. Will they actually collect here in the match that's going to decide it all, who goes on to the grand finals? It's almost surreal with how much we've been talking about Michigan State. This is the first time we're actually seeing them on stream. I mean, they've been waiting in the wings, and everyone's wondering why we're hyping them up so much. Well, you're about to see, I'm sure, some great gameplay coming on out here from the Spartans in this lower bracket finals. Things are starting to wrap up, and seems like we just started this event, but we will soon be crowning our first grand champion.
Yeah, Sparty feels a lot more like Bigfoot, and you're about to see why Bigfoot is so touted, or why Michigan State is so touted. I think there's a chance that this game goes 13-0, 13-0, 13-0. This Michigan State team is really good at Rocket League, and there's a reason they were the 1 seed. It's a reason that they only lost 4 games of Rocket League. Not games like overall, but like best of 5. They lost 4 games. Their differential was 17. They played 21 rounds. This team feels like one in a lifetime when you're talking about just how they played against other teams. No bad luck. The worst of the bad luck didn't cause a loss, and they were undefeated in the fall too. So what can you say about that? Michigan State's 14-0 against the PEC.
We're talking about crowning champions, the first champion being in Rocket League, but we are also crowning Smash as well today. We can take a look at how the bracket is shaking out for Smash Bros. If you are wondering if one of your teams is still in the running or has met their bitter end, and it looks like Boise State will be moving on with a whole lot of wishes, but nothing much to show for it. Ohio State also dropping to Nebraska, as does Kansas. So the semifinals, Michigan State versus Nebraska. And Michigan State, much like Rocket League, has been a favorite to win.
Yeah, you talk about how good that team has been even there as well. But it's a lot different. It's the only real game that they had struggled with. There's 3 6-1 teams in the Smash bracket. And you have to understand, lower side is going to also be interesting.
Ooh,
the winners here.
Kansas, Boise State.
That's an interesting one. We saw that on stream. Ohio State lost 2-0. Ohio State won 2-0 on stream. USC almost had a game at the end there, but couldn't find themselves, as Kansas and Boise State playing right now. Syracuse lost to Boise State earlier, and they'll go on to, I guess, pack the car early.
I mean, to be fair, Ohio State, Nebraska, Nebraska, Syracuse, Kansas. There are so many teams with red as one of their dominant colors that can blur together. Not to mention USC as well, who's also here, that we'll see plenty tomorrow for Overwatch and Valorant. There's a lot of red here in the arena, but here we go. We're just about ready to jump in. And here's to take a look at Valorant, just to see how everyone's doing. Boise State winning their quarterfinal match, going up against Michigan State. This seems like a very common thing. Michigan State is constantly staying in the upper bracket, making their way to at least semifinals.
Yeah, Michigan State is the team to beat in Valorant. It's a bit different than Rocket League. They did go 7-0, but some teams took games off them, and Boise State was one of them, who dominated Syracuse, it felt like, who just had no answer on the other end. Nebraska 2-0. Oh, goodness, I did it again. Ohio State 2-0 Nebraska. I'm not sure why Nebraska's orange.
You know what?
Big orange.
But it doesn't matter right now because considering the result, Valorant being the only game here that is single elimination, doesn't matter what color their team is, they're out. They lost in the quarterfinals. Kansas is also out of the running too. And Michigan State or Boise State are in the semifinals, but feels bad when you win your first game, but you still have a chance of just being knocked out of the tournament entirely.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Maui format, so they're not done until literally grand finals. Everybody gets to go play a specific spot. You're not just top 8 or top 7. But jumping into our last game, which I don't think we really talked about at all today, Overwatch has been interesting, and I don't think a lot of people expected this. Syracuse going to go up against Boise State, one of the only 2 teams that took even a game off of Boise State. You're expecting a 3-0, maybe a 3-1. But, I mean, we've seen anything, and especially in LAN, this Boise State team is experienced and probably the best Boise State team there is here today. We'll see if Syracuse can do what feels like the impossible, but we'll have to see. Losers finals for them would obviously, I believe, be Nebraska, or no. Yes, no, I actually was right for the first time. Nebraska and Ohio State.
Very scary sight there to see that Boise State in that semifinal match going 3-0. They didn't have to play their first round because they were seated so high they got a bye, and then when they finally enter the arena, 3-0, not allowing even 1 round pass.
Yeah, winners finals is the 1 and 2 seed, so I mean, sometimes regular season matters, and it's yes, this is actually the best team, and sometimes you have other things going on, but here is the
oh my goodness.
bracket.
Okay, this was the biggest question that I had for the winners finals. What was the score line between Boise State and Michigan State? 3-2 against the Spartans. Boise State getting into the grand finals. Here's what you have to remember, though. This is something that Doc Haskell, head of Boise State Esports, always says. When 2 teams face off in a tournament, and one team wins in an earlier round, and then there's a rematch in the later round between the 2 teams, it's usually the team that lost first that actually wins it. So if Michigan State can win this next round, oh my goodness, will Boise State be able to beat their old demons, which have been the Spartans all this season, and actually win the championship? We're going to answer one of those questions, whether it will be the Spartans facing them in this lower bracket finals.
That's
now.
what happened to Syracuse. I believe they won that first round matchup versus Nebraska, and you just saw
Yep.
what happened back there in 4 games. But, I mean, again, the main reason that happens is typically a confidence thing. Boise State's going to believe maybe that they're confident that they can do anything at this point, and just the problem is you have to calm down there. You have to understand that maybe you're not perfect, but we're going to get a pretty good tutorial on Michigan State, pretty good book against what they do against a good defensive team. As Noe, again, for those first 5-second chances, has been just about there and everywhere as Morval puts it towards the end. Michigan State in orange, Nebraska in blue, and a good chance already as Nebraska nearly scores.
Well, Nebraska is known for getting off to a fast start in these Rocket League matches, almost making it happen against the Spartans. Now Noe makes contact with it. Oh, close 50 in favor of the Spartans, who put one on the board. Knock! Picture perfect shot, upper left. The Spartans came here to play.
That is not a good look from Nebraska, whose defensive rotation, like, that's not the same one I saw against Syracuse, and I think they're going the opposite route of they're not playing conservative. They're not going to try and stop Michigan State, do what they did against Syracuse and respond to their chances. They're going to do high-flying chances and a great shot in front, but Knock! What a save! That is impossible for some players, but, I mean, Michigan State, you talk about the caliber of their roster, and it's a high one. Back towards the other end, though, promising RL. Nebraska playing so fast and so aggressive off the top right. Morvu puts it away to the right side. One more for Noe towards the middle, looking for a one-timer chance, but RL can't collect that. Has a bit of an awkward angle at it. His bomb goes off the wall. Off a bomb back towards the middle, stuffed in front by RL. And that's Nebraska's defense that I'm used to seeing. Not a long shot for him.
Michigan State, though, still with the lead, but Knock gets demo. Not going to really anything happen off that. No, but Bob, what kind of whiff? Oh, that's a brutal whiff from Nebraska. He had his eyes right on it, and Opbomb just plays him like a fiddle and has an easy shot right after that.
I'm not sure if that even is the right term to use. That was like if you're a baseball fan, that was like Baez on a slider, just nowhere near it, and I don't really know why. Creed just had that ball and just had to drive at it, and I think was just got in their own head and trying to predict something that maybe they were going to make a move, and Michigan State just kind of drove it in. But you talk about respawn and rebound chances for Nebraska. This has been their best opportunity in the first 20 seconds, but as it expires, you're seeing just
Nebraska's not in their own end. They're letting it go down. They're going way more aggressive than they did against Syracuse. You don't change the book when the book was great. You don't change the book when it was ready to go.
Right now, Bomb trying to send another one up. Oh, just like now we see why Michigan State and Boise State trade wins and losses so much. Because we were talking earlier this broadcast about Durtho. He loves to set it up off the backboard and slam it down just like this. Well, Michigan State, anything you can do, I can do. Well, I'm not going to say better because both teams have won and lost against each other. So also,
it is 1-1 in 2025. We'll avoid the fall conversation for you, but Noe off the wall. I mean, you're talking about. I said the 13-0 thing for a reason. Michigan State's really good, and when they're ready, they're ready. But I'm curious to know how that 3-2 happened when you see just this. And maybe Nebraska's rattled. Have no boost right now on the offensive end. There's no way they're going to be able to put a goal past Michigan State, who has all that boost right now. Hot bomb over to RL, who's the only real defender on that side. Puts it forward as Knock. And right one more move off the wall. Another chance for the Spartans.
Oh.
Sparty would be proud with this offensive showing so far. Maybe not that one, though.
you can take a mulligan on that one. See if they can do it right way, and they almost do on the second. Okay, take a second mulligan on that one, and then we'll see if we can make something of this and more. Might set it up for another opportunity. Just 1, 2, 3, but the ball gets back onto mid. So now we'll see a little bit of breathing room for Nebraska. Maybe they can put one on goal. They tried to, but they missed the shot. And that's a whole bunch of ground to give up as a result, with Michigan State trying to set up another shot on goal.
With what I'm watching, I think the current scoreline might be our final score overall, 3-0. This is not good for Nebraska. You have to collect yourself at some point and not let things like this go on. As RL up top, able to stuff Morvu. And Noe there, that's an interesting choice to just kind of tap it. Leaves it for Otbomb, who has another opportunity to give it to his team. Morvu up top again, stuffed by Noe. No boost on the side of Michigan State now either, but Nebraska, same thing there. You got to find a way to get a chance, and you got to find a way to just not let Michigan State have the ball for the entire 5 minutes.
Knock, gets it taken away from him by Noe. That will give Nebraska a little bit of ground to play with, and promising. This does look promising, and it's a goal for Nebraska, who's still sticking in there. Just 2 goals off with 1:17 left.
I can tell you that Creed is reading a 1-goal charge back. You have to see now. Calm down. For Michigan State, you have to not let them get back into this. You're up 3-0 early, and you kind of fell apart a little bit right there. That is a really easy chance for Nebraska to capitalize on. I mean, it's been tough for them, too, at all. How do you feel against the Orange? But, you can't miss. You can't miss something like that. It's off the face-off again, and Knock beats 1. Beats 2. I mean, what do you even do at that point? Michigan State, what a goal from Knock. It's like Connor McDavid in front. It's just, there's nothing you can do.
1 minute, 10 seconds left. We'll see if Nebraska can do anything, because they now have a 3-goal deficit again. But what a shot by Bomb to take it away. Almost turns it into a shot on goal himself. Now we're going to see with 1 minute left. Bomb, nice block into the corner, refills on boost. Can't pass to anybody, but Knock is able to move on in, get the clear for the Spartans. 45 seconds left. Nebraska needs a save and needs a clear and needs it now. Michigan State still maintaining side control, centering to shot mid, and almost gets the shot to make it an even more lopsided game. But at this point, with 30 seconds, 3-goal lead, that's a pretty solid goal, pretty likely victory.
Top right of your screen, bomb, and then the image of the bomb. Good demo. But I don't think it's really going to matter. Michigan State, I mean, 4-1 is a lot with 20 seconds to go, is a lot better than if it was 4-1 with 20 seconds to go in soccer. But this is one of those tough situations where, I mean, Nebraska is just, the door is here, and they've been hit with the door repeatedly, it feels like. You have no offense at a certain point because Michigan State was taking your chances and doing this with them once you intercept them in the middle. And, oh, my goodness, Morvo. Good save by promising RL, but Morvo just beautiful. And, I mean, got the MVP partially. I think Knock got the MVP with 2 goals. And you have to wonder if you're Nebraska, how do you respond to that?
All the rounds leading up to this, also, I was looking for one particular thing from either Nebraska or Syracuse, whoever was going to face Boise State or Michigan State. But it's not just getting a good air dribble, but getting in pulling off all the moves and maneuvers you do to get the most out of a dribble in possession. You know, flip resets either off the ceiling or off the ball to keep things going. And I haven't really seen that from Nebraska or Syracuse, whoever was going to face up against Michigan. They had to show me at least one of them all day, and they haven't. And I think, you know, that's where we talk about Rocket League being such a high skill ceiling game. Being able to keep your dribble going thanks to the flip reset is such a huge thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to go home from the Allied Gaming Power Esports Conference Rocket League Championship with a bronze medal if you're not going to change anything there. Nebraska needs to stop with those high-flying chances in the middle. You have to just kind of let it come to you at a certain point. You saw Michigan State make that miss that opportunity and make a huge mistake in front of the Nebraska net, and that led to Nebraska going down and scoring a goal. It's that 1-4 looks bad, and it feels really bad if you're a Big Red fan and a Big Red player, but there was a lot to gain right there, and I think the aggression was here, and you need to bring it down to, like, down here, actually.
You're up here. We need you to...
We need you here right now.
All right, here we go into game number 2. Spartans have 1 on the tally. Can they get another? And the shot almost gets it right off the first drive. And all 3 players got in on that one for a shot on goal. That means everyone from Michigan State is still firing all cylinders, working as a team. Not a good sign for Nebraska, but an unexpected goal there. What a great play also by the teammate.
Exactly what I was talking about. Look at this, RL off the top. Just a beautiful assist. Noe right there RL saw Noe and just gave it to him. That's perfect. That's exactly what Nebraska needs to do. And what a string of saves in front of the Cornhuskers. That's exactly what you need. That's what you needed to do last game. And it's not over, Morvo. Off the wall, you have to beat these chances somehow, and they're not easy. But if the team can do it, it feels like Nebraska had all those late chances, those very desperate saves in front. They played on their head in front of the net all night with so many saves. Can they keep Michigan State out of the net is going to be the real big question, and that nearly just lofts right in there. And a good read by Creed to know that it wasn't going to.
Knock now moving back up the field, promising to block. Pass also to Noe, back to promising, but he gets demoed, so they can't continue. Noe has to move on in to try to make something of this drive, and Creed almost collects! Oh, but the shot is wide to the right. Noe will try to recover, at least stop it from becoming a clear, and promising. That's way too wide of a shot, though, and it's passed right on over to Bomb. Not the best outcome of that situation.
Yeah, and I mean, to their credit, Nebraska not backing down with how bad that could have gone. Really good positioning from everybody on Nebraska. You have to wonder, when you watch this Cornhuskers team play, you feel like they can do it. At this point, like I said, I think you're going to just try and beat out the time here. RL with 1 to beat, but what a demo by Noe. What a demo by Norvo as the shot goes on net off the crossbar. And not able to collect as Michigan State. Put too wide now, and Michigan State is just bumbling it in front of the net, but here's another chance, and another missed shot. 1 more, too high, and a good job from Michigan State, or rather from Nebraska, to pinch that in the other end. You have to say, if you're Michigan State, how did that not go in? And a double commit could be real bad, but there's nobody there to do much of anything promising. RL just missed 2 demo opportunities in front. Drove by again, and that's, again, you can't talk about missing opportunities. As Morvo goes down, Creed nearly collects, but that debt remains open. Michigan State looking to make that debt just a little bit wider. Ooh. Back in the other end, and a great block from Noe, who keeps that out of the Nebraska net.
Shot clear on back towards Spartan territory. We're nearing the halfway mark, and Nebraska is still holding on to this lead. Creed gets it toward the corner and promising. He's going to head back on over to mid, but more. Oh, and maybe a teammate. No, Bomb is going to be too far back to make a shot on goal there. Oh, shot coming through here, and Knock just barely by his tip of his bumper knocks it out a millimeter away to deflect that shot.
The ball is in front, and nobody there to collect for Nebraska, who's not playing too aggressive, and that could have been dangerous there from Creed, who missed that very badly. And you have to imagine those misses are going to add up for Nebraska, and you're going to get more chances in front like you're seeing here. Michigan State off the wall to the left. 1 more. They get everyone as Creed alone, but is there enough boost to get it to someone else? And just too high for Creed, who misses both in a wide open net.
Oh,
Never mind. Here's Creed. Didn't see that behind the ball. They were hiding.
The camera betrayed us.
Back towards the middle there. Creed off the wall. This chance is not over for Michigan State.
Oh,
in front. Just
How do you miss that? That was gift wrapped for you.
The Spartans, I mean, it's not Christmas for them, it feels like. Spartans go wide, and there's no goal for that other end. Here's a great dodge. Creed, what a job to keep that ball in the offensive end for Nebraska. They have to get as much time as they can. Creed, I've said the name so many times, and there's a good reason. Another defensive stop, another offensive chance off the wall. Sparty still can't find another goal as the Spartans, I mean, they can't do anything, it feels like. Back towards the middle, Creed off the wall, bomb, still can't do anything. Another chance, stifled again, one more. There it goes. You have to imagine with about 437
17th
shots
time's
on net,
the charm.
yeah. About 437 chances on net. You have to imagine it's going to go at some point. And you know,
all right.
you get a clean slate, a clean field for Michigan State, who, if you were curious, Michigan State placed 4th in the national landscaping competition in recent weeks.
You just say it. I mean, we still got a minute left, but okay. Still anyone's game. 50 seconds left, and it almost sneaks past Michigan State to go into the goal again. Oh, there have been some very huge unexpected goals for this game. By goals, I mean 1 goal for each team, but still, it's been an exciting game.
Back towards the middle, Creed. Just gonna have to watch this one. It feels like RL off the wall. And so much time for Nebraska here, who's got an interesting opportunity now. The ball's pushed towards the right end, but they're now going really aggressive. And it didn't work last time, but this team has collected themselves. They look like they can do it. RL off the wall. One more towards the middle. Somebody could collect here, but not gonna put it Wards. Back to the right wall. Ward right now left side, and that's going to be interesting now. 5 seconds remaining. Can Michigan State find a goal off the wall?
Oh, right. No. He being the one to knock it out of contention for the Spartans, but now we move on to overtime to decide it. Will the match... Oh, Appa almost gets it right off the kickoff, too. That could have been a great cheat, but they won't be able to find it. Still, though, this is getting exciting as another attempt by the Spartans goes through to try to win this.
I feel like Homer Simpson. I'm saying dough repeatedly, just not expecting anything to go there, but here's a one-on-one on the other end. RL has the boost to center it. Back towards the middle, and a great squeeze for Michigan State to keep that offensive chance flying in the air as Knock puts it towards the other end off the ground. Nebraska, oh no, you have to get something here if you're no, you have to keep it away. Bob pushing it now to the right side off the wall. Oh no, here it is off the wall. Bomb to himself, can't do it. Knock, though, able to respond as Creed tries to drive it out. Not going to do much of anything there, though. RL dumps it in. Here, Creed, just again, you kind of get there at a certain time, and Bomb is there with the right timing, and a good block by Noe as the Michigan State team puts it forward again.
Oh,
Center.
right here.
Goal!
They got it. Michigan State wins game 2, but it is by the narrowest of margins in overtime. I mean, Nebraska, you're making good progress. I mean, yeah, I mean, first game being 4-1 to it going to overtime tied 1-1 for game 2. That is definite improvement and a sign that Nebraska might have it in them to pull off a reverse sweep here.
I'm almost out of water, and we still have a grand finals to go. There is a lot of screaming going on here and in this booth and down there. Michigan State feels really good. 2-0. Collect yourself. That was a really good job from Nebraska, though. Getting better. Maybe it gets improved. Maybe you take a game, and that would beat the last time you played them. I mean, it wouldn't, but it would feel better, I think, if you could take a game off the second place team if they did end up losing. I think I just made my prediction right there, if you heard me. But we'll have to see if Nebraska can collect anything at this point. Down 2-0, this is when you're going to feel your most demoralized. But when you're Michigan State, you feel confident. You're the 1 seed, and you're got up on a team 2-0. You can easily lose this.
Sometimes it's the worst moments of your life where you have to smile the most, and that's going to be the case here for Nebraska. Their last chance. Keep that confidence. Know that you've been steadily improving against the Spartans, and you have taken games off of them before. We could still see a reverse sweep here in game 3, but things might be going the way of, once again, your head coach, the grand final, quote-unquote, no one, in massive scare quotes, because I kind of disagree with that a little bit. I won't get too much into that. But the one people expect, Boise State versus Michigan State, looking very likely now with Michigan State just 1 win away from going on.
Yeah, and just right here, Gonna get right into it here. 2-0 Spartans. Nebraska back towards that middle side. Got blown out that first game. If you're just tuning in, we're in losers finals. That's University of Nebraska-Lincoln taking on the Michigan State Spartans, who nearly score right off rip here. And Nebraska went up 1-0 early and 2 unanswered from Michigan State, and that 2 unanswered comes very loosely. There's about 4 or 5 minutes between all of them. It felt like, but really good opportunities for Nebraska. Squandered. It feels like you just have to find a way here if you're Nebraska to try and take a game, one game at a time. You're down 2-0, you lose, you're done, but you win, you're alive. So let's see, can the Cornhuskers keep themselves around a little longer?
Creed, oh, huge bomber back over toward the goal, but doesn't find it. Nice little tap by Bomb. Keep it out, and now Michigan State, 1 minute having passed, goes in for another goal, and it's just off the post. Left post, bottom of it too. Just hits the ground, and another chance for Nebraska to rally back.
Yeah, Nebraska's biggest MVP feels like it has been 50% of the saves have been done by the post, and that's not even on them. They've just knocked it that way and been able to only touch a little bit, but Bomb with a really good opportunity, but no momentum. That shot's honestly terrible. Back in front, I mean, it's going to keep the Michigan State chance alive, but I mean, you kind of get to a point where you're not making any good shots. You're not going to score anything if you're Michigan State, but repeated shots help a lot. Bomb, really good response here, but RL, what a chance in the middle to stop them.
Knock tries to make, it does make contact, and now Morvu with the dribble, uninterrupted too, right on into the goal without a care in the world.
Talk about ball handling there. Beautiful from Morvo. Just dangling it in the air, and kind of like, I mean, you have a dollar on a hook and you're just kind of pulling it up every time Nebraska looks at that point. If anybody gets hard off the bat. Oh.
I got you a dollar. Oh, you almost had it. Got to be quicker than that. Oh man, you got to be quicker than Michigan State because they're already trying to get another goal. Make it 2-0. Nebraska be able to walk away from that, but they need to change around the trajectory of this match, and fast. Bomb now going to let Knock get clean contact with it. Play it off the wall. Creed demoed. A lot of pressure here to find the save, and Morvo takes it away and pushes it into the goal to put the Spartans up 2.
That was disgusting. So Morvo watches here, gives it away from the teammate, and off the wall here, and punches Creed in the head with the ball. In fact, knocks it off Creed's head into the goal. That's not a lot of fun. If you're Nebraska, you are kind of just, I mean, Nebraska's watching as Michigan State kind of just, I mean, taunts on him with Morvo, who's 1 goal away from a hat trick with 2:20 remaining. I wouldn't be surprised to see it again. A little bit of a replay of our first game, but it's not over for the Cornhuskers. Fun fact about Nebraska, to try and maybe rally this army a little bit, the Reuben was invented there, and the Reuben is my favorite sandwich, so let's see. They can keep a tasteful offense going, but the defense has been their shining point, and it's not looking great today, but Creed, breakaway chance, scores, and puts 1,000 Isle sauce on it. Beautiful goal from Creed.
They're still in it. I mean, every single one of these games, they've gotten at least 1 goal, so they'll make sure the third game is no exception. Nice shot by the Huskers, back within 1, and still plenty of time, 2 minutes, 9 seconds to decide it all. Let's go again and hopefully get another one, and Creed almost sets up another goal, promising, trying to make another shot here, but a block by Knock. It's not going to come easy.
Yeah, you try and get that opening shot almost if you're Nebraska there to try and find something else.
But, you know, sometimes things just don't quite work out for you. And Morvo almost puts it in again for a third. Knock coming on in, and Bomb trying to be past you, but a nice interception by Creed, keeping Nebraska's hopes alive. Maybe narrow angle, but they almost get it at the demo onto the goalie, but they cannot make a connection with the back of the net there, and they're still behind by 1.
Yeah, that first game was really rough for Nebraska, but it feels like we're watching a different team. They're fighting in every sense of the word, but I mean, you've seen how good Michigan State can be. Morvo looking for that third goal. Can they find it? He's going to certainly make sure Nebraska doesn't find one. That is a great tap in the wall, and I may just eat my words. Off the wall, Bomb serves it to Morvo. On a dish, back to the other end, Noe. Good tap in the air, but there's still more Michigan State Spartans, and that's the best part about Michigan State's offense. They have so many initiators where you're going in, the ball's in front of the goal, and you still have 2 who are not even out of the Michigan State defensive end yet. Here's a big shot from the middle as Knock puts it wide. anything Nebraska can do. Feels like Michigan State at this point is putting it away, but they've seen how good they can be. Can Nebraska find a goal to try and push this to overtime? And here's a long opportunity, but not going to push it away again after another shot from Creed. Back towards the middle, Creed scores! Wow. Creed ties it!
Oh boy. 43 seconds left and Nebraska finds the equalizer. Solid contact. Michigan State bomb just too late there. Can only watch it go in. And now this is big here. I mean, this would be the first step toward a reverse sweep, but Nebraska has a chance at it right here as Creed puts one. It's going to bounce off the backboard at least, but Knock is right there to defend. Round toward the corner, promising. Not going to get anything off of that shot. Morvo, though, almost plays it above Creed into the goal. That was close.
Got 2 hat trick watches, and I guess something's going to have to give. 2-0 off the wall. Morvo looking for their third, but it's going to be Knock who gets one. A great pass from Morvo, who puts away the selfish play and puts a goal in the back of the net. As a result, Sparty must beat Sheeran back at home in East Lansing as the Michigan State Spartans go 3-2. That might be the nail in the coffin here in the Allied Gaming and Power Esports Conference Championship in Las Vegas for Nebraska.
Well, 15 seconds. Make the most of it, Nebraska. They're not getting a clear. That's already 2/3 of your 1/3 of your time away. Now 2/3 of your time gone, and you need to make something happen. But it's going to be Michigan State who almost gets the goal, and things have been decided now. Boise State and Michigan State heading for the rematch in the grand finals.
And to credit where credit's due, Nebraska keep their bronze medal, and that's better than they thought they were going to do. And a team that was wildly inconsistent during the regular season goes almost all the way, and that's a lot closer than that 3-0 suggested. Maybe not the first game, it was maybe like a 3-1 at a certain point, but overtime opportunity. Nebraska can't collect 2-2, 30 seconds remain, and Michigan State just, I mean, it plunges the sword. It's tough. You have the dagger right late, and now we've got a Spartan-handed steed. Can Boise State find a second win? We know how these typically go. It's their second match of the day. If you were not here earlier, this was losers finals and winners finals. Boise State downed Michigan State. I'm not sure by how many games.
3-2.
3-2. One game. We've seen that go always to 5 with these two teams. Can Michigan State find that win, find the win they saw earlier in the season in week 3 or 4? But this is Joey said it was maybe the Super Bowl that nobody wanted, but you talk about such a good storyline for the 1 and 2 seed. I do too.
Yeah. Good thing for Broncos, though, is that it isn't completely inconsequential that they won the winners finals because they get that all-crucial 1-game advantage, so they just need to win 2. But Michigan State showing it is inside them. They usually even if you add 1 game to Boise State as an advantage for all the previous times these two teams have faced off, it still goes to game 4 and 5 because Michigan State still just finds a way to win.
Yeah, divisional round to the conference series, though. We are going from 5 games to 7. So first to 4 this time as we're going to see. This is going to be potentially 12 rounds of Rocket League between these two teams this entire day. And boy, who's going to outlast who at this point?
I characterize it as Michigan State for this whole year has been the one demon haunting Boise State. Boise State initially went into the fall match a bit overconfident. The Spartans took it away from them. Then into the spring match, the Spartans won yet again. Every time after the game, I've talked to the Rocket League team. How'd the Michigan State game go? They've just pointed to their trophy cabinet and say, this is where I'd keep a trophy. If I had one! But they just haven't been able to win against the Spartans. And all credit to Michigan State. They are able to play toe-to-toe with the Broncos.
And you have to wonder now on the biggest stage, if you win, by the way, if Michigan State wins in 7, it will be 6 rounds to 6 for the entire total of the day, which is a fun thing to think about if you are a Boise State fan, because you can still go, actually, we were tied all year. Both teams 10-1 for Michigan State. I believe 9-1 for Boise State now that you've played those games. Yes, 9-1 that you played those games. 9-0 when you played those games. You got 2 wins. Michigan State got the extra because they have one more game in the losers finals. But now we've reached the end of the road here, the pitch, if you will, and we are in the grand finals.
But here's the thing. I mean, you're talking about, we're tied overall for the year, but let's not even look at matches. Let's look at the individual games in those matches. It's 8-7. Michigan State has won 8 rounds overall. Boise State winning 7. Yeah, just making sure of my math there. I mean, it has still been razor thin every single time these teams have faced off. And we still got that question that I brought up earlier, the saying by Doc, the team that loses the first time in a rematch tends to actually win it. They're down 1 game, but the Spartans, oh, they got to be feeling at least pretty decent about their chances.
You got to feel that also understandably, that's not too common that you get that 1-game lead. Obviously, still potentially 6 more games to go, as it is a best of 7, and you're, I guess, losing a round. But, I mean, we might only see three wins in a row for Boise State, potentially. I'm not saying that's going to happen. But, speaking of the score, what's your prediction?
I think it'll be decided. I don't think Boise State will sweep here. I think Michigan State will at least pick up 1 game. I'm going to, you know what, I can't do any other prediction other than it's going to go 5 games like it always has between these two teams. It's just that's the nature of the deal. The sun rises in the east, sets in the west, and these two teams always go to 5 games. Although best of 7, I should say, for the grand finals too. That's the other thing, the true test of a player's abilities in this best of 7. So wait, okay, it'll go all 7 games instead of all 5. All 5.
I guess 6.
Either way, we're seeing a lot of Rocket League between these two.
No, you have to tell me who you think the winner is going to be. You got to get. Yeah, I will go. Syracuse is a sister city of Boise in the sister city program, which means researchers are exchanged between 2 cities. But I'm going to go Boise State losing 4 games to 2 to Michigan State.
Okay.
I'm a big believer of that second round matchup thing. It's happened to Syracuse about 45 times before. I've seen it. I believe it. I'm not sure what it is, but I mean, you have to imagine some sort of confidence, some sort of internal belief. I beat this team already, but Michigan State is not going to go down without a fight. And you're seeing that team, they're not celebrating. They know they got to be locked in. They got to find a way to get past the Broncos Stampede, who beat them earlier tonight.
All right, well, look, at the end of the day, me wearing this blue and orange tie here, I got to go with my boys. I think they'll win it 4-3, possibility of 4-2.
Okay, I like that. I mean, then we're contentious in the booth. Blue and orange, obviously. Good tie choice. I think Joey's going to be mad at me because I said I'd wear an orange and blue tie. But I'm not sure how we're going to get, I guess, the decision here tonight. But you have to imagine it's going to be a good one no matter what. This is the only game without a CECC bid for May Madness. Keep that in mind. It's every other game will get a slot for CECC Madness. Boise State already has theirs. Michigan State, I'm not sure what's going on with theirs. I don't know if they have one or if they're not going. But May Madness on the line here for every other team, not these two. It's just
not for Boise State. They won their Mountain West championship, so they've already punched their ticket. But here's the thing about the PEC, which I think makes it one of the most important tournaments that any of these teams could win, is just the nature of having all of these universities with a strong football presence, as storied rivalries in traditional sports between them. I was just given a tour of the Boise State Esports Arena about a week or 2 ago, and to someone who's completely uninitiated with esports, hasn't watched an esports game of their life, but all I had to say was, yeah, no, next week Boise State's going up against Nebraska, and all of a sudden they said, oh, they gotta win that then. Yeah. I mean, people, they have their strong feelings. These are the types of matches we love to see. And Boise State and Michigan State has quickly turned into one of the top rivalries as far as esports is concerned.
Absolutely. You talk about competition, crown going on right now. Boise State playing Nebraska, but we're going to jump to a quick BRB. We'll be back very shortly for your Rocket League Grand Final. Stay with us, stay tuned, grab some popcorn because we've got some great action on the way. I wrote on my notes, expect nobody except Syracuse to be in here at this point. And you talk Boise State, you talk Michigan State. So good at Rocket League at certain points.
Yep.
You understand this is going to be the matchup. This is what you thought it was going to be. It's going to feel like might be the matchup in a few other games too. And that's a credit to these two programs. Michigan State, the winningest program in the PEC this year, and you understand why when you look at how talented these teams are. Their overall roster, they're disciplined, they're great, the coaches are great, the program is great, the directors. You have to love a team that puts it all forward and puts it on the line. But they have everything short of champions here so far today. They need to find a way to win. They'll suffer their first loss of the year to Boise State, and maybe they go to a second one here. Let's see.
Yep.
We have to see if Boise State can put it together, can find their way to 7 games, 4 wins. They start with 1 because they won winner's bracket.
They have to shake that trend of the first team to lose is usually the one to win in the rematch. You were talking about these teams' lineup and talent. Great chance for us to go over the lineups for both of these schools, see the talent that they bring to the table. I mean, Boise State starting out with them. We saw in the earlier game today that all 3 of them, Durtho, Woozy, and Preston, have their place on the team and are known for making devastating plays, having such accuracy and great coordination.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you talk about I'm a little sick right now, but they're disgusting with how well they play. And it's just you have to see they play so well. It's kind of like you've got these 2 players who are so good on their own. They're so good. They can play offense great. They rotate well on defense. And then you just have an individual player who is a superstar. They can play by themselves. They can set up chances, facilitate when they want to. Feels like they have all their own will in the other end. They can't do anything else in the other team, it feels like. But if there's a team that can stop them, it's Michigan State. Great defense-ish. I mean, honestly, you have to expect Michigan State was fine on the defensive side against Nebraska. It's going to come down to the offenses. It's going to come down to, I believe, what might be like a 7-6 game, a 9-8 game. We're going to get high-scoring opportunities. But we'll have to see just how high scoring it's going to be, because honestly, I'm going to say that's going to be 1-0.
All right, here we go. And as you can see, it is a best of 7. Boise State already with a 1-game advantage. We'll see if they can turn that win into more. As right off the first kickoff, Durtho trying to gain some ground with the ball. A demo onto Morveau. And ball up for grabs by anyone in mid. Woozy makes his first touch, gets the second. And Durtho coming in for the follow-up. Boise State almost on the board, but Michigan State will find the save. Thank Knock for that. And this is still a competitive game.
Back on the wall, Preston trying to go towards the middle. Really good opportunity there in front, but just cannot collect. Durtho over to Woozy, and that is a whiff you will be thinking about for years if you lose this round and maybe lose the rest of this matchup here. Preston with a good save in front. Durtho, you talk about a facilitator. Just look how talented they are in the aerial portion of the game. And that's a big part that you don't see a lot with those lower portion teams, those lower collegiate teams, is these guys play the best, as good as anybody else, it feels like. An op bomb from absolutely nowhere puts it to the left side, but Preston able to clear. You just have to imagine that someone's going to have to break. Something's going to have to give here.
Oh, and Morveau puts one on the goal and gets the first for Michigan State. Not deterred at all by their loss in the winners finals, have come on back with a vengeance. You can see how excited they are on stage for that early lead. Michigan State up 1.
Maybe a smile, maybe one little smile.
A smirk.
A smirk. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I think it is a smirk. I don't think I saw any teeth like that. Smile back towards the other end, but you talk about how good these teams are and how aggressive they are. I don't think anybody's playing much of defense here. And Woozy off the wall. Preston serves it. Woozy scores it. What a goal for the Broncos, who look just as happy.
Yeah, I know. Both of these teams are so ecstatic. Something I should also point out, you see behind the Broncos, you got Doc Haskell and Wacey Williams. Wacey being a prominent YouTube creator for Rocket League and the head coach for Boise State's Rocket League, has seen them through so much. And now Boise State with a chance to win the PEC, still tied with Michigan State. 3 minutes, 28 seconds left to go. Can Boise State make anything of this side control they have right now?
Back up top, Durtho looking to just get something out of that, but does not have any boost, and neither does most of the Michigan State team. Interesting situation you have, obviously, back in front. Durtho, that's a really big win. Can someone get there? Woozy, that's a big bailout.
Someone did not turn on their ABS, okay? They did not have anti-lock brakes there. Unfortunate move for Durtho. Maybe he can check the dashboard next time. But meanwhile, as we see Michigan State with a possibility of scoring a goal here. Woozy tries to put it back to mid, blocked by Bomb, who now has possession and a good amount of boost to go. Knock just hanging out in mid for the follow-up. That's a great block by Preston. Gonna have to force Michigan State to try to recontest again. Woozy now getting it back to mid, but a block by Bomb again, still putting the pressure on the Broncos.
Back in the middle, Bomb just gonna have to try and center it again. No defense is being played. It's all just counter in the middle and just, can I throw my car at your car and see who wins at that point? And it's been 50-50 so far. You talk about a 1-1 split between the two teams right now. Back in front, Dirtho trying to find something, make a chance difficult, but good clear from Michigan State, and then they followed by what is, I think, going to be, a good clear from Boise State off the wall, and that's a bit of a mistake, but Dirtho with the long shot. With Morvo, you feel like someone's always going to be there, and they will. Back towards the middle, Bomb, a big bounce, but they know that Morvo's there, and that's what you see. Trust in the teams, they call that the Lance Pipers.
Yeah, whatever. All right, now as we move on, Preston with 100 boost and world of opportunity, although he did get caught up there by Michigan State, so Morvo puts one on the backboard. Woozy already there for the defense. Back onto mid, going right up against Bomb, slams into him, and Dirtho keeping the play going, but a nice deflection by Morvo off to the side. Stop Boise State from any remote chance at a goal there.
Preston off the wall, makes one miss, going for a second. Can't catch up, no boost. Bomb, the only defender remaining, has boost. Centers it for Dirtho, though, off the wall. Woozy not going to be there. They're just going to let this chance go. And a really good squeeze from Michigan State goes the way of Sparty off the wall. One more pinch on the wall for Woozy back on the air. Morvo beats one. Collects his Bomb. What a rebound score. In 1 minute, 12 seconds remaining, it's 2-1. Spartans are not looking good for Boise State right now. You don't want to let this door open at all for Michigan State. And unfortunately, the door has just been blown off the covers, and you're going for another room now.
Boise State, we have got 72 seconds left on the timer. Boise State, though, still with plenty of time to equalize this, although Knock has a promising play. Deflect by Dirtho off to the side. Preston, unable to win that 50, but Woozy gets clear contact with it. 1 minute, the ball just again, complete stop of any forward momentum there. But now Preston's got the momentum back for Boise State and set it up. 1-2, just like that. No! Boise State is denied by Morvo. What a save by Michigan State.
Stuffed at the line. You have to imagine that's one that does not feel good. Dirtho back on that right side, can't center it. Towards the middle now. Knock off the wall. This is really not great for Boise State. Preston goes up, Knock almost double, commits towards the middle. Dirtho block to Woozy into that corner. Off the wall, Preston gonna facilitate it back towards the middle. But Michigan State, a really good read to keep that ball away. Woozy forward, Bomb the only one to beat. Neither of them can hit. As Boise State forced to jump back the other end. Good tip from away from Bomb to Boise State, who keeps Bomb off that ball a moment longer to prevent a shot on goal. Morvo forward, off the crossbar. Nobody's there right now. Preston puts it away back towards the middle. 5 seconds remaining. Boise State needs to find a goal. That's a whiff, though. Could be dangerous. We've seen interesting opportunities. There's one more bounce. Still off the wall. Keep that in mind. This does not end until the ball hits the ground. Knock off the wall. Woozy, and that's going to touch the ground. Would have been a goal, honestly, if they had the time, but they don't, unfortunately, as the Stampede slows down a bit and we equalize at 1-1 with 3 wins to go for either side. And honestly, neither team looks happy, and I wouldn't expect Boise State to, at the very least.
I mean, they didn't look happy when they had the lead either, so I wouldn't base too much off of that. But yeah, I mean, we both predicted that this wouldn't be a sweep. So we both predicted this would go long. We kind of differed in which team that we chose in the end, but both of us predicted at least a game 6, and things are rapidly turning out that way. Basically reset this best of 7 into a best of 5. Boise State versus Michigan State. Both teams tied now, and Boise State not really looking too good there, especially toward the end, that last minute. It wasn't even shots on goal, it was just simple passes to the other player where you could tell the other player was just too late in responding to it, like a second too late. There's just some issues with the coordination and passing with Boise State that's a little bit concerning if they don't rectify it.
Dirtho did not look like the same player. Dirtho did not have any opportunities alone, and if they can neutralize that, I think Michigan State, they play simple defense and they can neutralize Dirtho, the game is over already. That's what it feels like. I think Dirtho is going to be the key player to this offense. You talk about that team play, it's great.
Oh, the pinch and the cheat! Oh! That was so close, he almost got it right off the kickoff.
Game of millimeters, and you have to wonder,
if that's going to cost them down the road. Durtho watching as Preston goes up. I said Durtho was going to be very important and nearly put the first goal away for Boise State. Off the wall, op bomb to Durtho towards the middle. Durtho, what a score!
Are you kidding me?
3 Spartans fall in front of the net, and you have to wonder, Boise State, what a good offensive opportunity, and you can't believe it at a certain point. What a goal!
Oh boy, all right. 278 seconds left to go, though. Plenty of time to fight on back. Boise State now going to have to stall against Knock here, who's gotten a whole bunch of ground. Morvo coming in on the follow-up. He's had a lot of good shots on goal. And the follow-up by Bomb, but Boise State diffuses the situation quite literally and is going to be able to go back toward Michigan State's goal. Can they get an insurance goal? Almost, but Morvo will be right there with the save.
Woozy, a really good shot on that, but you have to see Morvo's name has been said about 5 gazillion times for a reason. Knock trying to drive it in. Makes one Boise defender miss. And Preston. That was a really bad idea of Preston to go in the air, but very thankful for them, that, or rather they would be very thankful that Michigan State shot went up and not forward, because that game would be tied. If that was the case, and a really good opportunity, but Bomb kind of just wrong place, wrong time for the Boise State Spartans. Morvo, offensive opportunity, ball still dangling in the air. Woozy puts it forward, but is going to get countered in the middle by someone. If they can, really not a good chance. Is now back towards the middle. Boise State should have had a goal if they had someone in the air, but that boost was so drained. Op bomb forward off the wall. Here comes Morvo. No goal off that right side, Preston. Good opportunity off that well middle side as op bomb. Forward, Preston off the wall. I cannot believe that no shot has gone in the past 2 minutes. So many good chances, but a good credit to so many good teams in this, so many good players in these teams. Goodness me, we are deep in the grand final.
Yeah, we are, and it is down to the wire. Game's being decided by just 1 goal, and Durtho looking for another. Woozy's gonna follow up off the backboard. No, that's gonna be another one that passes the Broncos on by. They came out into this game 3 guns a-blazing. They tried to get it right off the kickoff. Didn't work out for them, but they do have a 1-goal lead. The ball's bounced up into the backboard, and Durtho tries it. Preston tries to get on down. Durtho's still available, and he's chasing after the ball as Preston puts it up. A little bit too high for Durtho, though. He won't be able to shimmy that one on in. And Boise State now nearing halftime, still with a very narrow 1-goal lead.
As they click halfway through this game, you have at minimum 20 minutes of Rocket League to play if somebody gets 4-0'd, maybe 15 minutes if, well, now it's 20 minutes because Michigan State has already got a game off. Boise State, you talk about the winners game, it was 3-2, and there's a reason, and you can see this game goes back and forth, the momentum swings like a pendulum. It always goes back to the other side, and the other team will always have a chance. Early goal means a lot, but it won't matter in the grand scheme of things because you're always going to get another chance. You should always have these aggressive chances. You just have to make sure that you make the most of them. Preston back towards the middle, off the wall. Let's see what they can do, but Boise State's coordination has not been great. They've been relying on just honestly, Durtho was the only one that could find a goal. Boise State's getting beaten in the coordination ends, but this is a great interception, but nobody there to collect as Knock. Honestly, that's a game saver.
That might not save the whole game. The game saver is going to be tying it up for Michigan State. Boise State looking for their clear. Preston gets the first touch. Durtho left chasing after it. He's low on boost, though, and he just passed to Woozy, who almost gets a shot on goal. Knock now going up against Preston. Preston fresh on boost. Is able to play around Knock and not around Morvo, though. Still a bit of pressure from Michigan State as Knock pushes it back toward the goal. Woozy off the wall toward Preston. We are closing in on just 1 minute left, and Boise State is doing everything they can to hold on to this lead, but Durtho has the ball. Flip reset down into the goal, just like he always likes to do.
Disgusting!
Off the crossbar, dunk right in.
Watch, never mind. That was gross. I cannot believe what I just saw. He saw that ball off the top down, and Durtho makes about 3 Spartans miss. Their helmet flew off in that process.
Watch this. Durtho still looks completely unenthused, but that's the same for all of these Rocket League players.
It's interesting here, and Morvo has to get this chance, and this is a really good opportunity for Michigan State if they can keep the ball in their own end. And spoiler, they don't. Back off that right side. Really, whoa, Bop Bomb off the wall. That's a rocket towards the goal. Goal from Bop Bomb, who scores on, honestly, assist themselves in a way over to Mock in the air, but Now that's within one, and the enthusiastic Michigan team has to go through one more game, and I think we're just going to keep harping on these guys for not looking happy.
I got a nod, though, from one of the coaches. That's at least some physical movement.
That's pretty good.
That's what I call progress.
That's
Meanwhile, into the next kickoff, Morvo. Great sheet, though, is able to get the better of it for Michigan State. We'll see what the Spartans can do. They only have 35 seconds, and Woozy now making a bunch of room for the Broncos, but off goes Morvo. Preston gonna have to gain control of this ball. Shot off the ground. Knock denies him the clear, and Durtho with a read, but he gets demoed for it. Boise State has to defend here while Durtho responds. It looks like they will do that. Preston now leaves it for Woozy and is able to play it past Michigan State. That's absolutely huge.
That was just, I mean, that ball gets past Woozy, and it's a goal. There's no boost on the side of Boise State. You have to find something here. 4 seconds, it's going to be Michigan State's last opportunity. Knock off the wall. That's a double commit on the wall. But like ants, they've fallen off, and unfortunately for Michigan State, it looks really good for the Broncos at this point. Back off the wall, Preston lets it touches the ground, and Michigan State, after one win, goes down 2-1. And you have to imagine, you hear the cheers hopefully back there. This is going to be a close one that I think is going to go the distance.
Yeah, and it's a good also kind of affirmation for Boise State. You know, we're going to pick up, we're not just going to get the one win that was given to us, you know, by default. No, we can compete against Michigan State, but every single game, again, I have to remind people, of a best of 7 is only decided by one goal. Ugh. This is, I don't know. I don't necessarily know how the fans down who are actually cheering for these teams are keeping it together, much less us, because every team is matching each other shot for shot. But it did seem like they're, you know, Boise State, we saw a little bit of promise from them the first time we saw them earlier today, from Woozy and Preston, because I mentioned if Durtho isn't scoring the goal, it's usually a combo between Woozy and Preston. That has evaded them for this grand final. It's usually been Durtho getting these game-winning shots. If Woozy and Preston can find that team coordination, which I've seen them have before, it's looking very good for the Broncos.
I predict that Michigan State's going to win, and there's a reason right there. I think Boise State got a collection of 3 or 4 chances that game. And you have to look at it as, if Michigan State is going to get more chances, they're going to win a best of 7. That's how it goes. That's the law of the land when you have such good teams like this. And I mean, I'm about to eat my words when Preston comes through like on an aerial here and scores, but I'm long. That's off the wall, and Preston keeps the game scoreless barely. And Morvo not going to let this go away, though, towards the middle. That's a good center on accident for Michigan State, or rather for Boise State, who puts it for Michigan State back towards the middle. Knock off the wall. One more opportunity for Michigan State. It feels like maybe they're going to go back up, keep the boost, and make sure that Boise State can't find much of anything. Op bomb off the wall. Woozy, really the only defender to beat. Steps up, moves that ball to the backside. Knock, no boost. Gets demoed. Ball's in a dangerous zone, but Op bomb can't get bumped by Preston. Goes towards the middle. One more time, back towards the right. Woozy's going to be able to tap it on a clear. Back towards the middle. Knock, here's a chance, but puts it a weird angle. Gonna just try and dump it into the corner there. Op bomb forward again. Off the wall. Collects! Morvo! 1-0 Spartans!
And now we got plenty of cheers for the Spartans as well in the arena. Still no major difference in reaction.
It's like waiting for it, and it just never happens.
It's not going to happen.
An absolute rocket.
It's like the big win in the casino that just never comes your way. We're not going to get a big win, and we're not going to see any reactions from the players. It's just the way it works here. All right, 1 minute having passed. Michigan State, huge clear by Boise State.
It's a shot on net, and Boise State. Another chance in front. Morvo keeps it. That's a good job for Michigan State, because Boise State's gotten very few opportunities like that. And Morvo, if you can keep most of them out, you're going to win almost every game at a certain point. That didn't happen last time. Boise State had 3 chances, scored on 2. And that's going to be one of their chances so far on the front. But a dumping from Durtho is not going to do much of anything. Gets past one. Preston, the only defender right now, except on this end. Forward, trying to clear. But again, no boost on this offensive side comparatively for Michigan State, who's got 1.5 players. Michigan State, or rather Boise State, has no players anymore as they go back towards the end. They're under Woozy, some boost towards the middle, but just not enough to get past much of anybody. Back to the right. Preston, though, reinforcements come. And stuck in that. Woozy is going to collect. I was waiting for it.
Yeah.
Nobody there, and Michigan State gets pushed to the side, and the Broncos equalize. In a beautiful game so far. We have to understand how good Boise State is at offense, because they will come down and score eventually. The problem is in Michigan State, if you get rid of most of the chances and score efficiently as you have, you will get a win. Morvo and Outbomb uncontested, but is there enough boost to keep Michigan State in the offensive end? Outbomb off the wall, pushing forward. Interesting angle here. It's going to let Boise State back at this ball back towards the other end. A miss would result in a goal, but Preston able to touch it back towards the other end. Outbomb enough boost to keep it away. Back towards the middle one more time. Big whiff from Boise State. Morvo doing some freestyling in the air as Preston steals it, and Morvo lands on Woozy, detonating his car instantly.
Ball up for Boise State, but Morvo is there, beats him to the punch. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. Halftime, and both these teams still tied at 1, but Bomb out of boost, and Preston takes the opportunity to gain a whole bunch of ground off it, and the follow-up coming through by Durtho is blocked by Morvo. Of course it has. He's been the #1 player to read Boise State's plan and thwart it. So now 2:12 left on the timer, and Boise State is left defending again. Woozy will go with a clear. Durtho is demoed though, so Preston has to be the one to follow up. At least he's keeping the side control. Durtho off the respawn will have to stop this drive by Bomb.
I don't know if my heart can take overtime. Someone's got to score, because I don't know if extra time is going to result in me making it to the next game of the grand finals. There's so much energy in this building right now. Back towards that right side, Preston off the wall. This ball right in front now. Morvo has to clear it. They will. Outbomb into the other end. Preston watching into the brief sunlight that you see right there as Rock puts it forward. Oof, that's a really tough opportunity, because Preston's going to go off the wall and down. Can't score it. That's the crossbar denying it. Morvo forward. Woozy back to the other end. Morvo misses that. Doesn't have much of anything boost-wise. Can't stuff it home. Woozy off the wall. Good job there, as Knock comes from absolutely nowhere to go get that. Back on that right side, Durtho. Oh, that's a big whiff.
Well, nice recovery by Woozy. I mean, great play off the wall. The ball's up high, but in goes Durtho for the shot. Misses. Woozy's the one actually credited with that shot on goal. That means Durtho didn't even make contact. Now with 1 minute left, both teams still tied at 1 apiece. And an opening here for Woozy. He's got it open to himself, and he scores. Boise State has the lead, 53 seconds left.
His second of the game, and a big one at that, off the wall. Just found a perfect opportunity, intercepted it, stole it, bring the bread basket home. Goodness, I should stop saying words with 2 B's. Boise State finds a 2-1 lead, and the Broncos are prancing a little lighter right now with a 2-1 lead, potentially 3-1 if you can find this win here, and your prediction's looking a lot better than mine right now.
Oh, just have to see. I mean, you said someone other than Durtho has to score, and Woozy rose up to the challenge. Now has a slight lead for Boise State, but Morvo wants to change it back. Of course he does. He's the one who stops Boise State from having too much momentum. And now, shot back to mid though, but Bomb doesn't have any boost to elevate, so Durtho plays it over to the side where Bomb is waiting, makes contact, but oh, double commit by Boise State. That's not what we want to see at this time of the game, but the clear still goes through. Boise State might be able to breathe a sigh of relief here.
Michigan State, really good job to get that ball out of their own end here. Morvo taking a dangerous chance in front. It's a big whiff. Morvo puts it on net, but Durtho puts it wide. 5 seconds, one-timer off the top end. And that's such a good chance for Michigan State, and it's going to expire in the other end. Nobody's going to touch it. Michigan State falls once more, and it's a 3-1 lead for the Broncos.
Oh, there's the smile. I knew it was there. I knew it was there. The acknowledgement of something happening. Oh, that's great. But if you think that's great, when they know they finally won it, that's when you'll see the real celebration. And they are 1 game away from making the first statement in the PEC. I mean, being the first champions, the first ones that get to stand up there with the trophy, who have some hardware they're bringing back home. It's all so close. We're already hearing the chants of Boise State now in the arena. Boise fans are giving it all they've got to try to help the Broncos win.
And what you're hearing right now, by the way, is Boise, and then the rest of the crowd singing State. A lot of fans here today, and a lot of energy. I mean, they brought their entire team.
Family members, too. Preston's parents are here, who they also brought the family dog once.
Really?
Yeah. And the dog started barking at the stage, rooting them on. And I'm not going to say, I'm not the superstitious type, but when the dog barked, Preston scored 2 goals back-to-back. 1 great goal and then 1 off the kickoff shortly following. So
There's
support
today,
from the fans and the pets.
Is
for
the
Boise
dog
State.
is the dog here today?
No, the dog is sadly not here.
Maybe Preston.
In spirit.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's
Preston, we all
probably
wish
4-0 if it
we
was.
all wish Blue was here. That's the name of the dog. Fitting for Boise State as well. But here we go. Michigan State. I mean, we did predict at least once this wasn't going to be a sweep. Michigan State, like the day is true, always manages to take wins away from Boise State. But this is the best scoreline Boise State has had thus far, a 3-1 lead in the match. Can they deliver in Game 5 to win the championship outright?
Yeah, it's been all Boise State. Everything I've said in front is the sky blue. Durtho scores again. Woozy with a great opportunity in front, and Boise State sits just a fraction of a second away from finding that. I mean, just finding the game. It's over at this point. If you don't find another score from Michigan State, they have struggled so much in the Boise State offensive end, defensive end. Goodness me. They have to find a way to win, and Michigan State has not found many goals in that Boise State end. We talk about being efficient on chances, and I mean, is the sky blue? Michigan State is going to let Boise State score at some point.
Morvo now been a main playmaker for the Spartans, but a nice block by Woozy. Knock has to come in, but with not too much boost, and Morvo goes flying under it. Knock is trying to drive it around. How did Boise State let that blue? Oh, they will not pay for it. But oh my goodness, Michigan State almost just drove it in off the ground. What a comeback from Boise State. Woozy comes in as the shot maker.
Okay, so that's my MVP. We'll go right here. Woozy is 2 goals in that first game, basically won the game, last one. And here we go again. Woozy is an absolute monster right now for that Boise State side. What a goal. You have to love to see it if you're a Bronco fan. But there is plenty of game to go right now here. Off the face-off, up bomb in the air. Michigan State needs a response. Sparty is treading water lightly now here, almost drowning here. Knock off that wall, great save. Preston, I mean, you're talking about a Boise State offense that will not go away, but Morvo back in the other end. Has to just dump it in there, no boost. Up bomb, one-timer! What a steal, what a goal! Up bomb finds a goal for the Spartans, who are not dead yet.
Still very much a match, a little bit of a mid-air collision by Boise State, and it leads to Michigan State capitalizing on the first major mistake Boise State did. Oh, okay, 3 minutes, 50 seconds. Next kickoff. Knock gets the better of it. Durtho takes a little while to follow up, but now he's saving his boost. He wants to fake him out. And to Woozy, and almost another shot on goal.
I'm losing my mind in here. This is absolutely electric. We've got so many chances on, and Knock nearly equalized that one. Great job from Boise State to keep that out of the net. Spartans in that other end now, trying to find something. Preston off the wall is going to keep it just dangerous now for Michigan State, who needs to find a way into the other end. And now on board with Woozy, who has just dominated the Spartans at this point. Won that first winners final, and I think you're seeing why off the wall. Morvo again, always there. Is the sky red? Or yeah, whoops, is the sky green? Is the sky green? Is the sky green for Michigan State fans? Will we get? Just, I mean, you have to find something. I did not mean red. I did mean green.
Is it red? Is it red in the evening or morning? Because that's either good luck or bad luck. Is the question I have. Either way, Morvo wants to keep the Spartans' chances alive. And Opbom has a great opportunity. Preston comes in, and the redirect by Durtho. He's going to try to dunk it down himself. And Woozy for the follow-up off the crossbar. Can Preston deliver? He cannot. The Boise State. Oh, that was such a good opportunity. They're going to wish they had that one.
If you lose this game and somehow give up 3 straight to the Spartans, you are going to go into the sunset and not feel great. Off the wall, amazing demo from Michigan State. And the Spartans are staying alive here. And my prediction looks worse and worse by the second. Sunset on this game at this point. Last 30 minutes. Last half, sorry. There's not that much time left. Morvo in front. In a wide open net. Nobody there. Spartans are equal.
Well, maybe your prediction, it still has some life in it.
Still alive. And you have to imagine right now there's going to be no glee for the Spartans at this point.
After hearing the Boise State fans chanting, now they're chanting the Michigan State chant as well. Both of these fans want their teams to win so much. And, man, I'm seeing a lot of twos on the board. About 2 minutes tied 2-2. It is still anyone's game.
Have to imagine that when you get down to the end of this game, you're going to look at a few guys' performances and go, that is the reason that team won. On the other end for Boise State, Durtho and Woozy, you have to imagine they're the two, I guess, MVPs, and Morvo from Michigan State is kind of the reason that Boise State is not up 436-2 at this point. So many chances for Boise State, and Michigan State stifles it. with kind of a centerpiece captain in Morvo back in that front. You're seeing it again. Dangling in the air, keeps a good clear on that right end. Up bomb trying to clap it in, but cannot. Off that end, right side, Woozy goes demoed. It's a 3-on-2 power play opportunity, but Michigan State can't collect on the odd man opportunity. Back towards the other end, Dirt though, off the wall, gets demoed, but still centers it. Nobody there to collect for the Broncos. Wait a minute, Morvo in the other end, right side, and a wide open net needed to beat someone on that right end. Couldn't do anything though, op bomb off the wall. Here's another chance, but Boise State gonna be able to collect and clear as op bomb puts it towards the corner once again.
Final minute time, both teams still tied. Whoever gets the next goal might very well win it. And now with Preston, ready for the air dribble, plays it off the ceiling. Durtho comes in, he doesn't have too much boost, so the shot isn't as fast as he'd like, but he bumps Knock to push him out of the way, and that almost clears the room, but Bomb is right there, and talk about a bomb! A shot from all the way across the field to put the Spartans in the lead.
Sparty is delighted with that one. You have to imagine that something has to give at a certain point, and someone's going to get lucky. This is a squeeze that just goes the way of the Spartans, and now they're up 3-2 with 40 seconds remaining. That is some really good luck on a really good squeeze right there. Physics and Rocket League are sometimes a guess, and that guess is very good for the Spartans. In the other end now, they got to just keep this ball away from the Broncos, who've done so well on the offensive opportunities they've had, but have seen very little in the past 2 minutes. Michigan State clawing back out of 3 unanswered goals. Off the wall, maybe make it 4. No, back in front though, still not cleared yet for the Broncos. Forward is Preston. Durtho in the air, back to Morvo, who's going to leave it dangling over to Woozy.
Woozy running out of boost in the middle of his dribble. Lucky for him, Durth will come in to bail him out as the clock ticks down, and Michigan State looking to get their second win of the match. Unless Boise State can get a buzzer beater right now, they cannot let the ball touch the ground. Great play by Bomb. Boise State desperately tries to keep it up off the ground. By the skin of their bumper, they're going to find it. And the follow-up, though, not there. And Michigan State still alive. 1 game down, 2 to go.
I have to stand up here. My legs are shot with joy and adrenaline at this point.
Well, I mean, I said either 4-3 or 4-2, and so it's going to be either one of those for the Broncos.
Yeah, the Broncos still have to win, so your prediction would be right, but 4-3, 4-2 is right. I have 4-3 at the very least if they can get it one more. But the Spartans are trying to drag out one last one. I took a look at that group over there. There is a very large crowd for the Spartans in a I don't know where the Boise State team is. I've heard them, though. They're definitely there.
Yeah,
I don't know where they're sitting, but they are definitely here. Got a lot of fans on both sides, the 2 biggest teams in the Power Esports Conference. You have to imagine these 2 are going on with the most, I mean, everything. You talk about most All-American players, most hardware, maybe the biggest hardware for a few of these teams as you talk about the overall championship.
Okay, we get a chance to just take a deep breath, which I think everyone needs to do because of how these games have turned out. Michigan State, by a narrow margin, wins Game 5. Now we move on to Game 6. Still 2 opportunities for the Broncos to win, but they've been in this situation before. We were talking about qualifying for CECC.
Yes,
Boise State knows all too well you can get off to an early lead in a best-of-7, and it slips on by. Will the same happen here, or will Boise State be able to take that final step to victory? We're in Game 6 now. Boise State, Durtho, pass to Woozy on the wall. Woozy takes it. They're just going to be happy with that clear for now. Phillip on boost. Preston goes into contest. No one in the corner to keep it going. And Boise State trying to steal it away from Michigan State's passes. And Preston trying to ground the ball again. Boise State, Michigan State, neither one of them budging too much in the first 30 seconds.
Big opportunities early, but I mean, you have to imagine somebody is going to do well here, and the offense has been great for both sides, and you love to see offense in front, but an amazing squeeze. Durtho, what a goal! You have to wonder just how good can Durtho play.
There we go. That is, they're getting into it now. You're starting to see the emotions come out. You could not have sliced that one any thinner. Like an infomercial at 2 a.m. They slice the tomato and say you can see right through it. That's how sharp Boise State's shot was, right past the post and one of the Spartans to find the first goal of Game 6.
Durtho is playing so good, they might be the best thing since sliced bread. Off that left wall, Preston in the air. Can anyone do it? Back off that wall in the air. One more chance in front for the Broncos. That does not go anywhere. Woozy has been great, but so has Durtho off the wall. Trying to force a contest there, trying to make it go down there. Morvo goes down, and Preston can have an opportunity with an odd man. And never mind, they already respawned. Back at the other end, knock forward, off the wall, Woozy squeezed. Back towards the middle, though. Dirto scored that first goal. I mean, you just witnessed the absolute monstrosity of an offense that Boise State has put on this game. Forward now, off that wall, Preston trying to help clear it, knows that there's one there, and Boise State has not let this ball leave the offensive zone for the past minute and 30 seconds. Michigan State is being smothered, has yet to see a shot so far.
And Woozy almost with another goal. It's just off of the post. And Woozy getting as many demos as he can. Look at him. He's gotten 3 demos in a goal. He wants this goal to be open. But it looks like it's all for naught as the ball still refuses to go in the Spartans' goal. Boise State still just at a 1-goal lead.
Michigan State on their head and nobody there on the rebound chance. The ball still has not left their zone. Finally, and it's going to be the Michigan State's first chance with 3 minutes to go. It took 2 minutes for Michigan State to get a shot on goal. Woozy in front, so many demos right there. You have to imagine that's how you play the game at a certain point. And Woozy just kind of drove into every single one of the Michigan State defenders. And by the time, the respawn time's quick, and somebody was able to get there in time and recover that defense for the Michigan State Spartans. Back in that middle, though, Op-Bomb, you talk about how poor this offense has been playing so far this game, and you see just why there. Another interception at the middle. Is not going to have the same problem again. Preston goes down to the demo, though. Maybe should get some space open for the Broncos, or rather for the Spartans. They can't do much of anything. Back in the end, toss to the teammate, bomb. 2 in front. I mean, Michigan State, you can't do anything with how well Boise State is playing in front of the net right now.
And Preston unable to continue his forward drive, and Op-Bomb and Morvo. Morvo licking his lips, but he cannot make the shot, but Knox sure can. Can there be a follow-up? Preston right there with the backboard defense. And then Woozy comes in to take his place. Demo on to Jertho. Risky situation for the Broncos. And at the last possible moment before the shot is taken, Boise State blocks the Spartans.
Back in front, we're seeing these teams kind of lose steam almost on the offensive end. Not many goals, even less as we go on towards this. Op-Bomb towards the middle. Back in that other end. Over the top, ground control to Major Dirtho. You are cleared to fly in front of the net. Knock blocks it away. A great save, but that ball's still in front. Dirtho on that right side off the wall. Woozy, nobody able to help. Woozy right there with, you're talking about all these centering passes. What Boise State lost on earlier were those chances not being capitalized in the middle, and they're still doing it now. You see a healthy team is going to still have more chances than they can know what to do with at a certain point, though.
Preston onto Jertho for the redirect, but Op-Bomb reads the pass and steals it away. But Michigan State still needs to find an equalizer. Maybe Knock right here! And a nice block by Boise State wins the 50 by a split second. And now going on in, Jertho scores an insurance goal for Boise State. 1 minute left.
High-flying goal. I'd say Houston, we had a goal of the only goals we saw. We're not on the ground. What a job in the lower half. Syracuse and Michigan, I saw the color orange. Boise State and Michigan State in the air have been so good that it comes down to what happens when you're in front of the goal. Who is going to do that? And Dirtho, the finishing ability is unreal. You're talking about just a true feel for the ball, and Morvo over there going to be able to save Michigan State from a 3-goal deficit, but it's about 45 seconds from what seems to be Boise State being the first champs in the Power Esports Conference.
Getting very close. Morvo has to make it happen here. Dirtho steals it away from him. We're going down to the final 30 seconds. Maybe opportunity. Michigan State, of course, is going to keep it interesting. Make it a 1-goal game with 30 seconds left. Are you not entertained?
Down go the Spartans, and that's a good thing to say right there. It's Gladiators, whatever. But I have to say, the Broncos are just trudging over them, and Michigan State suddenly out of nowhere gets a sign of life. Morvo, spark plug. Talk about a gear in the engine. It's a different opportunity now. In front, peppering the net is Michigan State, who have completely changed the momentum around here. 20 seconds remaining. They're trying to defend themselves, bring it to 7. Trying to see you into just a few more minutes, but it's looking like it's not going to be too enough in the other end. Boise State trying to find one more goal. Michigan State.
Championship.
Last offensive chance. Off the wall. Dirtho lets it touch the ground. In front. A great stuff. And the game-saving goal from Preston. 2-1. Broncos defeat Michigan State and will go up to 4-2 to finish this championship off in 6 games, and the Broncos are your Rocket League Power Esports Conference champions in 2025.
Michigan State can talk all they want about the perfect regular season, but as far as the LAN is concerned, Boise State proves to be the better team, but what a match from both teams. It wasn't a sweep by any margin, and so many games decided by one goal. That was everything you could have asked for in a final.
Absolutely. It was like a fighter pilot squadron flying around. You feel like you're watching the Blue Angels with how much high-flying action you just saw in that game. Michigan State fought so hard, but I mean, the Broncos were just better. They played offense better, more efficient with their chances. Were really bad in the beginning, honestly. Could not get a chance, and once they started, they were going to score. Preston, Woozy, really just so good down the stretch.
Michigan State's been the ghost that's been haunting Boise State all year long, but they finally came out on top when it mattered. Boise State are your PEC champions for 2025 in Rocket League. What a match. I can guarantee you, I want to see some replays because there were some amazing highlights.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot talk about this game without talking about just how good Boise State's offense performed and honestly, just how good Michigan State was in the defensive end. Watch this first one here, and I mean, again, it's finding an opportunity for Boise State. It's finding those goals that nobody else could at a certain point, and it's just, I mean, you talk about Preston especially, and Durtho just right in front. You had those squeeze goals. Durtho, I mean, it would drive the ball in front of the net and then just like punch someone until they let the goal go past. It was amazing, and that's just the first game here. We're just great, but we're watching the final one, of course.
Well, you said basically what the win condition is going to be, you know, who can rise up alongside Durtho and get so many goals. And that one, somewhat expected. We're both at a bit of a loss for words there. But yeah, I mean, you're talking about Preston Durtho with the squeeze play, but you got to give credit to Woozy, too. He stepped up when the Broncos needed him. It's a great play. Durtho, of course, having these show-stopping plays like he usually has, but Woozy was in there on the goal feed just as much to make the Broncos win as a true team effort.
Just beautiful in every sense of the word. You have to imagine, what are you going to do at a certain point? But we're going to toss it very, very quickly over to Alex, who's been our host all night and has another interview for us in the booth right here.
All right, y'all. I'm here with the first place champions of the first ever Power Esports Conference. How does it feel? You know, you are like the first. You are the Trailblazers. Like, what's going through your head?
Obviously, it feels very good to be the Trailblazers. We said this is the first of hopefully many to come. It was unfortunate. Michigan State kind of had our number in the league play, and we knew that coming here would be our chance at redemption. And not only did we do it once, we did it twice. So it's a good feeling. It's a really good feeling.
No, yeah, for sure. And also, I want to ask. I mean, we're in Vegas. We're gonna celebrate. So I have a few questions. I want to know who you guys think is most likely to lose it all in the casino. And then we've got who is most likely to get scammed on the strip. Walking down the strip, who's gonna get scammed?
Waiting.
Yeah. Lastly, I want to say, do any of y'all, like, who do you want to credit? Do you want to, like, shout out your family, your friends, one of your teammates? Just down the line, who is this for?
Honestly, on top. Oh, I take the microphone. Honestly, this win, I appreciate, obviously, my parents and my friends, and I'm sure the gentlemen are the same, but I appreciate my team here. I couldn't do it without them. Honestly, Durtho kind of handled business in that series, and I think this series is dedicated to him, definitely. You got anybody you want to shout out?
No, I agree. I agree. Obviously, you know, thanks to my family for being here, but I really got to congratulate my team.
Oh, we're all? Oh, it's Thanksgiving all over again. First off, I want to thank Christ. You know, without Christ, nothing would have been done here. I also want to thank Doc Haskell, Veronica, the parents, and everybody that came out today. Riley, and I'm very appreciative of our coach here who helped us out through thick and thin.
Yeah, thank you all for coming. I mean, the support from everyone, from the parents, the staff, everything that helps put these events together. Thank you so much, and yeah, we appreciate all of you.
No, yeah, we couldn't do it without those sponsors and, you know, all the teams, all the directors who are, like, putting this together because it's tough. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of work and time, and, like, people are putting their blood, sweat, and tears into making this happen. It looks easy from up here, but it's not. So, like, what's next? What is the next big thing?
The next event for us is definitely CECC in Arlington. We're looking for our revenge. We finished runner-up at that event. We're definitely looking to come back stronger for that event.
All right, well, you heard it here, folks. CECC is going to be big, and I mean, you're going to see them here next year defending their title. And after that, we're going to go to have a Be Right Back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Allied Gaming Power Esports Conference Championships held right here at HyperX Arena. We just came off an exciting conclusion to our Rocket League gameplay, crowning BSU as this year's 2025 Rocket League champions. However, there's one more game to get to before the night is over, that being Super Smash Bros. We still have 2 more games left to play tonight, and the first one is going to be our losers finals, determining who matches up with Michigan State in the grand finals later tonight. And I understand you have a little bit more information about that bracket.
Yeah, so as of recent, in the loser semis, Ohio State just defeated the University of Kansas in order to move on to those losers finals. They're going to face Nebraska, who just recently beat the Buckeyes in a 2-0 in the winner's side of bracket. So something to keep in mind as we go into here. Ohio State may need to retool their approach and figure out what exactly they're going to want to do to try to combat this strong Nebraska team and make it to grand finals. On the other hand, I think Nebraska's feeling really good about this match. They really want to try to take over at the beginning and kind of ride it out from there and make themselves their opponent against Michigan State.
You know, there's a little bit of a parallel to Rocket League too here, because the Buckeyes and actually no, it was I'm sorry. It was a different team. I thought it was Nebraska and Ohio, but it was Nebraska and ULC. So I was a little bit confused there. But nonetheless, it should be a great game between these two. They haven't made it to the top of this bracket for no reason. Sure, they lost once. Sure, they had one bad game. But at the same time, they have made it right back here with the chance for the championship on the line. Loser goes home, no shot to get back. But Michigan is still a tough opponent, so whoever wins this one is going to have to be going from already one of the top 3 opponents in this tournament to who probably should be the #1 opponent that they will have faced. And overall, it should be a great game one way or another.
So we're going to take a quick look at the bracket just so we can give you guys a short update. Here's the losers side of the bracket. So as you can see, Ohio State and Kansas defeated USC and Boise State, respectively, to move into that losers semis round where Ohio State took the 2-0 win. Now it's going to be Nebraska and Ohio State facing off in losers round 4, which is the losers final. Going back a little bit to start off the day, we kind of had some matches that were a little bit of toss-ups. I think the team that's had the toughest path here is definitely Ohio State. They've lost more games than probably expected. Syracuse took a really strong game off of them, and then they went straight into Nebraska and lost. But I want to point out also Michigan State being extremely dominant. I mean, we expected them to be dominant as soon as they stepped into this tournament. They were our number 1 overall seed, and they have proven to be so, sitting in grand finals right now. So some important updates on the side of the bracket, but we still have a lot of Smash left to play to prove our champion here.
Yeah, they definitely earned that bye to winners round 2. And it's been shown not just the 2-0s, they can be a little deceiving because, you know, it could be a really close 2-0, it could be 12-0 2-0, but Michigan State has proven that they are the #1 seed for a reason. And whichever team manages to come out victorious, whether it be Ohio State or Nebraska, needs to be ready to immediately take on that threat. And, you know, I'm a little bit optimistic. There is a good shot that these teams have what it takes to go. But, I mean, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Yeah. We got to start off with Ohio State and Nebraska, starting off with El Scorcho and Kenna.
Yeah, enough talk. Let's get into the Smash. The Snake versus Joker matchup. We've seen it before today already. Not these two players, though, surprisingly. Earlier we saw this Joker from Nebraska face off against... Oh, my goodness. There's a stock gone already. Yeah, we've seen this Joker today already. We've seen El Scorcho Snake, but not these two matchups specifically. So quick start here for Nebraska, already taking 1 stock.
Not to mention, getting Arsene by the time you hit 30% is something that is incredibly hard to do, especially because most players won't attack into the Rebel Guard. But Snake is slowly whittling down the health, or whittling up the percent onto Joker almost hitting that 100 before finally getting to 50 himself. He is just working to stay on this map currently. Kenna is doing a great job at keeping El Scorcho in an uncomfortable position. And when you're playing against a Snake, that is where you want them to be.
Yeah, and being Snake playing from a deficit is definitely a hard part of this bracket. Like, the format that here can sometimes help Snake and can sometimes also hurt Snake. So we want to make sure that he's maintaining the lead, and there's the stock taken to tie it up 2-2. El Scorcho does have 73%, and that is going to continue to climb, but he's going to try to look for some grenade trades, get a jab out there, and then maybe some ledge traps.
Just looking for anything at this point. Grenades are thrown, they go off, nothing really happens. Joker almost building up Arsene once again, but at a significantly higher percentage than he was last time. Arsene comes out at the 61% mark, but he is just getting pummeled by Snake. Trying to get close to Snake is a lot more difficult when he sees it coming, especially El Scorcho being a lot more aggressive in his playstyle. Both players are rounding that 100% marker. With Arsene almost out, Kenna really needs to make a move here fast before El Scorcho can close that gap.
Yeah, and the important part is, as the Joker is trying to find that timing where you can catch the air dodge, great tech off the side of the stage to gimp the recovery. And we're going to get a jab reset down smash that's not going to take the stock, sends far left, but the back air will seal that one. 132%, the stock's being close to taken, but Kenna wants to really try to rack up some percent before they lose the stock.
I mean, to be fair to Kenna, he almost has Arsene as well. It's not going to do as much now that he's at such a high percentile, but it should allow him to whittle down El Scorcho just a little bit more. Comes out before he hits the 150% marker, which would probably mean instant death if it went any higher than that, let's be honest, but he's starting to get a few hits off onto El Scorcho, but the grab with the missile comes out, counter tries to stop it, but it doesn't matter. Off the stage, missile finds Kenna, taking this down to a 1-to-1 stock. Grenades go off, Kenna caught in a nasty combo, but he manages to break it. Both players still relatively even, but Kenna almost has that almost has the Arsene up. That is going to be the deal breaker in this matchup, I feel.
This is a super important stock here. The person who takes the stock first is going to give their team a lead going into this next game, and kind of forces the other team to decide who they're going to counterpick into. And yeah, being up a stock allows you to get that snowball going. So being 10-10, sealing up this next stock is super important. And the fact that Arsene is out is scary for El Scorcho.
Yeah, especially at that 82%, that is a lot of damage. 20 more percent added on, past 100%, and a lot of time left on that Arsene. Lots that can happen. El Scorcho still managing to hang on, but Kenna yet to take any damage since Arsene came out. El Scorcho just cannot make moves forward. Out comes the side special, and up in the air El Scorcho goes. Arsene finally deactivates, but with El Scorcho at 150%, it's going to be really difficult to get anything done without risking death.
Yeah, El Scorcho's really struggling to find these stray hits that they need to start combos and put Joker into disadvantage. That's a super important part of Snake's kit. He's able to put you into disadvantage very quickly and then really rack up that percent. But being at 161 means you're spending more time recovering. And they up B in
the grappling hook to the face.
So usually used as a recovery tool, but can sometimes also be used as a kill option. Beautiful stuff from Joker there, and Nebraska's going to take a stock lead after that first match.
Are we sure we're not playing with a Simon and Richter? Because that was an incredible whip shot. I would not have expected that to hit. That was like perfectly spaced too.
Yeah, like you have to get that angle just right in order to get that KO, and they have to be high enough percent to knock Snake out of his recovery. He does have some armor when he's recovering, so it can't just be any weak hit. It's got to actually knock him out of the Cypher up B. So we're sending in, Ohio State is sending in Barb Flask, the Kazuya player, to deal with this Joker and potentially take some more stocks. So in order to tie it up, Barb Flask is going to need to take at least this stock and then maybe a couple more on the next opponent.
Yeah, the last time we saw Barb Flask, he only got to attack 5 times before the match was over. Now that he's got 3 stocks and more than likely facing 2 different opponents, we're probably going to see a completely different side to this player.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, he's played a few games off of camera, but we haven't quite gotten to see the full potential of this player, and I feel like it's going to come out with that gamepad in particular. I feel like that's going to be the edge he needs on Kazuya.
Yeah, it definitely provides an advantage to certain characters. Kazuya is one of them, where you're able to do that electric wind god fist input super quick and super precise. I mean, you'll see him throw it out in neutral because it's such a good move in order to try to start combos and take stocks. So watch for some explosive stuff from this Kazuya to start this match and maybe into the next opponent.
This will also be a little interesting for Joker. Being a slightly lighter character, he's probably going to get thrown around a lot more by Kazuya. But at the same time, with the Rebel Guard, Kazuya dealing so much damage could also give a lot to that Arsene and make it a lot harder for this Kazuya to really escape it.
And I think we're having some controller problems, so we'll figure those out and get into the match shortly. But yeah, like GameCube controller connector, that's what it is. So yeah, this Joker has 1 stock remaining. This Nebraska's first player, Ohio State's second. And keep in mind that this is still a best of 3, so it takes two matches to move on to grands here. And we may be ready. Maybe a quick button check. We'll take a look. Yeah, looks like we're getting into it. Almost full, like half meter for Arsene already, just because you have to take those 2 stocks.
Yeah, that half meter is probably going to help him quite a bit against this one. You don't have to take as much damage for stuff to happen, but so much has been piled on. Arsene already comes out, and Kazuya is forced off the side of the map.
He's gone.
And he's gone. What a play from Kenna, forcing Kazuya off the map. Just not able to get back on. Kazuya has a lot of things, but he's not very good in the air.
Yeah, the slow recovery and jump squat does not help him in disadvantage whatsoever, but we're going to get that Nair into up smash. Super strong, not quite at KO percent though. We're just looking for these electric wind god fists. Great use of the counter there in order to kind of deny that stun effect.
Yeah, avoiding the stun is really important, especially for these characters that want to push you down. They want to keep you outside of the range that you're comfortable in. Kenna's doing a great job at just staying outside of Kazuya's range. He hasn't been able to get a ton of attacks in. Manages to try and hit, but just all over the place. Kenna's not taken anything. Forced off the map, though, so Kazuya forced to try and get back on, but...
We're going to go off stage, and the back air takes the next stock.
Yeah.
This is not what you wanted if you're an Ohio State fan. They really need to get this stock off the board.
Yeah, they need to get the stock. He is at 111%. Realistically, Kazuya should be able to get there, but he needs to stay on the stage while pursuing this Joker instead of being goaded into a corner and then getting thrown off. Arsene finally comes out, but is it going to be enough to close this one out? We're just going to have to wait and see. But one hit from Kazuya will probably be enough to knock that thing out.
Yeah, and Barb Blast really just trying to make use of some of the super armor they have to combat this Arsene. We're going to get the down B super armor. That's one of them, and that's going to take the stock, except Kenna was able to take 5 total while they were up there competing. So Joker's a problem for some of these characters.
Joker is definitely an issue, especially on LAN servers like we are on right now. Online, he's a lot less of a threat because all of his combos need very, very specific timing in order to get things done. But when you don't have that latency issue that's brought on by Nintendo Networks, you can pull off a lot of those combos really easily. Well, you saw almost nothing missed from Joker. Every time Kazuya would get even anywhere close to him, it's just, no, I don't want to deal with you.
Yeah,
chucked him off the map.
Kind of throw him away and then go out for that edge guard.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Yeah, you just hit those back airs and.
Yeah, just being able to, honestly, just being able to hit things is so much better when you're in person like this, and it's so much more simple. It makes a lot of characters actually viable in these game mode or in this game type. I mean, Nintendo Online is great. But we all know that there are some latency issues when it comes to online. So getting to see these players in person, it really just goes to show who they are and how good they are at their best.
Yeah. We're working on getting into the next match. I believe Disc is... I actually don't remember. it was a long time. The Link player. Yeah, so we saw the Link earlier. Super dominant. The nairs, the boomerangs, like big hitboxes, hard to deal with characters. So we'll
not to
see
mention
how
the projectile spam as well that can come from.
We will see how Barb Flash decides to deal with this, he does have to take 2 stocks. So
he also had to ditch the suit, you know. It was getting a little too hot in that suit, so. Or actually, he might have. Oh wait, no, he ditched the suit pants too. Those are sweatpants. Getting into a more casual attire for a very competitive event. But here we go. Link already showing why he is where he's at right now. Bringing Kazuya to 62% already, just showing off that projectile spam off the map with Kazuya. Link almost has no risk going off the map here.
Yeah, and these projectiles are going to be able to keep Kazuya at bay, except missing the ledge trump up B. It's because Kazuya was already rolling on the stage, and he's going to try it again to no success, but you have to kind of show it off to make it a lethal option. The boomerang will come back and kind of knock him out of this combo, but we do have the rage drive available, and we might see it here. Down smash whiffs.
Missed.
But we do have the rage drive. He lands it. We're going to go off stage.
No, but he still has 3 stocks.
Oh, no.
SDs don't kill your opponent first. Oh, what a way to go out. Link takes it without even losing a stock.
Yeah, it kind of ridiculous. That grab specifically gives the person with, I believe it's lower percent, the ability to control where you're going. So smart play from Disc there. They were at lower percent, which means that they were able to actually pull Barb Blast off the stage in order to get the KO first. You don't die instantaneously because it is a suicide. So important mechanic to know because there are other characters like Bowser that have the same thing going for him.
Yeah, I don't think Bowser you can control as much, but I know with Kazuya it's quite a bit. And that's just an unfortunate spot to use it too. I mean, right next to the edge, you think, oh yes, I'm gonna get him. No, you're going down, quite literally.
Exactly. So C-Dude coming in next. It's their Roy player against this Link, and maybe the Roy will be able to combat some of these projectiles and really find their way in order to get these big hits that will KO Link in the end.
I mean, we have seen how good C-Dude is at Roy, especially against other sword characters like Link. Link, though, does have quite the significant advantage at breaking the combos, because, I mean, I have not seen this Link not have a boomerang out.
Yeah.
He always has one around. It was screwing with the Kazuya's combos quite a bit, and we're just going to have to see how things shake out. 34% and counting for Link, but he's able to get a little bit back at this Roy. I scratched that, taking a lot of percent off this Roy. This is a fairly even match, all things considered. 3-3 stocks, but Ohio State is currently trailing by 3. Nebraska needs to keep themselves in this match by Disc eliminating at least a few stocks off of C-Dude. But even if C-Dude did take 3, that would even things out, assuming that he didn't take any. But also, with him currently struggling to get back onto the point, it's going to be a lot more difficult, especially with his weaker up special.
Yeah, and the F tilts and dash attacks from Disc are super integral to taking KOs. The other thing to remember is the bomb goes off when Roy's fire hits the bomb. So Disc's going to keep putting that bomb at the ledge, and it's going to keep knocking them away in order to continue to like ledge guard and ledge trap C-Dude. So looking for a KO here. I mean, 103% is definitely enough for Roy to get a quick attack in, get a KO, jab back air is probably what he's fishing for right now. But we may see a read, like an F smash or side B, that'll close out this stock. So, yep, there's the jab and forward air, not quite enough, but maybe the, nope, not the bomb.
Oh, side special, though, is going to tie things up 2-2. Unfortunately, Roy did die in a previous exchange, but able to get back at Link, currently even out at around 30%. As long as Roy is able to capitalize on some of Link's mistakes without there being a boomerang ready to hit him. The counter, though, that comes, you don't see that too often, but when it hits pretty hard.
Yeah, so some of those up airs and down airs a little bit predictable from Link. So if you're able to get a counter out before the hitbox goes away, you're able to kind of take yourself from a disadvantageous spot to one where you can kind of knock your opponent back off the stage, force them back into disadvantage.
Yeah, especially with Link's down B being so projected. He literally brings out the sword and tries to Goomba stomp you, so it's a little bit easier to counter. Although both players reaching that 100%, it's going to be C-Dude who gets there first, and the bomb goes off stage, manages to spike him off. What a bomb out of Disc. I mean, we see a lot of bomb plays out of Link, and I feel like the bomb is what plays into a lot of people's choice on what Link to play. But you can never really go wrong with the classic remote bomb.
Yep, and Breath of the Wild Link is a different variant than we've seen in previous games, which is why I think some people really enjoy playing him. That the ability to remotely detonate the bomb makes him a little bit more lethal when you're off stage and almost trying to find the forward tilt. The bomb's going to roll, and at 119% is Disc right now, but Seadude's also in that sort of KO range, where if he gets caught by a strong attack, he may just lose his stock. Back to the ledge here. Seadude finds the dash attack.
Oh, there we go.
Kind of iffy DI, takes him off the top.
Oh, but immediate return fire from the Link. Bomb misses, and Seadude still is in this game at 124. Catches Link off guard, doesn't have anything to go with, gets another grab, but is not able to continue the combo. However, forward air, Disc is off the map. Both players are off the map either side. Seadude reaching 150%, and the up special comes out of Disc. Seadude goes down. Nebraska leading 7-3. One player left for Ohio to bring this game back.
Yeah, so they're going to bring in Case here as their final player, the Sephiroth. Maybe we'll be able to take this last stock off of Disc, who is currently staring down the camera. Yeah, he's got one left. He's taken 5, I think now, 5 stocks.
Oh, yeah.
So super good stuff from him. And maybe Ohio State will be able to bring it back, but this is a pretty substantial lead for Nebraska.
Well, I mean, now Ohio State has the bigger sword, so theoretically, they should just be able to poke him from range for a little bit and then win that way. And I mean, Link has a lot of projectiles. Don't get me wrong. He's got arrows, he's got boomerangs, he's got bombs, but hear me out. Sephiroth has a nuke in his pocket.
He does.
His neutral special.
Yeah.
He's also got the Skittles of Wrath.
Yeah.
I actually don't know the name for those, but I think they're kind of funny because they're like grape Skittles.
They're like the something orb.
The orbs.
The orbs. He's got the floating orbs.
He's got the orbs. They might be easy to dodge with the shield, but there's only so much you can do when you're being attacked by the 6-foot-tall sword. But here we go. Taunts come out, and we are going in. Both players 0-0, but Disc is at his last stock. However, a lot less shoulder riding on Disc's, or a lot less pressure riding on Disc's shoulders. Case has the weight of the entirety of Ohio State.
At least for this first match.
Oh, yeah, for the first match,
yeah. An important thing I want to note about this matchup is the Sephiroth orbs, the side special, will end up clanking with the Link boomerang, which may give him the opportunity to kind of deny how much space the boomerang gives to Disc and his Link. But, you know, we haven't seen Case quite take advantage of those yet. It's tough. It's tough to time it up. It's tough, and the boomerang goes at different angles. So we already have the wing here for Case. He's just really trying to look for this first stock, and the out special out of shield has been really such a great tool. And the forward air from Disc takes the stock. So Ohio State down to 2 stocks for this first match. And Disc going to keep racking it up.
Yeah, Disc is just on fire, but the back air is going to be enough to finish off Disc. He did manage to take a stock, though, rounding out his total stock count to 6.
Yep.
But Ohio State's still in this. 1 stock down, 6 more to go.
Yeah. So Case has 2 stocks remaining. Like you just said, 6 stocks to go. It's going to take a miracle for this comeback, but I think he may have it in him.
You know, yeah, I do think that there is a good shot for Sephiroth. He's kind of an all-rounding character. I mean, he can't really get close to people, otherwise he'll explode because he's not exactly the heaviest. But he does so much damage from range, and even his melee attacks have quite a pretty forgiving hit or hurt box on them. So it really comes down to who does the better job at rushing people down and keeping them where they want them. And I feel like if Ohio State wants to pull this one back, which they still can. 2 stocks is not as much as you probably want to work with in this scenario, but it's a whole lot better than 1 stock, and it allows you to make a few more mistakes before something really bad happens. But it looks like Mr. Mixwell is going to be coming out with the Palutena to get in a little bit of a range off or a zoning fight.
Yeah, this Palutena, though, is going to want to try to look for some openings with the Nair. Even dash attacks and back airs are going to be strong for them. Palutena is a hard matchup for most meta and sword characters. They have a hard time kind of combating against these Nairs that are going to be super pressured against like Sephiroth, who doesn't have great out-of-shield options. So he's just going to be spamming that and spamming back airs and hoping to take stocks.
And, you know, sometimes it's all you can really ask for. One-Winged Angel already out. And Sephiroth now has to find a way around this Palutena, who's just jumping around and looking for something. But the up tilt comes out, manages to knock him away for just a little bit. Trying to get some chip damage in, but Case is just taking a ton of damage in the process.
Yeah, and hitting that charged up special on the ledge, that's one of the things that Case does quite often to kind of just shark opponents away from the ledge. He's going to go out because he does have wing, and that extra jump gives him a lot of mobility to go out and find ledge guards. And he's going to just kind of chill by the ledge. He's going to look for openings and kind of force. Side beam is very close, but not quite high enough percent on Case. And the up air, okay, so that's one stock down for Case. He still has 112% on his second of his last two stocks, so it's going to get a little tough here.
Yeah, Mixwell taking a little bit of percent before being able to return fire, already up to 51. Case, though, past 100 means that if he gets caught in any one of Palutena's combos, it is game over for one of his stocks. Mixwell taking a lot of damage from that sword poke, not really able to do anything with the projectiles either, but gets grabbed, down throw, up, nothing is followed through, but the dash attack is able to keep him in the air. Mixwell has not been able to touch the ground for a hot minute here, but the side special from Palutena closes out the stock. 1 left for Case, 5 left for Nebraska. Can he manage to find a way through this? 1 stock left. He just has to close out this stock and hope he has enough to get the other.
Yeah, 1 stock remaining. You need to take 5. It's going to take a miracle, but he may have it in him. It starts with this one at 116%. And we're just kind of fishing through neutral. The dash attack from Palu's going to get one, and then we're in disadvantage here, so just finding his way back to ledge, super important. Dash into grab and up air. It's going to get close here. Like, you need to be able to avoid Palutena's up air. It has an abnormally large hitbox. It's going to be hard to avoid, and it's also a multi-hit, so it stays out for a long time. Case with the back air, has the wing out now. It's not going to quite KO, but finds the forward air off stage. That's going to take Mixwell down to his last stock, but 98% and climbing. Going to be in some trouble here.
Yeah, manages to get back, manages to avoid the beam, but he just gets taken off the stage. Case falls, Palutena triumphs, and Nebraska gains their first point in this best of 3.
Yeah, so if I'm Ohio State, I'm looking to maybe switch it up, find a different lead, potentially even like find someone who's going to match up well into this Joker, because I would expect Nebraska to lead it again. It's a super good lead. It's very versatile. It can kind of take stocks off of any character. So maybe looking at that from Nebraska, but you could also see the Link or the Palutena come back out.
I mean, that could be it, but I also think they'd want to give their 4th player a chance to go up as well. Yeah. Ohio wasn't able to see what it was. I'm sure that they know because, I mean, they've been playing all day. Yeah. But at the same time, having that little bit of an element of surprise can help out in a tournament like this. I mean, sure, you might expect the Joker to come back out early, but when it's a completely different character, like a Diddy Kong comes out, nobody's ready for a Diddy Kong. They're not playing Diddy Kong, to my knowledge.
Some people are.
Maybe.
A lot of good players are playing Diddy Kong.
I mean, Diddy Kong's good, but from what I saw on the sheet, there's,
no,
or on like everybody's preferred characters.
We're not expecting one today.
We're not expecting a Diddy Kong, but then again, in regular season, we also weren't expecting Mii Brawler, and we saw Mii Brawler quite a bit from certain teams. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that can go on in these types of tournaments. So, we'll just have to wait and see.
Looks like Nebraska's going to lead with their Joker, and Ohio State's going to lead with their Sephiroth. I don't know how to feel about this matchup, because at some points it's going to feel like Joker can kind of just take control of the match, and then there's other times where I think Sephiroth can kind of make Joker explode and just go way, way off the stage.
Pretty much all comes down to who has control. Are you going to be the initiator, or are you going to be initiated?
Yes.
And by that I mean choke slammed. And
That's what
thrown off the
Kazuya
stage.
does.
Oh yeah, that is what he does. No, that's what his down B does, and then he falls off the map.
Yeah, so into match 2 here, 12 stocks apiece, playing out some neutral to start this one, but whoever gets this first lead is going to want the snowball momentum, and yeah, great matchup here to start. So Case trying to get this parry forward air from Joker, gun, and just a little bit of poke from each player. 36% is enough, but you could kind of shrug it off in a little bit.
I mean, metaphorically, Joker should win this because Sephiroth brought a gun to a knife fight.
Yes.
Or I meant Joker brought a gun to a knife fight. But I mean, he could also be disqualified for bringing said gun to knife fight. Hit with the grapple once again. Wow, Ken is really good at finding where that grapple is applicable and just working around it. Almost building Arsene as well. In Case has not really been able to deal a lot of damage, but out comes Arsene at 80%. Off the ledge, taken out. Case putting in the work to make sure that this gets no value, but the counter manages to get him back on stage. Forward air, barely DI'd by Case. Back on the stage, trying to find a way around Arsene, but Kenna finds the first stock as Arsene wears out.
Yeah, and that was super important to find that first stock, as Case is going to tie it up with the F tilt, the classic Sephiroth, get up, recover, and just great stuff. I mean, you kind of weathered that Arsene storm. You're going to kind of reset here, both players back to 0, respectively, and Arsene has just gone away. So it's almost like we're playing with that first stock again.
Yeah, the issue is that Case really likes to use that up special in just trying to get Kenna into a compromising spot. However, there's so much end lag on it, it makes it really hard to kind of defend yourself. As we saw, Case going up to almost 80%. Kenna now on the receiving end of it. Arsene comes out. One Winged Angel ready to be used as well. Can Kenna weather the storm as this Arsene is out, or is it going to be the same as last time? Case dealing tons of damage from fairly safe positions. Neutrals come out, still kind of just playing that neutral game. Nothing really coming out as Arsene finally wears off. We are approaching 100% for both players here pretty quick, and I see a KO being brought in the distance.
Yeah, that back air is going to be a great start for Case. Holding the Rebels guard off stage is going to be enough to kind of ward off Case in the moment, but the wing is still out, and that's an important piece to remember, that Case has the extra jump and the extra movement so that he can go on stage, and he catches him with the down smash. You cannot hold shield against that move. It will break it. So Kenna's just going to eat it and take that stock. And the forward smash back from Kenna after a ill-advised up special through the shield.
Yeah, that is kind of unfortunate for Case. I mean, you give and you shall receive, but because of those orbs, now Kenna has Persona right back up already, and he's barely at 30%. Case looking to deal damage, trying to get that guard to lower a lot quicker, but no one has really been able to find anything. Case taking a lot of damage in the process, finally able to get a grab onto Kenna. It is weathered, but Arsene slowly ticking down, almost out, and it is gone just before Case got into a fairly bad position to be in if you're going up against someone with a Rebel Guard.
Yeah, and Case gets his wing here, which is, again, the important factor about his kit. He's going to make good use of it, but I expect Kenna to try to use this Rebels Guard once again to kind of, there it is, ward off Case's off-stage presence and get Arsene back online.
Yeah, Arsene is back. Both players at higher percentages than the first time. Case actually not at too much higher percentage was when the first Persona finally got out. But Kenna taking tons of damage, already gone. Guard comes out, grapple misses, and Case takes the first round. It is 10-9 in favor of Ohio.
So that's a really awkward scenario where you're expecting to have the Arsene up B, you plan for it, and you kind of distance yourself far enough, but Arsene wore off at the worst possible time to where Joker's regular up B, the grapple comes out, and it's not close enough to the ledge in order to snap to it, and that's why he ended up falling straight into the blast zone.
I mean, he was also looking in the opposite direction too.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, it went to the opposite direction.
Oh,
I think he actually would have made it back if he was facing the stage, but I think he was in a weird. I think the counter oriented him the wrong way, and he was expecting to use that grapple. because he was fairly low on his Arsene meter when he started to grapple. But it's just an unfortunate circumstance that he was faced the wrong way going into it. But Sephiroth, 1 stock left. Nebraska has to counter into Sephiroth.
Yeah, and I think we're going to get the Link coming back out potentially. I mean, as we said earlier, their stock taker is this Link player, so they're going to have to take some stocks in order to get Nebraska back this lead. But Case is going to try to hold on and potentially take 1 before he loses his final stock.
Even if he can just take 1, that puts him at such an advantage because 1, you're up in the series, so even if you go down, you know that it's up to your teammates to. It should be easier for your teammates to knock people out before they trade you 1 for 1. And also, it gives your teammates peace of mind knowing that, hey, we don't have to get up more than 1 stock. As long as we go 1 for 1, we should be fine. And it's just a great thing for the mental. And if you can get even further past that, you're pretty much cementing that you're probably going to end up winning this because you have so much manpower behind you that even if the last guy starts to give you a bit of trouble, you have so much insurance to fall back on.
Yeah, and the Ohio State players are swarming the stage right now in support of their Smash team. Nebraska behind them, also cheering them on. I mean, this is what we want to see. This is Smash at its best, where all the players from all the teams are here to support. It's great to see, and we're gearing up right now for Case and the Link from Nebraska to face off.
Yeah, I think it should be. I think it will be a really interesting rematch because they went against each other the first time. Sephiroth ended up falling to the Link, but now they're on. Actually, no, they're not on equal footing. Sephiroth is down to 1 stock, but taking out 1 for the Link, which we know Sephiroth can do, will be a great asset for Ohio. But Nebraska taking that 1 stock before losing any of their own, that puts them back in a tie. And it also allows their Link player to wreak havoc on the rest of the team because we know how good he is at being able to take those stocks and zone people out.
Yeah, so players just still conversing potentially about stage bans and other things like that, getting ready to prepare for this match. In the meantime, what has been your favorite thing to watch this afternoon on the stream or in person on the computers?
You know, I will say my favorite game to both watch and commentate will always be Overwatch. It is so incredibly entertaining. I mean, sure, there's a little bit of downtime, but you're pretty much always in the action. But Smash Bros would have to be fairly far up on that list as well. I mean, everything is just so fast-paced. And it's actually not going to be the Link who comes out. It is going to be Snake.
Yeah, and I mean, Snake, we've seen a lot of today. I mean, I think each team has a Snake player, which just shows that Snake is extremely versatile in this meta and against most characters. So finding your local Snake player to come out for crews can be almost always a positive. So we're kind of just trading blows here to start. Case is trying to avoid these grenades, meanwhile trying to get some damage in. Again, he wants to take this at least 1 stock to keep the momentum in Ohio State's favor.
And it feels every time I watch a Snake player, it's like watching someone play like Undertale or some other kind of bullet hell because there's just so many projectiles coming at you all at the same time. Case doing a good job at avoiding them, only up to 73, but unfortunately for Snake, already almost to 100, and Case is brought really close as well. Whoever gets the next big hit is going to pretty much secure the majority of this game, or who will be the winner for the time, or who will be winning for the time being. Case looking for something to push up on, does end up getting hit by the dash attack, but so does Snake, not much coming out of it. Sephiroth taking a lot of damage, being shoved back, missiles come out, don't quite hit, but it is just a huge game of neutral until the dash comes out. Missile gets stopped, mortars come through, grenades flying, nothing happening, but Snake shoved off the map once again.
Yeah, Case making great use of his wing, and just really finding this neutral spot, but the forward tilt double hit, not enough to take it yet. The Nikita's out there off the stage. He does get the recovery in, but the grenade's going to send him to the top of the blast zone. 160% on Case. Can he find this stock, or will Nebraska tied it up. Down tilt will be the one to do it. Nebraska ties it up at 9-9.
Man, Snake just barely toe touched, but when you're at 160%, it'll take just about anything to throw you right off the stage. Good play out of Nebraska to even things up. I mean, but now Ohio State gets to counterpick into Snake.
Snake Ditto, I believe.
Snake Ditto.
Snake Ditto.
Yes. Is this my grenade or is this yours?
It
doesn't matter because they'll all hurt.
Yeah, exactly. You said bullet hell before.
This will be bullet hell.
This is bullet hell. We're going to have a snake off slithering across the stages.
Now, if only Snake had a gun like Joker did.
I mean, kinda. He's got the missile.
Yeah, but is a missile really a gun?
No. Yeah. No.
Could I get a
not.
concealed carry permit for a missile launcher? But going into it, we can't really call him Snake and Snake anymore because they're both Snake.
Yeah, El Scorcher here is not. He is the gray Snake. Nebraska in the red, kind of fitting given the team colors. But yeah, El Scorcho starting off at a high percent, getting ledge trapped right now. The forward throw will knock him off the stage, and he's got to recover high and use the air dodge to get back to stage. And like tries to get the sticky on the platform, doesn't quite work. Throwing grenades back at each other and just looking for dash attacks, forward tilts. Nothing yet. Here comes Nikita to try to get this recovery. Give it El Scorcho a beautiful back air to cover, but the up tilt is lethal. Sends him off the top.
Wow, what a play out of the Cornhuskers. El Scorcho looking to get a little bit more damage in, but they are not having any of it. Just, it is really odd seeing how many grenades are flying, and I'm kind of glad Snake can damage himself with his own grenades too, because it's basically just dodgeball at this point.
Dodgeball, good old game of dodgeball coming out here, and just so many explosions, so many frame one grenade pulls. Like they're just waiting for each other to hit their shield wrong, and it'll sway in the opposite direction. But yeah, both characters getting up in percent now. Keep in mind Nebraska's up a stock at this point, which means that El Scorcho really wants to get this stock off the board now so that he has something to work with before he gets too high of a percent.
Yeah, Buckeyes really need something here to take the Nebraska Snake off the board, or just even one stock to even things up as damage ticks up. Both players passing 100%. However, Nebraska might be high. Nebraska might be higher in percent, but they are also higher in stock. So it's a lot more imperative that El Scorcho finds this pick early and that nothing happens beforehand. Otherwise, we might have a little bit of a barn blow up here.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh, whoa.
Lots
Two
of clashes. The forward tilts clank.
Ooh.
And the Nikita's off stage now. El Scorcho way at the top goes out due to the missile launcher from Nebraska. And it's looking rough here. I mean, 140, you need to get this KO before you yourself lose all your stocks. And that's exactly what El Scorcho's trying to do with the Nikita of his own. And there it goes. The stock is off the board. Back to 0 apiece. Can El Scorcho get out of this by only giving up one stock remaining for Nebraska, or will he lose it and give Nebraska the 2-stock lead?
Yeah, damage being traded back and forth. Ohio State getting a little bit of damage in, up to 45 for Nebraska, but El Scorcho taking some damage himself, taking Nebraska off the stage, actually. Grenades still flying. This has pretty much just been a game of neutrals. Nikita's come out, nothing really found outside of him. There are so many explosions, it's a little bit hard to see what's going on the map, but just waiting for something big to happen, somebody to mess up, somebody to screw up their shield placement. Nikita comes out perfectly blocked by the shield, but El Scorcho taking some damage.
Yeah, and we're kind of back to that throw grenades at each other until someone gets hit in the wrong spot. Currently, the person getting hit is El Scorcho. He's going to try to just maneuver around all of these grenade hitboxes that are being thrown out by Nebraska. So it's looking rough for him at 118%.
Yeah, not to mention the C4 that gets placed as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just goes under the radar, and sometimes that's all you really need. someone steps on a landmine and it's, you triggered my trap card, and then El Scorcho goes flying.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of setups into the C4 as well. You have the back throw, you have some forward throw stuff. If you are actually able to stick it onto your opponent, it can set up for some really crazy plays from Snake as well. But I mean, at this point, they're still throwing grenades at each other and really just camping out.
Even with El Scorcho at 183, Nikita's come out trying to find something. Clanks go through, and he gets it. Nebraska wins the Snake duel with 2 stocks remaining.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Nebraska. That down throw into up tilt is a true confirm after 170%. So as soon as I saw El Scorcho laying down, I knew that one was over.
I always find it funny that that does damage, because it's like the nicest people get laid down after the grabs, and it does a ton of damage because, through it.
Snake just tucks you into bed and then blows you out the roof.
Yeah, puts a box over you.
Yeah.
Make sure you can't see the carnage that's about to happen.
Speaking of box.
Yeah, the box does come out.
We got Barb Flask on the Smash box coming out.
But is he going to be able to get close? Is the dodgeball going to be too much?
Yeah, that's the question of the match here. Will he be able to use that invulnerability dash that Kazuya has in order to get in? I know Barb Flask tends to struggle with projectiles sometimes. We saw it against, was it the Link? Link earlier. Really hard to get in, especially against big hitboxes. But maybe the Snake is a different story when you're talking Kazuya.
Maybe. I mean, you're around the same size of character, and you both hit like trucks. The issue with Snake is he can do all that damage from quite a ways away, and Kazuya has to be right up in your face. But he has the 10-hit combo. You just hold your neutral, and then you don't have to think. It just does the combo for you.
Yeah, so the players currently getting set up with their controls here. I mean, I think Barb Flask only plays Kazuya, so I'm expecting Kazuya versus Snake. Snake has 2 stocks remaining.
2 stocks.
2 stocks to the 3 on Barb Flask Kazuya. So Ohio State has a grand total of 6 stocks remaining to Nebraska's 8 on the board. So we're going to run off the stage, take our stock, and then get going here.
All right.
Here we go.
Our taunts go through, and it is showtime. Barb Flask looking for an early engage. Does get the first hit, but nothing really comes out of it. Snake, though, he was wasting 0 time. Dodgeballs are flying. Grenades are blowing up. C4 is a C4'ing. And unfortunately, the Kazuya laser beams aren't really hitting where they really should.
I mean, he does have a little bit of armor on the laser beam, but it's not going to be enough to combat all of the Snake projectiles. He's going to take a lot of damage right now, but if he lands 1 Electric Wind God Fist, it could spell the end for the stock on Snake.
Yeah, the thing that scares me, though, is how much damage he's taken already. Already up to 100%, but down goes his special. And he did a lot of damage, but nothing to kill. Luckily for him, a lot of Kazuya's kit does hit really hard. So as long as he's able to get in and do something, it should help. Shield almost broke too, which would have given him quite the opening. But down smash from Snake is going to be enough to put Kazuya in his place off the stage. It is now 2-2. Nebraska leads by 3.
Yeah, and like I said before the match even started, Kazuya's having some trouble getting in, fighting against these projectiles. I don't even know if he'll come back. Yeah, he just didn't even have enough juice left in his recovery to make it back to the ledge. So these grenades are really spelling trouble for him.
Yeah, just so many projectiles to worry about. For a character that doesn't have a ton of vertical mobility, let alone any mobility at all, it is really hard for anything to get done. But 2 good hits is enough to even things up 1-1. Although, Kazuya does have a little bit of a hill to climb. He's got to get all the way. He's got to take this Snake down.
All it takes is 1 EWG.
That's true.
Like, all it takes is 1. He just has to hit it and then kind of convert the combo from there. Like, that's what makes Kazuya so scary. he can kill you in one confirm, and it's a move that has so much armor and can just knock you out. It literally knocks you out of your shield. It's so strong. But at this point, I mean, Nebraska Snake just really boxing him out. I mean, there's really nothing left. Misses tech off to the side of the stage. That will be the end for Barb Clask and Miss Kaguya. And Ohio State down to their last 3 stocks of the tournament.
Yeah, last 3 stocks, final character. This is it. Everything rides on this player. And
C-Dude, I believe.
It should be C-Dude, the Roy, which I feel like we're just going to see the same thing happen with the Roy. A character that's super good up close, but just gets punished for being super far away.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for them, the Snake comes out, they don't really have anything to counter it. If anything, the Sephiroth was their best counter, having the most range out of them all. But the issue is you just don't have a whole lot to work with in that scenario.
Yeah, so C-Dude and his Roy has a lot of work to do if Ohio State wants to stay alive in this tournament. The Snake and the Link have proven effective for Nebraska. Have we seen all 4 of their players here?
Yes, we have. I believe the only one we didn't see was... Oh, wait, no, we haven't. It was...
They have a Bayonetta, right? Or is that...
No, so we saw 3. We saw Snake, we saw Bayonetta, and we saw Link.
Okay.
Number 4, we have not seen yet.
Okay.
Which is who I thought they were going to do instead of Snake, but I mean, with how well Snake has been working out for him, can you really blame him?
Too. Joker lead they've stuck with.
Wait.
I think we haven't seen the Bayonetta as their anchor yet.
Oh, yes, we have not seen that one.
We saw them earlier in an earlier match. But Nebraska has 1 stock remaining on this Snake. It is 7-3. C-Dude has a lot of work to do on this platform here. Getting the taunts off, throwing the grenades back, that's something important to note is Snake can throw grenades at you, but you also may find a couple or 2 coming back at you.
Yeah, items go both ways. Everybody can pick them up. It's the same thing with Link's bombs, except with Link's bombs, he gets to detonate them. So holding on to a Link bomb for too long, you're kind of hurting yourself there. Roy really unable to able to push forward. Picks up some grenades, but Snake is just as good at dodging them as he is throwing them. I mean, it's dodgeball 101. You gotta know how to dodge, and you gotta know how to throw.
Dodge rock, dodge ball.
That's true.
But we're dodging grenades right now.
I mean, grenades are basically they're just porcelain filled with gunpowder.
Yeah, I guess they're a rock in a way.
Yeah, they're basically.
Yeah, I mean, relatively even in percent. If C-Dude is able to get this stock without losing one of his own, he may have an opportunity to go into the next Nebraska player and really make some waves here. Now, the frame 1 grenade is just going to punish every single move he tries to hit. Another thing, like I said earlier, the Link bomb explodes with Roy's fire. Okay, delay on the side B. This is step 1 of C-Dude trying to make this comeback. Delays the side B, able to take the KO. Now he's got 3 stocks remaining, which is probably the best outcome you could ask for when he starts off here.
Yeah, you just have to take 2 stocks for every one they take of yours, and that's not as hard as it may seem. I mean, I couldn't do it. I'm nowhere near good at Smash Bros. to do that, but I will say it is one of the best situations we've seen these guys find themselves in when it comes to this sort of thing. I mean, we haven't really seen anybody go down to 3-3 quite yet, but I'd take a 3-6 over a 3-8 or a 3-9 any day.
This is maybe a little bit more manageable than previously, just because you're confident with your 3 against their 6. Like it's only an extra player. Maybe take 1 game and then take the next, like 1 step at a time, 1 stock at a time. Is kind of the approach that C-Dude needs to take here as Nebraska brings out Disc, their Link player. It's going to be some trouble here, but I think C-Dude's got it in him to weather this Nair storm that we're seeing.
I mean, he did get the parry and was able to grab, bringing them fairly even, 23-31, but Link getting caught in some serious combos here. Not a ton able to be done about it. Roy is just dealing so much damage for every swing of the sword, and nothing Link is throwing, quite literally, is really connecting. I mean, boomerangs are good, but if they dodge, duck, or aren't doing combos when they're thrown, it doesn't really matter if you throw them.
Yeah, Seadude's going for a read there with the side B. Doesn't quite work out, so he eats the grounded up B as a punish. And Disc is kind of struggling here in the corner, struggling in disadvantage. He's going to have to go back to the ledge. And right now, Seadude's looking for that side B. You get the shield poke with it. That shield was way too small in order to be holding it, so he's going to eat it. Seadude, step 1 complete. Step 2, not lose your stock. There you
Don't
go.
lose it yet. You need to do a lot more with it. You gotta save your money. No Louis Vuitton quite yet.
Yeah.
Bomb goes off, preventing that up B from being used once again, but Disc does not keep him off stage for long. Doesn't get the final hit from the up special, though.
That arrow's going to seal his fate. Yeah, he had the air dodge timing, but he did not have the jump remaining to come back to stage. That arrow knocks him out of up B, which means that he will lose that stock. And now Disc is really farming percent here with the boomerang and back air combos. Great parry coming off the board, no roll in. Seadude's been trying to read that all day long. And he's just going to kind of chill outside of the stage and look for his projectiles to hit.
Pretty much what Link needs to do at this point is just kind of weather the storm. He can rely on his projectiles. He has 3 more stocks remaining in his teammate, and keeping himself even is going to make things a lot easier for them as well. And Seadude still piling on the damage, but both players are at that 100% threshold. Not a whole lot is going. It's not going to take a whole lot to take people out right now. Bomb gets picked up by Seadude, quickly thrown away because I think he realized that if that thing blows up, it is probably bye-bye Seadude. But up special comes through from Disc. Seadude on his last stock. Ohio trailing by 4, 5-1 Nebraska. This is for all the marbles. Seadude needs to find 2 stocks here if he wants to keep the dream alive.
Good forward air coming out. He's going to try to fight for this ledge trap. Air dodges back to stage, and he needs to land the forward tilt, side B, maybe even jab to back air might be true, but he's eating forward airs and boomerangs for breakfast right now.
Yeah, Seadude already up to 54. Disc encroaching on 150. Up special goes through. Not a whole lot happens through it, though. Bomb gets picked up, used to edge trap the Link of all people, believe it or not.
Yep.
Boomerang tries to go through. It does hit, but doesn't really get anything done. Bomb does end up disappearing, but Seadude taking tons of damage in the process. Ooh!
Nice item play there. I mean, he picked it up with the forward air, was able to actually land the forward air and throw it back off stage. So, Seadude's at 98%. This is the tournament life for Ohio State, and we're just throwing out KO moves. And there's the side special. That's going to take it down to 1-1 apiece. I mean, we need to see Seadude take this stock without losing their last one of the tourney.
Boomerang comes out trying to prevent it, but it goes through the forward tilt from Link, takes down Ohio State. Nebraska moves to the grand finals against Michigan. What a game. That was a great game out of those 2 teams.
Yeah.
I mean, back and forth the whole time. And while we didn't get to see the 4th player out of Nebraska, Ohio still gave it their all, and you could tell every single time they went in, everything had a purpose. And I mean, they might have struggled with Snake, but I mean, what team hasn't struggled with the Snake at some point in the season?
Right, yeah. Snake makes a very volatile matchup, but that's going to mean Nebraska's moving on to the grand finals against Michigan State. They're going to set that up as we keep talking here. Yeah, we're gonna crown another champion here soon.
Yeah,
our first champion of the tournament was Boise State in Rocket League. Congratulations to them. And now we're gonna crown a new champion. You know,
Super Smash Bros. Champion.
Yeah, we're not gonna see Boise State take this title. That's for sure.
Nope, it is definitely gonna be someone different this time.
Which is why I'm so excited about this tournament. I said it earlier. I'm gonna say it again. There's a true opportunity for each team in this tournament to take the crown for a specific title. Some teams may fall short. Some teams may accomplish that. We haven't really seen a ton of mix-up, but I'm excited to crown a different school champion here.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see all these teams come together because we watch them all season. We know subconsciously what they're good at. We've seen what they're good at. We've seen their strengths, their weaknesses. We've had players talk about them in depth. And I mean, we may not play against them, but we still see how they grow throughout the season. So being able to see every single player come out and show their stuff, get as far as they did, and really put their mettle to the test is incredibly important, and it is super entertaining to watch, especially at a nice arena like this one.
So we're going to take a quick second to check the replays from that Ohio State versus Nebraska match coming to you just in a minute. Some important KOs and stuff that we saw along the way. Again, Nebraska takes that game 2-0, so we're going to head over to there in just a second. So El Scorcho is going to start us off with some of the clips. This Joker proved such a great... Yeah, there's the replay.
It's hard to argue with the grappling hook.
Yeah. So, I mean, this Joker's going to prove to be such a great lead for Nebraska in the finals, and you get that choke slam from Kazuya.
Oh, and then the unfortunate SD.
That time, not working in Kazuya's favor.
Wakanda forever.
It's flying off the stage, and then that up B, also super good tool from Disc, using it many a times today in this set. And I mean, we're seeing a lot of signature stuff from these players and their characters.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of stuff that can happen in these games, and we typically see a lot of it in them as well. I mean, oh yeah, and here's the, so he had the, oh wait, no, he did use it towards the ledge.
He did,
I thought it was away from the ledge.
He was at such an awkward angle that it did not actually grapple with the ledge. It didn't snap. So
I don't even, that's unfortunate.
And then
almost as unfortunate as a up tilt getting kicked in the face.
Yeah, I mean, that has to hurt.
Oh yeah, I mean, combat boots, not fun.
If someone could actually do that in real life, I'd be amazed.
Yeah, I mean, that's like incredible flexibility in your hip joints.
Yes.
Because you gotta like...
But hey, I mean, these are like the Smash Bros. Characters, some of the best fighters that we see in games. Like, obviously it's animated, it's cartoonish.
Yeah. Like, for instance, Link can pull the sword out of his sheath.
Yeah, like
when his arms typically aren't long enough.
But I feel like that snake move is something that you could replicate, maybe in real life.
Maybe.
I'm curious.
I'm not the most flexible person, but I bet after a little bit of training, I bet I can do it.
Okay.
I mean, next year, I'm gonna do it.
Next year, PEC 2026.
Yeah, we're gonna bring in a mannequin, and I'll demonstrate.
He'll send it through the roof.
Snake-like accuracy.
He'll send it through the roof.
Flexibility. That's the word, not accuracy. His accuracy probably isn't that good with how many grenades are being thrown and how many were actually hit. But
well, that's the grenades don't have to hit.
It's quantity over quality.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you just it's like Moon Knight in Marvel Rivals. You just throw things at players until stuff works.
Yeah. So just now we're gonna send it down to the on-stage reporter with the winners of our losers final match, Nebraska.
Hi guys, it's Alex again, and it's getting late, guys. We're going into the evening. Things are slowing down, but things are wrapping up because we're going to the grand finals next, and I'm here with Tay Underwood from Nebraska, and you guys just got yourselves out of the losers bracket. How does it feel?
It feels great, not gonna lie. This team beat us on Wi-Fi like a couple months ago, so we're glad to get our run back and defeat them.
No, yeah, and I was just like wondering, like, this is a hard game to get into. I've tried it myself. So how did you start out?
Disney XD streamed a tournament, and I watched that, and I was like, dang, I want to do this.
At what age?
Oh, like 12, I think.
Man, that is so crazy, and I'm so excited for you guys. And I mean, what are you guys like looking into? Like, cause this is the grand finals. These guys are the big bosses. So how are you gonna win this? Like, what is the strat here?
Their strongest player against us is a Kazuya named Suspect, and I think if we can take him down, we can win.
All right, you guys heard it here first. Suspect, watch your back. And we're going into the grand finals next. See you guys.
Sounds like there's going to be some suspicious gameplay in the next match.
More Kazuya.
More Kazuya gameplay.
That's a hype game.
Does he have the fight board though?
I don't know.
I mean,
we'll see.
Just saying. Is he truly a Kazuya player if he doesn't have a dedicated board?
Yeah. We'll find out.
That is true. We'll find
Michigan
out.
State.
Michigan State have been the top dogs throughout not only this tournament but regular season as well. I mean, they were contending with Boise State for Rocket League. Their Overwatch team is pretty good as well. To my knowledge, their Valorant team is also at the top of the pack. And not to mention their Smash Bros team, who has currently gone on undefeated in this tournament and regular season as well, earning that top seed. So how are Nebraska going to sort of alter their strategy? I mean, we saw a lot of really good players and a lot of really good plays, but Michigan has just as many good players. I mean, they wouldn't have been at the top winners bracket if they weren't. So, what do you think we're going to see?
Well, speaking of brackets, we're going to take a quick look at the brackets real quick. This is the losers side of bracket. We just saw that Nebraska versus Ohio State match where the result was a 2-0. So we're going to see Nebraska move back up into grand finals where they will face Michigan State. Nebraska in losers means that Michigan State will, I believe, get a 1-game advantage in a best of 5. I will be corrected if that,
Yeah, it is best of 5.
That is correct. Best of 5, Michigan State is given a 1-game advantage for progressing all the way through winners without dropping a set yet. So it's going to be a little awkward starting off, but once we get rolling, it should make sense.
So basically, Michigan starts the game with 1 point. That's what we mean by 1-game advantage.
Yeah. So first to 3 points, Michigan State already is given 1 point because they have weathered the storm of winner's side bracket, and Nebraska is going to come up from the loser side and try to defeat them. But they're going to have to take 3 games, while Michigan State only has to take 2.
Yeah, it's like a David versus Goliath situation. Like, you lost the first time, you got to win the second time, and you got to win fairly convincingly because they don't have to win. They have to win 33% less than you do. 1/3. They have to win 2 games, not 3. But I feel like this is a good way to do it, though. You weathered the storm. You're at grand finals. You didn't drop a map yet. These are the 2 best teams in the tournament. Now you get the 1 game as a reward.
Yeah. So we are getting some information about the players here. We've been kind of forced to call Nebraska players by their tags or by their characters. Thankfully, we have some more information about the Nebraska players, and hopefully we'll do them some justice by finally calling them by their right names. But the players are still setting up. As you can see on stage, they're crowding around. Hopefully we'll get some spectators going to cheer on these players who have worked so hard to make it to this grand finals. Crew battles can get long and tiring. You're playing a lot. You're losing stocks. You're taking stocks. There's ups and downs throughout this whole tournament. So it's only fitting that we're taking a breather before we get into this could possibly be lengthy set. I mean, we could see a maximum of 5 total games here.
Yeah, and also not to mention that we have that when you're not playing in these games, you are watching your team. You're watching them either succeed, fail, or just struggle to get things done. And that can wear just as much on somebody who's spectating as the person it's happening to. And when that person who's spectating is next to go up, that can really hurt somebody's mental. And these crew battles are almost as big a stamina battle as they are of skill. Being able to weather that storm, I know we've used that analogy a lot, but it is really the best way to describe it. It is a mental storm coming at you, and being able to get around it, being able to play with it, and get rid of it is the best way to come out on top of these sort of situations. And it does look like we are almost ready to go. Just finishing up some final player controller edits. Everybody has a different style with their controllers, different buttons do different things. No stick jump. I remember when I play like party games, I have to tell people to turn off stick jump because it is kind of confusing. Like, why am I jumping? I'm not pushing the jump button.
Yeah.
It's because you're pushing up on the stick.
Yeah, that's a beginner thing you have to inform some players about. Some people would prefer it, and I can respect that.
Yeah.
It's harder to do some tilts.
Yeah, like your up tilts, especially like in the air.
Yeah.
Because like you jump once and then you expect to do up air, and then it's like, nope, you're jumping again.
But people learn the game many different ways, and they play the game many different ways, and I'm excited to see how these teams match up against each other. It really makes for a great match. It sets the stage. These teams played in the winners final. Nebraska went down, unfortunately, but they're back. They're ready to fight for these grand finals. We're going to get started here. We're going to crown a champion shortly. We're seeing Ridley from Michigan State and Arvin's Bayonetta from Nebraska.
Yeah, the Ridley isn't something we see a ton of, and being such a heavy character against someone so fast like Bayonetta, it might just be a little bit of a disadvantage. However, Ridley gets one hit on that Bayonetta, and that is almost game over with the combos, but it looks like that is not going to happen with how much damage is just being thrown out.
Yeah, Bayonetta against large characters like Ridley, it's just combo, like Ridley's combo food. But Ridley also has some pretty big hitboxes, so you need to be wary of the nairs. You need to be wary of some of the forward airs, and he has some tippers too. But the back air from Arvin's going to seal the first stock. Nebraska's going to try to tie up the games here because they are from losers. Michigan State on your top left does start with that first game. And we're getting some damage here from the top. Quick Bayonetta combos, and yeah, just a good start overall for Nebraska.
Yeah, Ryder on the Ridley is really struggling to get anything done for Michigan State. Bayonetta only up to 80%. And, oh, big damage coming out. Fireball's starting to get the edge camp, manages to get rid of the jump, and the up special is not letting him get close. We see a mirror of the Joker Ken from a little bit earlier, but Bayonetta does manage to get right back to the stage. And now it is all up to pretty much who gets this next attack, and it's gonna be Ridley.
And the crowd's getting hyped for these two competitors. We're tied here in stocks. Rydra is up on percent. He's gonna be really close to getting KO'd soon, but gonna find some damage themselves. Really trying to use these big hitboxes that really can throw out. And the read on the forward smash is not enough to take it, but definitely tying up this percent lead that Arvin had.
Arvin kind of losing that lead he had as Ridley with the forward special. Once again, not enough to send outside the blast zone, but good enough to even things out. Both players past 100% and counting. Bayonetta, oh my goodness! Side special comes through and Ridley still on stage. It is 2-1. Ridley taken out. We are tied 1-1 at 0%. What a start off round.
Wow, that was a lot just to get back to 0-0. And these players just competing at their highest level right now. They're really doing their best to give it all they've got. They know that this is going to be a long set, but if you start out right and give the momentum your team needs, it could be enough to push you to just winning that championship trophy.
Yeah, Arvin looking for a good combo as he found in that first stock, but Ridley with the side special is able to get himself back on stage. Michigan State looking for just one more hit to take out Bayonetta. Oh, but the fist misses. Arvin's able to get right back on point, and he gets it. The side smash comes through. Michigan State takes the first round, one stock ahead. What a start.
Great job from Rydra there. They're going to carry this momentum into their next opponent as the go green, go white chants rattle through the arena. I'm curious to know, like, who's going to come out next for Nebraska.
I mean,
they have a roster here. We could see Smoothie on the link because they just can take those stocks, but we may see a different kind of switch up here.
You know, I think we're going to see Link. I mean, Bayonetta did a great job at just juggling Ridley, taking a lot of damage, but not a lot of those killer moves were hit. We saw the side special or the side smashes come out fairly often on the ledge, but Ridley was in such good positioning there. They couldn't really capitalize on it. I mean, every time Ridley got close, it was pretty much the same thing as a Kazuya chokeslam. He'd grab him from the side and just throw him down. And it all really just comes down to what you're most comfortable with against these larger characters. But I do think Link will be in, just because of all the projectiles he can use. And it should be enough to knock him out of any grabs.
If I'm reading the jersey, though, correctly, we're going to see Mixwell on the Pally. Oh. So there's possibility of that, too.
You know, I'm not exactly known for my great predictions when it comes to who's going to pick what. So, I mean, take my words with a grain of salt, but it does look like the Palutena is going to be out, which, you know, another great choice. A lot of good zoning with this character. but it all comes down to comfortability in the end. And can they manage to keep themselves in this?
So Ryder's going to take 2 of their stocks to start here. This means Michigan State has a 1-stock lead, and we're going to get going here, get the taunts, and send it into this next matchup between these players. Mixwell only needs to take 1 to tie it up, but Ryder's starting off super strong with some up airs.
Yeah, but just like you were saying, if Mixwell can get those up airs starting to work, I mean, Rydra has such a large hitbox that you can't really do a whole lot to get out of it. Michigan State really just needs to take 1 with them in order to keep their lead, and they're going to get it. Mixwell gets the teleport canceled.
Yeah, those fireballs set at the perfect angle that you kind of have, like, it puts you in such a terrible position if you do get hit by one off stage, and really can kind of just spam those off the stage, send 4 of them, send 1 of them, and then we're going to get the side special grab from Ridley. He's just going to kind of chill. He knows he's taken more than he needs to off these stock counters, but, I mean, obviously more is better if you're Michigan State.
Yeah, Rydra really feeling the pain right now, but in the end, Mixwell is the one who's still down a stock and will be 2 to 3. No, he's down 2. He's got 1 stock left. Rydra looking to make it 3, taking out 6 stocks by himself, only at 77%. But Ridley is a large character. Palutena can make that up fairly easily as long as he gets him in the up special. But the teleport read, it's enough! Rydra takes yet another 3 stocks.
That was a beautiful 2-frame.
What a read!
Yeah, that 2-frame to catch the Palutena up special back to ledge, and then you get the read on the teleport to close it out. He was gonna go to the bottom or to the side anyways, and Rydra just decided, you're going out on my terms.
I am going... It is not you. You do not decide your fate. I decide your fate. Proceeds to smack Mixwell into the dirt.
So I believe this may be Smoothie coming in for Nebraska here on their link. So this is their stock taker. If they have 1 chance of coming back, they want this one to work.
Yeah, Link did tend to be their best player for getting those really quick stocks against Ohio. Can he recreate the magic? He just needs to find 1. Of course, we said that about Palutena. And Michigan State is a little bit harder to read than maybe some of their other opponents, so it'll be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is Michigan State's only played against 2 opponents today, which means that even though Nebraska's played against them once already, they haven't been able to sit back and kind of watch how some of their players play, get some scouting done, which is why I think having the advantage from winner's side, having to play less games, does less on the mental, it can be an advantage sometimes as well.
Not to mention, it keeps you fresh, too. You're not stuck in a ton of different matches. Both players are at around the same percentage point, around that 60 percentile. Michigan State with a decent lead of around 20%, but with Ridley, that's enough to KO if you're at the perfect spot. Rydra taking a lot of damage, but giving a ton of it back, and Link gets him off the stage, but launched himself. Whoa! With the up air! It's enough! Ridley takes yet another stock, adding 7 to his counter.
So that up smash is actually also disjointed. It's so strong that it ends up beating through Link's down air. The big sword, big old foot from Ridley just does enough to take that stock off the top, and he's just racking up stocks, not percent, stocks at this point.
Yeah, Smoothie is really struggling to find that final hit. He's gotten him fairly high up, but all it'll take is 1 decent hit from him in order to send off. If he did that just a little bit closer, the bomb! It gets through! What a placement of a bomb from that one. I didn't even see that one coming.
What happened there? The arrow can move the bomb off the stage, so what Smoothie did is use that arrow to carry that bomb over the ledge and then detonated it remotely in order to stage spike him, and Rydra had no idea that was coming.
That's what 1,000 hours of Breath of the Wild looks like, knowing exactly how to use the bombs.
Yes, exactly. So showing off our Legend of Zelda gameplay skills, using the arrow and some of the physics that goes behind it.
If only you had the God Hand from Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, I mean,
then you just freeze Ridley in place. And
hey,
be like,
we may see it in the next Smash game.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
That's assuming there is a new Smash game.
For the Switch too, maybe.
I mean, maybe.
But we pray.
Oh, we hope so. we hope that the prices go down. That's what we really hope.
Well, we'll see what Nintendo does here. Next player we're moving into is Suspect on the Kazuya.
Some suspicious gameplay out of Kazuya.
And we're seeing the gold suit come out again for the Vegas finals. I mean, it's got to be a trend, right?
Yeah.
These players just seem to love this gold Kazuya suit. And if I do believe Suspect is using a GameCube controller, so a different method of input, but may still be just as lethal here.
Yeah, but I mean, Smoothie is just going to town on Suspect, not giving him even a second to work with. I feel like that's a fairly common theme we've seen against people going against Kazuya. Just don't let them do anything and they can't hurt you, but wow! Already evened out, Suspect dealing tons of damage, and the spike coming through. Michigan State finds themselves way ahead.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you play against Kazuya. Smoothie here was able to do so much percent, but all it takes is one solid hit from Suspect's Kazuya to really just take and delete one of your stocks.
It only takes one.
It only takes one. And now he has the Rage Drive available. He's going to use it here. 50% on the board already to start. And the charge up smash. I mean, you couldn't really ask for more except the B reversal up special.
What an up special. I wonder if that was planned or not, because that was incredibly timed.
Yeah, Link comes behind and scoops you up and then sends you forward towards the blast zone. Great stuff at high percents. I mean, disc down here to 100% back air.
Kicked
Not
right
enough. And he's going to use the bomb to recover. He's still alive here. One stock remaining for Smoothie. I mean, do you even want to approach Kazuya at this point?
Well, I mean, you really have no choice. Suspect is going to either close the distance or you're going to have to come to him. One way or another, you're going to be at the wrong end of the fist, but this time it's the foot. Michigan State holds their lead as the last player for Nebraska steps up to the podium.
Kazuya is a problem.
Yes, he is a problem for everybody but Snake, as we have seen a few times.
Well, speaking of Snake, Nebraska has a Snake player.
That is true. They do.
And that is Kem Dizzle. And I believe he's taking the seat right now.
I believe so too. I mean, if I were Nebraska, if you know I'm not, but if I was them, I would put in Snake. I mean, we've seen how good Kem Dizzle specifically is at countering Kazuya. I mean, he took out one in the last game we just watched, and also took out another Snake player as well.
Yep.
So we know that he's a pretty good Snake player, but is the Kazuya on the other side better?
Yeah, I mean, this will be a moment for Suspect to prove why Nebraska name-dropped him in the interview going into this match. I mean, they're like, this is the guy we have to take out if we want a chance at winning and taking stocks and just trying to lift that trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that's what really matters, and that's what everybody is fighting for, just a chance at that trophy. And overall, all these teams have been in some spectacular performance. I mean, I know it's only been one round since we saw it, but Ridley taking 7 stocks before going down is incredible. Like, that is nuts. And doing the second 3 on 1 stock, that is just something else entirely.
Yeah, I mean, you got 3 stocks. Like, in the grand scheme of things, you really don't want that to happen.
Yeah, you don't want that to happen. I mean, but no matter how many stocks your opponent takes, you do not want to.
Yeah. So Kem Dizzle on the Snake is going to be joining the fight here. He has 3 stocks remaining for Nebraska on this game. Suspect's Kazuya needs to take a stock, I believe. Yep, and then we'll get rolling.
Yeah, Sparty really just has to get close and do some damage before those grenades start flying. Those porcelain powerhouses start punching. I don't know why I'm trying to rhyme or make whatever the pneumatic scheme is when we have a bunch of the same letter, but Kazuya already up super high, but Snake in a combo, that's never fun to be in. Already at 100%, but he missed the finisher. Oh, lucky break for Snake. but Michigan State still piling on the pressure.
Yeah, that was really close to losing that first stock for Chem Dizzle. Like, probably frames away. This might do it the back air. Yep, that's going to seal it. It was good DI to cover for the up B, but not good DI to cover for the back air. So, Suspect's Kazuya is proving to be very tough to get. Yeah, tough to get around and a little suspect.
Already up to 70%. He attacked 3 times. How is this possible? He was punched 3 times and they're already even. 2 stocks to 2 stocks. Michigan State proving why they have remained undefeated this semester. As Chem Dizzle tries to get forward, manages to get him past 100, but this is when Kazuya is at his most deadly. Oh, big damage comes out. Both players pass that 100% threshold. And the up special is going to take down Chem Dizzle. 1 stock left, 2 for Kazuya. Life on the line. Michigan State will be put at match point if this goes through. Chem Dizzle, all the pressure is on him right now.
Yeah, Suspect still has the Rage Drive available to him. Now it just goes away. He reaches that threshold where the percent's too high. But, I mean, Kazuya is so heavy that, like, at this point, it's going to still take a strong attack to KO him. He can still eat some grenades, but, like, 1 electric wind got fist is enough to spell the end for Chem Dizzle's Snake.
Oh, the missile barely misses. Just a little bit more juice, but the up tilt's going to take him out.
Okay, still alive here for Chem Dizzle. I mean, 1 stock remaining. Doesn't mean they're out just yet, but, I mean, he's eating some percent on this platform.
Yeah, Kazuya is yet to be hit as well. Michigan State looking for that final hit. Chem Dizzle up to 70. Suspect really just trying to get close, and with the platforms, he's pretty much able to. Up air, trying to get him off the blast zone, but it's not enough in the end. Chem Dizzle stays in the game. Suspect looking for 1 final hit to close this round out. Can't seem to find it. The laser isn't going to be enough. You're going to have to get up close and personal, get your hands a little dirty, get to take this snake out of play.
Yeah, 152, and that could be it. I mean, anything will kill now. Kazuya is so strong, even jab will kill at this point. You just kind of need to run away and pray that he's going to eat all your porcelain dodgeballs. So, I mean, I think up throw will kill. No, he's going to opt for the forward throw. I mean, Snake is also a heavy character. You have to keep that in mind. So, Suspect maybe just trying to play around a little, figure out the best kill option at the moment.
Yeah, it all comes down to what's best in the moment. Shielded Explosion comes out, and now Kazuya's past that 100 threshold. Can Chem Dizzle bring this one back? Suspect gets back onto the ledge, but he needs to find something to close it out. That laser's not going to be enough, doesn't have enough knockback. You need to find something here, as Chem Dizzle still does a lot, but in the end, it's not enough. Meter will be able to take him out. Michigan State leads 2-0 and at match point.
Could we see a 3-0?
I mean, maybe.
Maybe. It's always possible.
It is possible. I mean, it's impossible to see a 3-1 from either side, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
or it's impossible to see a 3-0 from either side. Because if, oh wait, no.
Yeah, I mean, by technicality, if Michigan State wins this next match, that would be a 3-0. They only had to win 2 sets, though.
Yeah, they do only have to win 2 sets.
Which is weird, but due to formatting and how we're going to adjust to give the winner's side of Grand Finals a little bit of an edge, we do give them that game for all of their hard work throughout the semester and today at the PEC LAN Championship.
I mean, so far they have proven why they have remained undefeated. You know, Nebraska had it in the beginning with the Bayonetta pick into Ridley. Tons of combos going through. A lot was happening. And then Ridley realized that, oh, I just have to attack, and then they can't attack me. And then, I mean, Bayonetta was still able to get 2 stocks, though. So,
yeah,
in the end, it was good. They just needed that little bit more punch from the giant demon fist that Bayonetta can summon.
Yeah.
That unfortunately missed right before the final stock was taken. But Michigan State has proven to be the force to be reckoned with in this tournament that the bracket has shown them to be. But, I mean, all things considered, Nebraska is hanging in there for a lot of these matches. I mean, the one Ridley 3-stock was kind of an outlier.
Yes.
But like the first match, that one could have gone either way up until the very end there.
Yeah, I agree. I think that as long as you don't see those huge ways that Michigan State was able to kind of get in that first game, Nebraska could stay in it, and I think they do have the roster to be able to take games off of Michigan State. Like this is not a done and dusted set yet. Like we're still in the thick of it, and Nebraska has the ability to bring it back, even though they are down 2 games right now.
And you know, having the experience of playing them once before, they played them in the qualifiers to the Grand Finals, which Michigan did end up winning. But they know all the players that they have, they know what characters they play, and they already have an idea somewhat of how they play those characters as well. I mean, sure, there's really only so much you can learn from 2 games and previous games from beyond that, but it could just be enough to know who they might lead with. And from the looks of things, Smoothie is going to be leading with the Link.
We may see a new,
oh yes,
new character, a new player here from Michigan
Echo
State.
Fire.
Echo Fire on the Ness, so they're kind of switching it up, letting their tertiary and their 4th anchor get some action here. But I mean, Disc Link is nothing to scoff at. You need to start off strong if you're Nebraska, and really try to find your way to get maybe a 1 or 2 stock lead here.
And also, Michigan State does have 2 alternates as well. We don't know who they are, but they might just be in this game. But Ness taking an early stock.
Yeah, the spike off stage is lethal, especially against Link's up B. It covers around him side by side, but
oh, another combo! What? He didn't even take a hit during that stock.
Yes, the PK fires off the side. I can't even finish my next sentence before the stock is off the board. Are we going to see another? Not quite yet. Disc using that up B to try to get him back off the ledge, and Ness does have some good ways of dealing with projectiles. He has the baseball bat, which will reflect back. Good up smash here out of Smoothie. And going to use some of these projectiles to kind of just shy away from actually having to pure approach right now.
And you know, sometimes that's just what you need. You want this Ness to make a mistake, but when he's grabbing you like that, edge guarding off the side with the yo-yo, it's going to be a little harder to get back up. Has to use the ball, manages to recover, and the up B is going to take him out. It is 2-1.
I mean, that was an awesome reversal from Smoothie. I mean, he almost was dead to rights, but used the bomb to recover, and then he reversed the up B in order to send Echo Fire off the stage into the blast zone and take that first stock. So we're not going to see a 3-stock to start off our first match here, but like it's already kind of swayed in Michigan State's favor here.
A good clash. Echo Fire still trying to look for something to get in here, but Smoothie is doing a good job with the projectiles. Echo Fire finds something, tries to use the PK Fire, but you know, I think
Yo-Yo does it.
The Yo-Yo will do just fine.
Up smash Yo-Yo, you can charge that, get some more percent, and then send your opponent way off the stage. So that's 1 down already. I mean, that was fast.
Yeah.
That was fast.
Fast game. Although Ness did take 1 stock in the process.
Sorry.
Or he took 1 stock away.
Smoothie took 1 stock.
Yeah. Or I meant Ness came out of it with 1 stock less. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll see the Joker from Super 6733. We'll call him Super.
Yeah.
The Joker here for Nebraska is going to come out against the Ness. I mean, I like Joker in the Ness.
Yeah, I do like the Joker into the Ness. I think it's a good idea. PK Fire is good to charge up the Rebel Guard if you manage to bait it out just a little bit. And I mean, it all just comes down to how everything is played. PK Fire still making an early appearance, but it's not going to matter. The forward air is where all the damage comes from. The grapple does manage to hit for Super this time, meaning he doesn't have to fall to an agonizing defeat. But it is going to be a little bit harder to stay up here.
Right, and I mean, you have Arsene out already, but you are getting ledge trapped right now, and it's just like so hard to come back to stage when you have a character like Nessa throwing out PK fires and forward airs that are gonna really continue to trap you and send you back off stage. It's frustrating when you have Arsene out. Like, that's your time to deal damage. Forward throw's gonna send off stage, and we're gonna that beat out the Ness up smash with the Joker Nair. So 118%, but this is doable for Super.
Yeah, Super looking to make it a little bit even, but unfortunately Echo Fire with the back air is going to take them down to 2 stocks. Michigan State expands their lead to 3. Or, no wait, no, 4. Expanded it to 4. Wait. Yeah.
I think that.
Yeah, I am right. Why am I thinking about this? We're watching Joker. Super does manage to get Echo Fire down a stock while I am trying to figure out how I pass second grade math with this counting ability. Arsene does come out, Echo Fire with 0% to his name, already taking just a bit of damage from this Arsene being racked up. Not a whole lot to benefit from with the shield. But now we're starting to see that Arsene be whittled down just a little bit more.
Yeah, and Super's fishing, while he still has Arsene out, he's fishing for the forward L1 into up smash or down smash. That is kind of a kill option at this percent, which is ridiculous when you have Arsene out. But now that Arsene is gone, he's going to look for some tech chases, maybe send Super or Echo Fire off stage and just take some KOs. Like that's what you need here. Just KOs, and there's 1 KO. Echo Fire finds that stock off of Super's Joker, and now it's 100%. If you're Super, you want to stay alive and finally take the stock. And that actually is going to do it. A little bit of Gimp with the Joker gun is going to do it. So, Super's Joker stays alive in this match. We're going to see a new player from Michigan State come out.
Yeah, what a play out of Joker, too. Ness up special is notoriously bad. It is not good. It is not consistent. But if you're able to screw over somebody who's mastered the art of drawing a circle to hit themselves back up with it, it really screws with momentum. And I feel like Super did that perfectly against Echo Fire.
Yeah.
Now, they still are down 2 stocks, but it could be a lot worse. They could be down 6 stocks.
Yeah, like
last round.
Like
so we are seeing an improvement. We're definitely seeing an improvement from last time. And I think the Joker choice was the best choice in that scenario. There's not a whole lot a ton of players can do against Ness. But now we're going to have to see who takes over.
Yeah, so, I mean, Super's Joker we did not see in the first game. So Dice on the Falco is going to come out here. I mean, Falco is such a hard character to play against. He throws out so many hitboxes at once, and they're all like multi-hits and annoying. So,
battle of very fast characters.
And we're gonna see a lot of in the top blast zone kind of gameplay. And one to remember is also Falco Laser stuns you and is annoying.
I mean, there's a reason he's been in the competitive scene since Brawl, which was almost
Melee.
20 years. Actually, yeah, Melee, which is almost 20 years ago, I think. I think it's over 20 years ago. Yeah. It's crazy that this character has been this good for this long. But I will say, props to Super, keeping him on the back foot, but it does look like Dice is going to start to find his footing just a little bit more. Gun comes out, trying to keep him off the stage. It is sort of working, but he manages to get past the ledge trap. Dice trying to find a good combo starter, but Super is not going to let that happen as Arsene is almost online. And there it is.
Right, but as Arsene comes offline, Dice is cooking with the Falco combos. He's going to find some extra lasers and get some ledge traps. And that's the thing about Falco. Back air! Yeah, that's going to seal it off the side of the stage. Nebraska is down to their 3rd player here, I believe, going up against 9 stocks for Michigan State.
Yeah, good try out of Super, getting as much damage as possible, just being ledge trapped with your Arsene.
Yeah.
That is, or not arson. Arson is burning things illegally. That is Arsene. Arsene is for justice and just causes.
Yes.
You know, sometimes like arson is, but I won't get into that. But it is it is really unfortunate when you build up that meter and you just can't use it because you're stuck off stage. And now Michigan State has a fresh Falco in Dice, ready to weather whatever challenge comes at him.
Yeah, and we're going to go to small battlefield, which is some platforms, not all platforms.
It's 2 platforms.
Yeah, 2 platforms, and we're going to see Nebraska, Zelda.
Yeah.
This is new.
Yeah, definitely a new take on these characters, but it maybe you never know. I mean, Zelda's pretty good online, but how does the Zelda stack up on LAN? From the looks of things, pretty well. Being able to get out of those combos that Michigan State's able to throw at him is a good deal. Cornhuskers really looking for some good momentum coming back into this series. Remember, Dice is technically a character ahead of where he should be. We are just looking for... Nebraska's really just looking for 3 stocks to even things out. And I mean, Zelda isn't a terrible character to do it with. You can reflect the blaster bolts, you can stun Falco with his own stuff. It's kind of humorous, but at the same time, Falco has stuff to reflect a lot of the projectiles that Zelda can throw at him.
Yeah, and like you said, Zelda's a very Wi-Fi friendly character. It does not mean that they're going to excel. Dice, up tilt back air, a Falco classic in Smash Ultimate. Just like probably one of the cleanest kill confirms because he just jumps so high. I mean, Falco is a bird after all, so.
He's a flightless bird.
Okay, forward smash is going to knock off stage, but we're not going to be able to finish this edge guard just because Dice is opting for the high side B recovery instead of going low, which is the smart play until our Zelda kind of adapts to that.
Sparty taking a fairly big advantage here, already bringing Cornhuskers up to 100% and taking them down as well. Dice yet to lose a stock.
Yeah, I mean, this is why people...
Oh, speak of the devil, he shall hear, I guess.
Yes. Caster Curse, first time of the day for us, but I'm sure it's been mentioned before, but currently Dice just cooking. Back air, double down air, back air, seals that one.
Sealing the deal.
Yeah.
Michigan State keeping their lead and expanding on it even heavier.
And this is Nebraska's tournament life. The potential to crown a champion. Just 3 stocks away from Michigan State.
Just 3 more stocks. That's all they got to get through. But Nebraska, on the other hand, is looking at it the opposite way. 9 stocks in order to take this, or to get a chance at this crown.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, if you're Nebraska here, you're comfortable losing 1 stock per game. And that's going to be a challenge against these players from Michigan State of their caliber. I mean, taking only 1 stock away from you against these other players is going to be so hard. So I think Mixwell's going to come in with the Palutena.
Yeah, the Palutena against the Falco could work well, punish any misses with, as we know, the infamous up air that Palutena has. So many hits in such a little amount of time is definitely going to come to a head here. As long as Nebraska can keep Michigan State in the palm of their hand, which is going to be a little bit harder with how slippery of a bird Falco can be.
Yes, he's tough to deal with.
Oh, wait, no, the
hero from Mixwell in grand finals. We may just need a little bit of luck from this hero.
You know, I respect hero players because they have the best reading comprehension I have ever seen. Because they have to read 4 names from a tiny little icon at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
But Dice going to be taking a really early lead here. Mixwell already up to 70. What?
We're just cooking. Falco combos cooking.
Michigan State looking to prove and finish this one off.
But I mean, the hero pick could be good. Like there are some tools that hero has, especially the side B lightning, super strong. We're gonna get a ton of damage from that up special from Falco, and tries the down air. Down tilt's not gonna be able to do it. But I mean, Dice is just chasing off stage right now. Mixwell's kind of running out of options. He finds the zoom.
Misses the snooze.
Yeah, snooze comes out. The thing is, Falco can reflect a lot of these, but not while Mixwell has bounce up, which is a It's super good spell for Hero. It is an active reflector, but there's the one stock down that he needed to use for this match, and you know, it's going to get tougher as it goes. But I think at this point, like, Nebraska's expecting to kind of ride this one out, and Michigan State's just really looking to put a stamp on this win.
Yeah, they are just looking to close this one out. Dice is at 109. Mixwell manages to take the stock.
I like that.
Bringing himself to a 2-1 scenario, but Dice quick to act, and he is just going forward, utilizing the iframes from Spawn really well, and already bringing Mixwell to 100. It's going to be a hard hill to climb to get back to even.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, Dice is looking for any kind of kill confirm, up air into, or up throw into up air. Will do it sometimes, but I mean, mainly it's that up tilt back air. Not gonna see it there, but like, we're just fishing for kills at this point.
Yeah, Psych Up comes through, manages to get up, and has the bounce, but the forward tilt is going to take him out. Snooze comes through, but Dice manages to dodge it. I believe that's 4 snoozes that have been dodged by Dice, solidifying bounce as the best spell in Hero's playbook.
As of right now. Some of them are able to insta-kill, which we haven't clicked any of those yet, but if you want any chance at coming back, you may just start having to click them.
Yeah, I mean, we're just fishing for him at this point. Mixwell just taking so much damage, not really able to do anything. Dice really hammering on with the combos. Sparty really showing the Cornhuskers how it is done, and one final hit is enough, taking down Mixwell and solidifying Michigan State as your 2025 Super Smash Bros. PEC champions.
Congratulations to Michigan State. They really just made that win look dominant there.
They made it look easy. Like, let's be 100% honest. They made it look like another Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah, but
even though it's Saturday.
I don't want to discount the fact that Nebraska had to work so hard to get to that spot in order to be able to play in grand finals. They played so many matches today. Huge props to them. Like, they worked their tails off, and that's something I can appreciate. That's something I'd be proud going home and saying, like, we made it to grands. We put up a great fight throughout this Saturday at the HyperX Arena. Just great stuff from them, and congratulations to Michigan State. They are your champions for the 2025 PEC Conference Championship. We're gonna crown some more champions tomorrow, but and we're gonna have some replays coming up soon, hopefully, about that final match. So great stuff overall. Great
what a
tournament.
game! I mean, I'm kind of left a little speechless after that game. I mean, we saw so many good players off both sides being able to keep up with one another, adapt to each other's play styles. And I mean, it's kind of hard to argue with players from Michigan State who are just overall showing how dominant they are at this game and why the scoreboards were the way they were. But I do agree with you. Nebraska should go out with their heads up high. Yes. You fought 4 games today and lost 1. That is, oh wait, no, you fought 5 and lost 2, but 2 to the same opponent.
Same opponent, yeah.
So what games out of you guys, and congratulations to everybody who participated for placing where you did, and we hope you guys had some fun in the process.
Of course. Again, we just want to thank the partners and sponsors that are helping us out today, Allied Gaming, Daktronics, as well as Esports Integration. These guys have been awesome helping us run this event. And also shout out to the programs for showing up, to making this happen. Like, it takes a lot of time and effort and obviously money to get here, to get to this situation where we're competing for trophies like this that can really solidify a season as part of the history books.
Yeah, and these events help to sort of foster a culture. I mean, not very many people know about esports, less people watch esports. So having events like this one in arenas like the HyperX Arena that we are in right now, open to the public, open to people watching, and having so many people that come in to support is incredible to grow not only the sport itself, but just the community that surrounds it too. So we are incredibly grateful to not only our sponsors, but also to HyperX for letting us use their arena, as well as every one of you who came out to watch these guys today. Not only did they appreciate it, we appreciate the support as well, and we hope that you guys had as good a time watching them as we did.
Awesome.
So, honestly, going through that match, did you see it go could you have seen it going any way different? Like maybe if a character was played a little bit differently, or if there was a swap made instead of Palutena against Ridley in the first round, they played someone like Roy. How would you have seen that change it?
You know, honestly, I think the snowball from that first Ridley, just really gave Michigan State the upper hand to start, and then, you get that kind of momentum, and you can kind of just roll with it. I don't really know if there would have been a better pick from Nebraska going into character select and stage and stuff. At the end of the day, I think it came down to the individual players, and just fostering a community where you as a college or university can help these players grow into the kinds of competitors they are. So I think at the end of the day, Michigan State was really just going to take over from the start.
Well, that's going to be it from us tonight. But stick around. We do have a post-game interview with some of the winners coming up. But also make sure to tune in tomorrow at 10:30 because we are going to be having not only our Valorant but also our Overwatch 2 Grand Finals. So you're going to want to stick around for those because from what I've heard, there has been some serious competition in both of those games and they're going to be just as entertaining as what we've seen tonight. Signing off for now, and we hope to catch you guys tomorrow.
All right, guys, we are closing up this evening, but you guys just won.
Yep.
What? How does it feel, guys?
It feels incredible. It was a long season, very arduous. We lost to that team in our matches online, and we wanted to get a run back really bad, and we did it, and we cooked.
No, yeah, and I mean, I'm sure you guys have so many people supporting you, your coaches, the directors, so I just want to know, down the line, who do you want to shout out? Who's been, pushing you to do better? Is it, a teammate or anyone?
I'd say mainly our coach, Grayson, was really important in our growth. He organized most of our practices, organized our schedule, got us practicing for these matches. He made a lot of in-depth sheets and charts so we could plan out how to beat this team as best as we can. And, of course, big shout outs to Christopher Bilski and Jono Eden, our content director and our director, as they were really important in helping us get here in the first place.
Basically, everything he said. I feel like it felt really good to win that, just because we lost online a while ago, and it felt great to put in the work and win here at this killer venue. This place is really cool. This is I don't know, it's awesome.
Same thing they said too, but I'd like to thank my family and friends. They like these guys. They all support me, and same with each other. We're all great people.
I also want to thank my family since I'm an international student, and I'm here thanks to them pretty much. I'm a freshman at MSU. This was my first year with the team, and to get a win so important, just as a freshman, it's, to me, a great start to my time at the university. These guys are amazing, and I'm extremely happy that we won.
Yeah, I would love to shout out our lovely staff, Coach Grayson, Coach Bilski, Coach Jono, and the team that we have here. I mean, we went kind of crazy today. It was a lot of fun, and the team that we have back at MSU. Practice is a lot of fun with those guys. I want to get better. They want to get better. We keep going.
Yeah, well, I want to thank this squad. You guys are so incredible to work with every day. Seriously, you guys make work not feel like work. So you guys put in the work and you do your research, and it clearly shows. And it's not, something that happens overnight. You guys have been competing and working and earning this for years now. And I'm thankful that none of you guys graduate. You guys are all going to be coming back next year to compete as well. So.
I would like to thank, especially, obviously, my coaches and staff, Bilski, Grayson, all of whom, Jono, all of whom have been great. Also, Jacob, currently doing with a camera on me right now. But I'd also like to thank my parents back in Kentucky, probably watching this live stream right now, who very supportive all the way throughout this, and love them very much, and hope that they're doing okay.
All right, well, let's hear. Yeah. This is what's so great about LANs because, I mean, you can have a tournament online and it can go, or it's you can have 1 or 2 games and then it goes across a few months. But this is all in 1 day usually. It's 2 here. But it's not just, you know, like playing the game. There's like a mental game too, because we've been here for 8 hours. Like, we're tired, and I'm sure they're tired. So I'm gonna let them go, but there's something we're forgetting. So, are you just gonna take it, or? All right, well, I'm gonna let them have their moment. But I do want to say for the stream, for the people out there, thank you so much for watching. I want to thank our sponsors, Allied Gaming, the Esports Integration, and Daktronics. And we'll see you tomorrow for some more like Overwatch Finals and Valorant. So, see ya.